Who would have thought that the aloof school beauty worshipped by thousands would form a contract with you? A lowly F-grade waste spirit beast. It's because both the school beauty and you are reincarnators. The school beauty was originally the future Empress, Luo Xue'er, who unfortunately fell in a fierce battle with the demon clan and unexpectedly traveled back to the campus 50 years ago. As for you, you were just a laborer in your past life. But now you have been reborn as a spirit beast and have awakened a system that allows you to become stronger by lying flat. In this world where beast tamers are highly respected, everyone's dream is to become a beast tamer. Today is the day for the senior high school students to choose their spirit beasts. At this moment, a cold and aloof girl looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. I am reborn, Xue'er. What spirit beast are you going to contract? With your A-level talent, you should at least choose an A-level spirit beast to contract. Luo Xue'er, who has always had a cold personality, was asked with concern by her female classmate Lin Xue'er. Let's see first. She really looked down on mere A-level spirit beasts. In fact, she is a rare dual-talented beast tamer. In addition to possessing the A-level talent of communicating with beast hearts, she has also awakened the S-level talent of seeing the potential and fortune of spirit beasts. In her past life, Luo Xue'er relied on this talent to discover the undead fire phoenix and the mysterious tortoise, two 3S-level spirit beasts whose bloodlines had not been awakened, and successfully gained their trust and signed contracts with them. It was with the help of these two spirit beasts that Luo Xue'er became the Empress of the human race. Wow! What a cute spirit beast! Passing through the F-grade spirit beast area, Lin Xue'er's eyes lit up and she squatted down in front of you. Suddenly interrupted. You glanced at Lin Xue'er dissatisfiedly, then turned your round body and continued to bury your head in sleep. Xue'er, look, this little guy is even angry. But still so cute. Luo Xue'er disagreed. Spirit masters choose spirit beasts based on bloodlines. Being cute won't make someone a powerful spirit master. Xue'er, let's go pick spirit beasts too, or all the good ones will be taken by others. Lin Xue'er is a B-grade talent, so she naturally chose a B-grade bloodline spirit beast to form a contract with. Luo Xue'er nodded. Although she looked down on the spirit beasts provided by the academy, to become a spirit master, one must first form a contract with a spirit beast. Then a purple light flashed in her eyes as she quietly activated the spirit beast pupil. She still held a glimmer of hope that among these ordinary spirit beasts, there might be higher-level spirit beasts with dormant bloodlines. With this in mind, she activated the spirit beast pupil and looked at the many spirit beasts in the square. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light caught her eye. Gold! For a moment, Luo Xue'er was stunned in place. Even the 3S-grade spirit beast she contracted with in her previous life only had a purple aura. The golden aura was probably the legendary divine beast bloodline. With this thought, Luo Xue'er's breath involuntarily hitched. She never expected that on the first day of her rebirth, she would discover the legendary divine beast bloodline. If she had a divine beast companion in her previous life, she wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the demon clan. As her gaze turned to where the golden light appeared, her eyes widened suddenly. The cute white little beast from earlier turned out to have a divine beast bloodline. Xue'er, what's wrong with you? Hurry up. If you don't go pick soon, those high-quality spirit beasts might be chosen by someone else. It was only then that Luo Xue'er came to his senses. You go choose other spirit beasts first. I suddenly feel that this spirit beast is not bad. Xue'er, are you crazy? This is an F-grade spirit beast. You are a genius with A-grade talent. If you can form a contract with a high-level bloodline spirit beast, it will be a great help to you in the future. You go contract with other spirit beasts first. I'll choose this one. Lin Xue'er found that no matter how she pulled, Luo Xue'er stood still in place. Forget it. I hope you don't regret it. I'll go contract with the spirit beast first. Unable to persuade Luo Xue'er, Lin Xue'er could only run off in the distance with a helpless expression. The sight of the Luo Xue'er's heart and soul stirred, activating her A-level talent of beast heart communication. Little one, would you like to make a contract with me? She squatted down, looking at you. The talent of beast heart communication gave her the ability to communicate with monsters. In terms of making contracts, this A-level talent was of great help. Can't even rest properly. So annoying. Hearing your mumbled complaint, Luo Xue'er immediately looked apologetic. Cutie, I'm really sorry for disturbing your rest. Can you understand what I'm saying? It had been a while since she crossed over to this world, and this was the first time she could communicate with a human. Yes, I have awakened the A-level talent of beast heart communication, so I can communicate with you. This is a talent that others don't possess. What do you think? Interested? Her smile was full of confidence. The divine beast bloodline in front of her had not awakened yet, currently only at the F level, presumably still in the stage of undeveloped consciousness. In Luo Xue'er's view, being able to communicate with it at this stage made signing a contract a piece of cake. No contract. Love whoever wants to sign. After crossing over to this world, you also gained memories belonging to this world. What does signing a contract mean? In simple terms, it's a form of indentured servitude. After finally crossing over to this world, you still have to work as a laborer under the boss's exploitation. I want to sleep. Don't bother me anymore. With that, you turned around and lay down flat. Unexpectedly, this spiritual beast was so aloof, her eyes shining. Truly a remarkable existence with divine beast bloodline. In any case, I, Lin Xue'er, have already made up my mind about you, having been thwarted here at Jiang Che's side one after another. Lin Xue'er, instead of having any irritation, the corners of her mouth all hooked up in an arc. This divine beast should have the temper of a divine beast. High and cold, this is all justified. Lin Xue'er still remembered her previous life. The two SSS rank bloodline immortal fire phoenixes and Xuanwu true turtle that she contracted. Those two spirit beasts with SSS bloodlines, even if they hadn't awakened their bloodlines at the time, had consumed a lot of her mind and suffered a lot. Now being rejected by this divine beast bloodline was simply normal in Lin Xue'er's opinion. What Jiang Che had just flashed across his face, that humanized expression of impatience, was clearly captured by Lin Xue'er. This made her even more convinced that the snow-white and incomparably very cute spirit beast in front of her was definitely not as simple as it looked. Buzz off! Lin Xue'er pinched her right hand, only to see a snow-white rune emerge from her fingertips. The air around them seemed to tremble slightly at this moment. This very mysterious-looking rune was precisely the spirit seal of the contract between the Imperial Beast Master and the spirit beast. Little one, make a contract with me. I'll definitely take good care of you. Lin Xue'er half squatted and said in a soft voice. If someone from a previous life were to see Lin Xue'er's appearance at this moment, their jaws would definitely be dropped in shock. That overwhelming empress who reigned supreme over 10,000 people actually had such a lowly side. However, although Lin Xue'er's voice was very soft, it couldn't move Jiang Che in the slightest. Seeing that the spirit beast in front of her remained unmoved, Lin Xue'er looked around vigilantly. Seeing that no one around was paying attention to her side, she hurriedly came near Jiang Che's plush ear and said in an extremely weak voice, "Little fellow, truth be told, I'm actually a dual-talent Imperial Beast Master, and in addition to this A-rank talent, I also have an even more powerful S-rank talent." Lin Xue'er's tone was filled with a sense of confidence. A dual-talent Imperial Beast Master could be said to be a unique existence on this continent. S-class talent was already a genius among geniuses, and she, Lin Xue'er, was even more of a demon among geniuses. In her previous life, it was with her dual talents that she had become a female emperor admired by millions. Little one, you probably don't know that S-class Imperial Beast Masters will be able to cultivate by leaps and bounds in the future. And with you as my contracted spirit beast, we complement each other. And likewise you will level up quickly because of me. The Imperial Beast Master and the spirit beasts actually interacted with each other. The talent of a beast master was not only reflected in the contracted spirit beasts, it was also very much related to their own cultivation. The stronger the talent of a beast master, the higher the speed on top of cultivation naturally was. The higher the bloodline level of the spirit beast that the same Imperial Beastmaster signed a contract with, then the higher the bonus to the Imperial Beastmaster. In her previous life, Lin Xue'er had precisely utilized her S-class talent to contract the SSS bloodline Immortal Fire Phoenix and Xuanwu True Turtle. This was what allowed one's cultivation to soar all the way and eventually become the strongest of the human race. Looking at the furry and very cute divine beast in front of her, Lin Xue'er's eyes had a firmness that didn't match her current age. In this life, if he had a divine beast bloodline to add to his strength, he would definitely be able to go even farther than in his previous life. Maybe in this life, it was possible to defeat the demonic powerhouse in one fell swoop. While saying that, Lin Xue'er also waved the divine seal that was emitting a silver-white light around in front of Jiang Che's eyes. Primary stage spirit beasts are not yet enlightened, so they are the easiest to be attracted to. In a seductive manner like Lin Xue'er's, if a spirit beast filled with curiosity subconsciously reached out its hand, it would instantly sign a contract. However, she didn't know that Jiang Che wasn't an ordinary spirit beast, but an existence with an adult soul. The silvery white runes were really nice to look at, but they were dangling in front of his eyes, causing Jiang Che to sleep. I say you're not finished, are you? Can't you let people sleep? Jiang Che simply sat up directly and put on an aggressive appearance. However, he had forgotten that his current appearance was an extremely cute spirit beast. In Lin Xue'er's eyes, she only saw the snow-white spirit beast, which was now staring at herself with wide eyes, puffing with anger. That round body was like a snowball. Looking at Lin Xue'er's teenage heart was about to melt. How many times have I said no sign, no sign? Do you not understand the language of the beast? Jiang Che's words brought Lin Xue'er back to her senses. She had actually been rejected again. Lin Xue'er gently raised her eyebrows. She was an S-class talent, and she had an attraction to spirit beasts themselves. If it were an ordinary A-grade spirit beast, I'm afraid that she wouldn't even need to take the initiative. the spirit beast would come up on its own, rejecting himself so condescendingly. It was worthy of being in existence with the bloodline of a divine beast. Luo Xue'er clenched her fists, her entire body becoming more and more energized. Just like that, Luo Xue'er had been releasing the contract spirit seal in front of Jiang Che. Attempts to impress Jiang Che were unsuccessful after a quarter of an hour. Instead, it was Lin Xue'er, who had left earlier, who came bouncing over at this moment. Water smoke, look quickly, this is the spirit beast I just contracted. Lin Xue'er's voice like a silver bell came out, her tone filled with joy, only to see that at this moment, on Lin Xue'er's somewhat skinny shoulders, was lying a silver fox with an equally slender figure, the silvery white fluffy fur, all reflecting layers of bright light under the sunlight. The dark-colored pupils were shining and looked very spiritual. Arriving close to Luo Xue'er, Lin Xue'er held the silver fox in her arms. Xue'er, look, it's a B-rank spirit fox. It's a good thing I just ran over and contracted it, or else it would have almost been snatched away by someone else. Lin Xue'er's face was all slightly red from excitement. However, she realized that Luo Xue'er, who was beside her, was still squatting next to the cage, with the contracted spirit in her hand. Water smoke, what are you doing? Lin Xue'er asked with some uncertainty. I failed the contract, Luo Xue'er said in a very calm tone, as if she was telling someone else's story. However, Lin Xue'er, who was beside her, almost stumbled when she heard this. Lin Xue'er's mouth opened wide as she looked at Luo Xue'er and then at Jiang Che with a face that refused to believe. All she could think was that she must be hallucinating. An existence of a great talent. Choosing to contract an F-grade spirit beast was already very heaven-defying. And the most outrageous thing was that it actually failed? Luo Xue'er stood up, her eyes becoming resolute. Lin Xue'er was slightly relieved to see this, and then she said in relief, it's okay Aqua Smoke, it's a good thing the pact didn't work out. It is a waste to waste your talent on this F-level spirit beast. I heard that there are A-level spirit beasts ahead of us. Luo Xue'er, however, had a smile on her pretty face. I've decided, I'm going to buy the spirit beast outright. End of chapter. Luo Xue'er directly interrupted Lin Xue'er's words, her tone very firm. That's right, let's just buy him, and so on? What did you just say? Lin Xue'er, who was still consoling Luo Xue'er, directly exclaimed in shock. Just now she had thought that Luo Xue'er had given up, but she hadn't thought that she actually wanted to buy the spirit beast directly. Lin Xue'er reached out and placed her hand on Luo Xue'er's forehead. There's no fever. Aqua Smoke, why have you started talking nonsense today? Lin Xue'er only felt that her brain was a little underutilized. Is it hard to believe that this is the world of genius? It is said that the world of genius eludes the common man, but that's a bit too much of a superlative, isn't it? Lin Xue'er hurriedly squatted down and looked Jiang Che up and down. She couldn't figure out what was so attractive about this very cute-looking spirit beast. However, what responded to Lin Xue'er was only a big blank stare from Jiang Che. What to look at? Dead airfield. Spinning around, he turned and aimed his ass at Michelle Lin. After a while, Luo Xue'er's teacher, Lin Feng, walked over towards this side. Well, everyone's been successfully contracted now, right? While saying that, Lin Feng also looked at Luo Xue'er with an expectant face. As an existence of a grade A talent, Luo Xue'er could be said to be the best genius in the class. For her, Lin Feng was full of expectations. Water Smoke, what spirit beast have you contracted? Hearing Lin Feng's words, some of the surrounding students also looked towards Luo Xue'er's side. After all, an A-ranked talent, that was a star amongst the academy. Not to mention that Luo Xue'er herself, her appearance and figure were both at the school flower level, so it was hard not to attract attention. Just now, everyone was busy contracting spirit beasts. That's why they didn't pay attention to Luo Xue'er. Under the gaze of the crowd, Luo Xue'er, however, opened her mouth with a calm face. Teacher, I failed to contract a spirit beast. It's okay, it happens. Wait, what did you just say? Lin Feng froze in place with a stunned look on his face. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. It's normal for other people to fail the pact if they do, but this is Luo Xue'er. Normal a ghost? Lin Feng's brain was a bit down for a while. Before he came, he had already thought that someone would fail, but the only thing he hadn't thought about was that among the failures would be Luo Xue'er. A-ranked talents had an innate attraction to spirit beasts, and basically there would be no contract failures. Under Lin Feng's questioning, Luo Xue'er then retold everything that had just happened. After hearing Luo Xue'er's words, Lin Feng only felt his brain buzzing. It was even if an A-ranked genius failed to contract a spirit beast, but he actually failed to contract an F-ranked spirit beast? Lin Feng shook his head. He was wondering if he was hallucinating. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. To be able to make an A-ranked gifted person's contract fail, couldn't it be that this F-ranked spirit beast was something big? While thinking this, Lin Feng looked towards the cage in Luo Shuyan's hand. Lin Feng's face was a black line at the moment. Looking at the snow-white spirit beast with a cute face, he really couldn't think of anything out of the ordinary about this spirit beast. Lin Feng was even undeterred and carefully observed Zhang Che once more. After finally confirming it again and again, he realized that it was indeed just an ordinary F-rank spirit beast. Water smoke, can you tell teacher why you chose this spirit beast? Because he's cute. Luo Shuyan's reply was very concise. Lin Feng. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Lin Feng's hanging heart finally died, and for a moment he didn't even know what to say. Seeing this expression on Lin Feng's face, Luo Shuyan was unconcerned. This was all expected. If a teacher from an unusual academy could tell the hidden divine beast bloodline, then she wouldn't need to mix. Teacher, I want to buy this spirit beast back. Lin Feng, in the spirit of being a teacher, hurriedly persuaded. Aqua Smoke, you're not choosing a pet now. It's not a good idea to just look at appearances. Shui Yan, listen to your teacher. We are now choosing a spirit beast, which is closely related to your cultivation in the future. An A-rank talented beast swordsman who has contracted an F-ranked demonic beast would be wasting his own talent for nothing. And if a C-grade gifted Imperial Beast Master is lucky enough to sign a high-level demonic beast, then his future cultivation speed might be faster than an ordinary A-grade Imperial Beast Master. Lin Feng frowned and spoke with a bitter core. As the best genius within the class, he really didn't want Luo Shuyan to waste his talent for nothing. However, Luo Shuyan didn't care about these words from Lin Feng. I understand everything you said, teacher, but this spirit beast, I'm determined. Luo Shuyan's tone was very firm. Looking at Luo Shuyan's eyes, Lin Feng somehow felt a palpitation. That extremely firm gaze was full of unquestioning. It was as if what stood in front of him at this moment was a powerful superior. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Luo Shuyan, Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly. I did what I could as a teacher. Since you're bent on having your way, there's nothing I can do about it. I just hope that you'll be able to behave yourself and not regret the decision you made today in the future. After saying that, Lin Feng turned away with a gloomy face. An A-ranked genius who contracted an F-ranked spirit beast was not even close to an ordinary Imperial Beast Master. With regards to Luo Shuyan, Lin Feng had originally held great expectations, but now, in his opinion, Luo Shuyan no longer had anything to do with the future. Those academy students surrounding the onlookers had also learned the news that Luo Shuyan had actually failed to contract an F-ranked spirit beast at this moment. Each expression was either mocking, sneering or shocked. This is that A-rank talent possessor? It actually failed to contract an F-rank spirit beast. What a laugh. TSK. From my point of view it was an accident during the previous talent measurement. I'm afraid this guy is a complete waste. What? To actually pick an F-rank spirit beast? What a ridiculous brain kicked by a donkey. Even if she's really a genius, she'll only be a waste of space that adds to the joke in the future. The jeers beside her rose and fell, but Luo Shuyan didn't care about it. As an empress in her previous life, she had long since turned a blind eye to these rumors and gossip. Looking at the mocking faces of the people around her, Luo Shuyan only sneered at this. The bird of prey knows the will of the great swan. Ignoring the sneers and blank stares of the others, Luo Shuyan held Zhang Che's cage and arrived in front of the boss. The price of a spirit beast is related to bloodline talent. The price of the lowest level of existence, like an F-class spirit beast, was not expensive. Luo Shuyan had outstanding talent and had received a lot of scholarships at school over the years. Buying an F-rank spirit beast was still enough. And Zhang Che, who was contained in a cage, was sitting up straight at the moment. Looking at what was happening around him, his entire body froze. No? What's this? I just woke up and was sold out? End of chapter. At the entrance of the Zhanghai Imperial Beast Academy, Luo Shuyan, who had finished buying spirit beasts, walked outward with Lin Xue'er. Zhang Che was being held in Luo Shuyan's arms at this time, and for a while his brain was a little confused. It all happened just a little too fast for him to react at all. Originally, Zhang Che thought that as long as he didn't sign the contract he could keep lying flat without any worries, but he didn't realize that he had forgotten one thing. In this world his identity was a spirit beast. With the way things are going, there doesn't seem to be much to say. The only thing that made Zhang Che feel quite relieved was that there was finally no longer that iron cage binding him, because the appearance was just too cute. Even Luo Shuyan, who was an empress in her previous life, was a little bit in love with Zhang Che when she hugged him for a while. In his previous life, Zhang Che was a social animal, and he was busy examining all kinds of documents when he was in school. After the work and by the black-hearted boss squeeze, every day for 3 mel and 2 dates of wages overtime. Pressure is not the opportunity to contact female friends. I didn't realize that after crossing over to the other world, even though he became a spirit beast, he seemed to have some extra innate buffs. It's so soft, it's got a little bit of a scent to it. Refreshingly creamy. Jiang Che had an urge to cry for a moment. Was it possible that this was God's compensation for his miserable life in his previous life? Thinking of this, the loss in Jiang Che's heart regarding his being sold was washed away quite a bit for a while. I have to say, no matter what time of year it is, beautiful women are the best healers. Afterwards, Jiang Che shamelessly used his furry head to vigorously burrow into Luo Shuyan's arms. His mischievous gesture instantly made Luo Shuyan giggle. The tiger-headed Jiang Che looked adorable. At the moment, the small eyes were slightly narrowed, as if they were a garden crescent moon. This appearance was even more adorable to Lin Xue'er and Luo Shuyan's teenage heart. Aqua smoke. The teacher is right. I think you should think about it carefully. As Lin Xue'er spoke, her hand subconsciously stroked Jiang Che's small head. There was no way around it. This body after Jiang Che's rebirth was just too adorable. Although this little fellow is very cute, it's more or less like raising it as a pet. You must not treat it as a spirit beast that has signed a contract. Lin Xue'er's brows flashed with a flash of worry. She really didn't want to watch her best friend waste such a precious talent for nothing. In response, Jiang Che only rolled his eyes widely. Want to keep yourself as a pet? No way. Besides, you're a woman who's a bit too contemptuous, aren't you? Saying bad things about me while groping me? Don't worry, I have it in mind. Hearing Lin Xue'er's words, Luo Shuyan just said lightly. Lin Xue'er could only sigh helplessly when he saw this. He really couldn't figure out why the always smart Luo Shuyan, why it was like she was possessed today. After returning home, the excitement in Luo Shuyan's eyes could no longer be concealed. She placed Jiang Che, who was in her arms, on the bed, and her eyes were glowing with golden light. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiang Che with a deadpan gaze, not blinking. Hey, my little cutie, you're mine from now on. Looking at Luo Shuyan's scorching gaze, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a bit scared in his heart, and his body couldn't help but retreat backward. Although Luo Shuyan was definitely a beauty amongst beauties, but that passionate look in her eyes right now was really making Jiang Che's heart pound. What kind of look is this woman giving me? Wouldn't want to do anything to me, would you? I'm just a spirit animal now. Your gaze is a bit scary, isn't it? Little fellow, don't worry, as long as you follow this palace, you will definitely not be treated poorly in the future. When I am strong later on, I will definitely buy you a lot of high-level beast spirit pills, so that you can eat as much as you want. Beast spirit pills, pills made by alchemists to specifically feed contracted beasts. Not only could it enhance the strength of the spirit beast, but if it was a high-level beast spirit pill with the addition of special elixirs, it could even nourish the bloodline of the spirit beast. For spirit beasts, the beast spirit pill was an extremely precious treasure. There were quite a few powerful beast royal masters who, after their own strength was raised, would purchase a large amount of beast spirit pills to help their contracted spirit beasts raise their bloodline, and by doing so, they would raise their own strength. Luo Shuyan understood in her heart that the character of divine beasts were all elusive. Even a divine beast without an awakened bloodline was not comparable to an ordinary spirit beast. The moment she bought Jiang Che, Luo Shuyan had already planned to slowly cultivate a relationship with Jiang Che. She didn't believe that she couldn't move Jiang Che even after a bunch of sugar-coated bombs smashed down on her. In Luo Shuyan's opinion, Jiang Che was nothing more than a dabbling spirit beast, and with a certain amount of time, he would definitely be able to get his hands on it. However, Luo Shuyan was unaware that the spirit beast that seemed very cute to her had the soul of a grown man, and Jiang Che is a social animal who has been in the workplace and has plowed his way through it for years. The most he had ever eaten in his previous life was the pie painted by his boss. Now that it was so hard to be reborn, he didn't want to repeat his mistakes. These words of Luo Shuyan seemed too familiar to him, and he didn't know how many times he had heard them in his previous life. You're not going to make it up to me, are you? I'm sorry, but you're overthinking it then. Jiang Che had made up his mind as early as the moment he was reborn. In this life, he will be incompatible with gambling and drug cakes. When the evening came, Luo Shuyan also put a basin of bathing water for Jiang Che and very carefully helped Jiang Che take a bath. Jiang Che was very applicable to this, and had to admit that getting along with a beautiful woman was indeed a delightful thing. He can't do much, but he's good for the eyes. In the end, Luo Shuyan even directly hugged Jiang Che and went to bed together in order to promote their feelings for each other. Wearing a nightgown, Luo Shuyan lay on the bed, her better figure outlined by the silk nightgown. There was even a large area of snow white in front of his chest. Shaking Jiang Che felt a little dizzy. Since he couldn't leave at the moment anyway, Jiang Che simply buried his head directly in that deep gully. Jiang Che didn't expect that the scene that he had fantasized about countless times in his previous life would allow him to encounter it after being reborn. Ding! Laying flat in the arms of the future Empress for the first time, rewarded with a tenfold increase and a drop of the true blood of the divine beast Qilin. Future Empress? Jiang Che, who was about to fall asleep, was suddenly awakened by this prompt from the system. Future Empress? Could this woman be a child of Qi? This big-breasted girl is an Empress? Jiang Che was very surprised. He didn't expect that this Luo Xue'er was actually a person with great fortune added to her body as well. However, very quickly, Jiang Che regained his composure. Even if she's an Empress, what can she do? She's just a tool for me on my way to lying down? Besides, that's only later. It's not a threat to me now before it grows up. Want to make a pact with me? Not even the door. Jiang Che had already made up his mind. In a new life, I must carry on lying down to the end. Even if the Empress comes, it's useless. End of chapter. The night passed quickly, and this night could be said to be the most comfortable sleep Jiang Che had ever had. Things like beauty in arms were something he had only dreamed of in the past when he was dreaming. Jiang Che felt that all over his body right now. He was filled with a milky flavor, which was really a bit overwhelming. Luo Xue'er finished washing up and greeted Jiang Che very gently, only to be greeted with Jiang Che's disinterest. However, Luo Xue'er didn't care about this. When she decided to buy Jiang Che, she had already prepared for a long battle. After changing her clothes, Luo Xue'er went out to buy food. With the sound of the door closing, Jiang Che sat up violently, confirming that Luo Xue'er had left. Jiang Che took a deep breath and calmed his inner excitement. As Jiang Che's mind moved, a drop of golden blood appeared in front of him. When this drop of blood surfaced, the house instantly flashed with Tao of divine aura, and the entire house was covered in golden light. The air around them seemed to start trembling, as if they couldn't withstand the pressure of this divine beast. That divine aura belonging to the Qilin came over him, causing Jiang Che's breath to stutter for a moment. The divine beast pressure really lived up to its name, and as Jiang Che gazed, he saw that the shadow of a small unicorn could still be seen in this drop of blood. The purple unicorn was roaring up to the sky, seemingly possessing the divine might to shake the heavens and take in the earth. Although there was only one drop of this Qilin's true blood, it was already incomparably precious. Jiang Che simply moved his mind, and the drop of Qilin true blood flew straight towards him. As this Qilin's true blood approached, Jiang Che only felt as if an infinite amount of pressure had been exerted on him, and all of his bones began to creak. For a moment, Jiang Che was incomparably surprised, not realizing that a mere drop of blood would have such power. Jiang Che didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the real Qilin divine beast's strength should be. Before Jiang Che could react, this drop of Qilin blood directly merged into his body. In a flash, majestic blood qi filled Jiang Che's body. Jiang Che's eyes widened as a different kind of pressure radiated from his body. The original small and delicate snow-white body unexpectedly seemed to be filled with the aura of a superior at this moment. The moment he fused this blood, Jiang Che felt as if he had become the controller of heaven and earth. In a trance, it was as if he saw a purple golden unicorn, that huge body that was hundreds of feet tall, that could shock all living things in the world just by standing there. The purple gold scales glistened under the reflection of the sunlight, and a divine purple divine aura permeated his body, accompanied by the majestic Qilin blood qi, which was constantly traveling amongst his body. The bones, meridians, veins, and flesh of his body were all baptized and tempered at this moment. This process was extremely painful, and Jiang Che felt as if the flesh and blood on his body were being taken apart and reorganized. It was as if all the bones in a body had been broken by someone with a huge hammer, and then they began to grow back again and again. Pain. It really hurts too much. Cold sweat had already dampened Jiang Che's body long ago. Fortunately, this Qilin true blood was perhaps gifted by the system, so it fused extremely quickly. Just in the blink of an eye has been refined. Just though severe pain also disappeared in an instant, replaced by a soak in the hot springs like the comfort. Jiang Che opened his own eyes, and a purple divine aura flashed through all of his originally pitch-black colored pupils, as if he was able to see a small Qilin silhouette. Feeling how powerful his body was at the moment, Jiang Che couldn't even help but curl the corners of his mouth into an arc. The flesh and blood of his body had been upgraded, and although there was no change in his appearance, he had long been different from earlier. This time, refining the Qilin's true blood directly raised Jiang Che's level to level 10. Not only that, but it also gained a powerful divine skill. Qilin steps, the natural aptitude of the divine beast Qilin. Jiang Che only felt as if he was caught in an illusion at the moment, and an extremely magnificent and gigantic Qilin appeared in front of him. As the Qilin took a step, its form instantly dissipated, and the next second it appeared in the heavenly transformation. Jiang Che gazed at it, only to see all living things kneeling down. This is a domain skill that releases the unicorn's might with a single step, suppressing many living beings within its range, and the number of steps can be stacked. Not bad, not bad. It's true that you get what you pay for. Jiang Che's eyes were glowing with golden light. He didn't expect the rewards given by the system to be so rich and precious. I told you laying flat was the way to go. Cootie. Only then will you sign the deed. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Che had the urge to shout to the heavens, and his eyes had already filled with tears. In his previous life, he had lived an incredibly miserable life, working overtime every day to just get enough to eat. Both the black-hearted boss and the unscrupulous co-workers he wanted to beat up. This life of being reborn and being able to upgrade just by lying flat was what he had dreamed of. Although sleeping in Luo Shuiyan's arms, being squeezed by that towering were a bit chesty, but for the sake of these rewards, Jiang Che felt that he could endure for a while. In the next few days, Luo Shuiyan made delicious food for Jiang Che every day in different ways, and also helped Jiang Che comb his hair. Every night, he carried Jiang Che to sleep in his own arms. Ding! Lay flat in the arms of the future Empress, rewarding the skill Eye of Fear. Ding! Laying flat beside the future Empress, rewarding 5,000 experience points. Jiang Che had gained quite a few rewards over the course of a few days. Jiang Che also couldn't help but sigh. This world set of people who were blessed with great fortune were really not simple, and he himself was able to obtain quite a lot of rewards by following her around. Summoning the system, Jiang Che checked up on his current state. Name Jiang Che. Level 11, 5000/8000. Bloodline, Qilin, 5% purity. Skills, Spectral Sprint. Eye of Fear, Qilin Step. In a few days' time, it had soared directly to level 11. It's true that laying flat is the way to go. Signing contracts and all that, it's none of my business. Luo Shuiyan was lying on the bed. After these few days of contact, she felt that the spirit beast in front of her should already be more familiar with herself. As soon as she thought of being able to contract a divine beast bloodline, Luo Shuiyan was a little too excited to help herself. Her scorching gaze caused Jiang Che to look at her with a little bit of hair on his body. Luo Shuiyan looked at Jiang Che beside her, her eyes narrowing slightly as she once again pinched out the contract spirit seal. How about it? Little one, come make a contract with me. In response, Jiang Che just skimmed his mouth and directly refused. Are you kidding? Sleeping with me is already my bottom line, and you want me to sign a contract to sell my body? Not even the door. Although she had already expected it in her heart, but being rejected one after another made Luo Shuiyan a little frustrated for a while. After much thought, she finally made up her mind. Luo Shuiyan ambled down to Jiang Che's face. She gave up her life for the sake of the contracted divine beast. Little one, I'll tell you a secret. I'm actually a reborn person. End of chapter. Luo Shuiyan's eyes were gleaming at the moment, and even in the dim light of the night, she was able to see her bright, beautiful eyes. Reborn. This was definitely the biggest secret for Luo Shuiyan. Life and death have always been topics that no one can escape. Whether it is an ordinary person, or a strong top powerhouse, ultimately cannot escape the fate of being turned into a shovelful of yellow earth. Even Luo Shuiyan, who was an absolute empress in her previous life, had not transcended life and death. If it was known that she was a reborn person, Luo Shuiyan could imagine what kind of fate would await her. For the sake of the secret of rebirth, Luo Shuiyan's life wouldn't even matter to anyone. As an empress in her previous life, she had long since seen the evils of the human heart. In this life, Luo Shuiyan would not put her life into the hands of others. Originally, she had already made up her mind that she absolutely could not reveal anything about herself being a reborn. But at this moment, for the sake of the contracted divine beast, Luo Shuiyan completely gave up. Even in her previous life as an empress, she had not been able to find the whereabouts of the divine beast in her entire life. At this moment, it was so hard to be reborn, but it was such a fluke that he ran into a divine beast that had not yet awakened its bloodline. In Luo Shuiyan's opinion, this was simply a chance gifted to her by the heavens, and she had to take advantage of it. In order to gain Jiang Che's trust, in order to sign with this mysterious divine beast bloodline in front of him, Luo Shuiyan could even tell the biggest secret that she was a reborn person. Contracting SSS-ranked spirit beasts in her previous life had allowed her to grow to the point of being an empress. If one could contract a divine beast in the opening of this life, then one's future achievements would be simply unimaginable. And just as Luo Shuiyan expected, hearing this news from him, Jiang Che's entire body froze. Reborn? Looking at Luo Shuiyan in front of him, Jiang Che only felt that within himself. All of them thumped violently. He couldn't be sure if Luo Shuiyan was a reborn or not, but Jiang Che himself could be reborn. Good guy. No wonder the system said that this big-breasted girl is the future empress. So here it is. Another empress and a reanimator simply stacked the buffs all the way up already. It seemed that this woman was undoubtedly the child of this world's chi. Jiang Che's little heart fluttered, and those dark eyes couldn't help but slightly dilate. Looking at Jiang Che, who had a surprised face at the moment, Luo Shuiyan couldn't help but flash a touch of smugness in her heart. So what if you're a divine beast? I'm afraid I don't even know that there is such a thing as a reborn person. How about it, little guy? Wasn't that surprising and amazing? Luo Shuiyan smiled faintly, her voice like a silver bell. She placed Jiang Che in front of herself, and the hot air exhaled from her mouth and nose sprayed on Jiang Che's face, causing Jiang Che to only feel his heart beating faster for a moment. Don't worry. I can promise you that as long as you contract with me, I will definitely let you grow into a true divine beast in the future. Containing the bloodline of a divine beast and a true divine beast, these were two completely different things. If one wanted to become a truly strong divine beast, it was necessary to make the divine beast bloodline in one's body thick and pure to a certain degree before one could do so. When the divine beast bloodline in the spirit beast's body was strong enough, then it could undergo metamorphosis, thus advancing into a true divine beast. The process may be somewhat lengthy, but the qualitative changes caused by quantitative changes will be extremely terrifying. SS spirit beasts weren't without enemies. Even the two SS-class spirit beasts in Luo Shuiyan's previous life had many strong opponents that gave her headaches. But a strong divine beast, that was simply a phoenix. It was difficult to even express the rarity and preciousness of this divine beast by describing it as a phoenix feather. Luo Shuiyan looked at Jiang Che with confidence. The words she was saying now, that definitely had gold content. Ask anyone who has ever met a born-again person, and who has ever come into contact with a born-again empress. In Luo Shuiyan's opinion, no spirit beast could reject her current self. However, after Jiang Che was surprised, he was indifferent to this. Still very decisively, he shook his head no. For other spirit beasts, the identity of a reborn person might be tempting, but that didn't include Jiang Che. He could keep advancing into a divine beast just by lying flat. So why would he have to go and make a contract with someone and get a contract of sale? In the past few days of sleeping here with Luo Shuiyan, Jiang Che had harvested quite a few goodies, especially that Qilin true blood. It would make his physical strength and physique climb quite a bit. As far as Jiang Che was concerned, he didn't need to sign a contract with the Imperial Beastmaster at all. As long as they continued to lie flat, sooner or later they would be able to become divine beasts. But Jiang Che had to admit that the Sons of Qi were just extraordinary. These rewards for following Luo Shuiyan around and lying flat these past few days could be a bit generous, causing Jiang Che to become a bit addicted for a while. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. These rewards of following Luo Shuiyan were much better than his original stay inside the cage. If at this moment let Jiang Chang and return to that just crossed the boring days, and then you can't even get enough to eat. So I'm afraid you'll really go crazy. I can make a contract with you, but I have a few requests. If you can agree, I will make a contract with you. After thinking about it again and again, Jiang Che said in a deep voice. Hearing his words, Luo Shuiyan was instantly excited beyond measure. You say, as long as I can sign the contract, I'll agree to all the conditions you said. Looking at Luo Shuiyan's so excited appearance, Jiang Che slowly opened his mouth. My terms are actually quite simple. First, we are not in a master-servant relationship. Even if we signed a contract, you are not my master. The Jiang Che of his previous life, that had suffered a lot from being squeezed by black-hearted bosses, not to mention the fact that there was actually no equivalence between an imperial beast master and a spirit beast. When a beast master dies, his contracted spirit beast dies with him. But if something happens to a spirit animal, the imperial beast master is just a meta-victim. Hearing Jiang Che's request, Luo Shuiyan nodded her head in agreement without hesitation. Don't worry, since I'm a reborn person, I've naturally practiced a much more time-honored way of contracting. If we sign a contract, the relationship between spirit beasts and imperial beast masters is one of absolute equality. Second, do not casually get into an argument with people. Do not come out strong when in trouble. There is danger first slipping away. And, Jiang Che just wanted to lie flat, but he didn't want to put his own life on the line for no reason. Wait, how many conditions are you on? Listening to Jiang Che's words, Luo Shuiyan was somewhat speechless. Luo Shuiyan originally thought that the possessor of a divine beast bloodline, that was bound to be an existence that exuded a kingly aura all over. But this spirit beast in front of me seems to be a bit timid. Are you going to promise or not? Hearing some impatience in Jiang Che's tone, Luo Shuiyan hurriedly nodded and responded. Fine. I'll agree to anything as long as you sign a contract with me. Thirdly, 3 good meals must be provided every day. Not a day goes by. Spirit animals are never contracted unless they are packaged with food and shelter. End of chapter. Hearing this request from Jiang Che, Luo Shuiyan instantly failed to hold back and directly snorted out a laugh. Looking at the snow-white rare spirit beast in front of her, Luo Shuiyan only felt that the more she looked at it, the more adorable it became. For Jiang Che's third request, she even agreed directly without hesitation. Not to mention cooking delicious food every day. If those powerful people learned of the whereabouts of the divine beast bloodline, I'm afraid that feeding large amounts of high-level beast spirit pills every day wouldn't be a problem. In order to be able to contract a divine beast, even if she was made to be a cook, It wouldn't be a big deal. When Jiang Che saw this, he nodded in satisfaction. Luo Xue'er took a deep breath and suppressed the joy in her heart. I've waited so long for this day. At this moment, Luo Xue'er's pretty face was slightly flushed from excitement. The corners of his mouth curved up in a way that he couldn't suppress even if he wanted to. Divine beasts. That was an existence that only existed in legends. Being able to contract a divine beast bloodline, Luo Xue'er didn't dare to imagine how far her strength would rise in the future. Coupled with her various experiences in her previous life, Luo Xue'er must live a more radiant life in this life. Exhaling a deep breath of turbid air, Luo Xue'er pinched her hands together. Only a mysterious rune could be seen floating in the middle of her forehead. This rune didn't look the same as the contract seal that Luo Xue'er had condensed earlier. Flooded with a hint of pink markings, the air around them fluctuated even more violently. Luo Xue'er brought this contract spirit seal to Jiang Che's face, her eyes looking at Jiang Che excitedly. This time Jiang Che finally didn't reject her again, and his tiny body slightly moved forward and touched the mark with his own forehead, only to see this mysterious mark, as if ice and snow were melting, integrate into Jiang Che's body. In the next second, Jiang Che felt that there seemed to be an additional inexplicable sensation between himself and the Luo Xue'er in front of him. Finally succeeding in signing the contract, Luo Xue'er was thrilled and elated. Even if she had been an empress in her previous life, and then experienced a change to relive her life, she was still a little too excited to control herself at the moment. Luo Xue'er directly reached out her hand, and as soon as she did, she hugged Jiang Che in her arms and kissed him fiercely. This suddenness caused Jiang Che to be a little confused. It's just too meaty. Jiang Che gave Luo Xue'er a blank stare before wiping the drool off his face with a disgusted look. Without noticing himself, he was again taken advantage of by this woman. Although beautiful women even smell like saliva, I'm not such a casual spirit animal. Jiang Che, who had absorbed the Qilin's true blood, didn't have any changes in his physical appearance, and remained in the same snow-white mysterious little beast. At this moment, Jiang Che was being held in Luo Xue'er's own arms, his tiny body forced to curl up into a ball. Luo Xue'er looked at Jiang Che at this moment, as if she was looking at a glutinous rice ball, and as if she was a pure and white snowdrop flower. At the moment that tiny black eye was filled with humanized dislike, was wiping his cheeks over and over again with his little furry hands. Although Jiang Che's eyes were filled with dislike, Luo Xue'er directly ignored his eyes. It was because this current state of Jiang Che's was just a bit overly cute. Luo Xue'er, who was holding Jiang Che, could no longer hold back when she saw this. It was another furious kiss, and Jiang Che kissed his eyes a little open. Jiang Che, who was squinting his eyes, raised his eyes and a red lip was printed down, which really made him a bit overwhelmed. He wanted to reach out and intercept it. Yet Jiang Che's current body was still just a being that was like a snowflake. That hairy little palm, before it could be stretched out, was directly grabbed by Luo Xue'er, and then placed in her palm, rubbing it vigorously. This scene reminded Jiang Che of a stray cat he had adopted in his previous life. Seems like that's what he did to that stray cat back then. Jiang Che, God's justice is so circular. It's just a matter of enjoying it in silence since you can't fight it. The next day, early morning, Jiang Che, who was lying on the bed, stretched out very comfortably. I have to admit, sleeping with a beautiful woman does make you feel good physically and mentally. It was just that when he was held in Luo Xue'er's arms, his breathing was a little less smooth. Squeak! Jiang Che's ears twitched and he looked up toward the door. A wonderful young girl, at this moment, was pushing open the door of the room and walked in. The visitor was none other than Lin Xue'er, whom he had met earlier, only to see that in Lin Xue'er's arms, she was still holding the silver fox that she had previously signed a contract with. The silver fox's adorable appearance really made Lin Xue'er fall in love with it, adding to the fact that it was the stage where the contract had just been signed. In order to promote mutual affection and understanding, so Lin Xue'er brought the silver fox with her wherever she went. Lin Xue'er had originally wanted to ask Luo Xue'er about contracting a spirit beast this time. After all, Luo Xue'er was her good friend and the most outstanding genius in the class. Lin Xue'er really didn't want to see her best friend's future ruined because of a bad decision. However, through conversation, they learned that Luo Xue'er had actually signed a contract with Jiang Che, which really made Lin Xue'er a bit angry. Looking at Luo Xue'er, who was sitting on the bed with a calm face, Lin Xue'er just felt some hatred. Water smoke. Why are you so disobedient? You're completely destroying your own future by doing this. This is just an F-rank spirit beast. What future can a contract with him have? Hearing Lin Xue'er's words, Luo Xue'er just shook her head lightly. Xue'er, I know you're all for my good, but there are some things you'll naturally understand later. Just as Lin Xue'er was exchanging words with Luo Xue'er, the snow-white silver fox jumped out of Lin Xue'er's arms and took a step in front of Jiang Che. Because of the reason of the contract with the Imperial Beast Master, the spirit beast's sanity would increase drastically. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Che, an F-rank spirit beast, the silver fox's expression was filled with contempt, only to see the silver fox with cunning eyes, circling around Jiang Che 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, and from time to time, he even came up and stretched out his claws, wanting to ruffle Jiang Che a bit. It was as if he didn't place Jiang Che in his eyes. Jiang Che, who had originally planned to continue sleeping, was annoyed enough by this silver fox. He was already annoyed enough with Lin Xue'er chirping beside him, but he didn't expect this spirit beast to be as annoying as its owner. In the face of silver fox's provocation, Jiang Che was unmoved and only slightly opened his eyes. Among the pitch-black colored pupils, a cold aura flashed through, and the aura of the Qilin bloodline was only slightly displayed. This silver fox was immediately scared and fell to the ground with its limbs limp, burying its head in shivering. Silver, what's wrong with you? Noticing the silver fox's state at the moment, Lin Xue'er was startled and hurriedly picked her up. Luo Shuyan, on the other hand, glanced at Jiang Che. As an empress, she naturally knew that this was the downfall of demonic beast bloodline suppression. Is this the pressure of a divine beast? It's really powerful. End of chapter. Am I that scary? This little fox is too timid. With just a single look, Jiang Che caused this silver fox paralyzed with fear. Lin Xue'er, who didn't know the cause, was anxious for a moment when she saw that the spirit beast she had just contracted had turned out to be like this now. Hurriedly, he held the silver fox in his arms and carefully examined it. Only what made Lin Xue'er puzzled was that she had carefully examined the silver fox's body, but did not find the slightest trauma. There wasn't even a single bruise on his entire body. This made Lin Xue'er puzzled as to why this B-rank silver fox would be so abnormal. Looking at Lin Xue'er holding that silver fox in her arms, Jiang Che gently raised his eyebrows. With that, he raised his head, just in time to meet falling water smoke's eyes. Luo Shuyan was also very sensible, and directly then held Jiang Che in her arms. Jiang Che had already converged the aura of that Qilin bloodline in his body, and now he looked harmless and very cute. Being held in Luo Shuyan's arms, Jiang Che even rubbed against the other party with force, after moving the position, but also directly put the head pillow in the towering above. Well, it's still softer here. As Jiang Jia dispersed the Qilin's pressure, the silver fox, which was paralyzed with fear, gradually regained some of its strength. At this moment, in Lin Xue'er's arms, she was already able to barely stand up. Only Lin Xue'er realized that this silver fox was somehow in a much worse state of mind than before. After taking a glance at Jiang Che, he was directly scared and stuck his head into Lin Xue'er's arms, saying that he wouldn't raise his head. Lin Xue'er, who had originally intended to be persuading Luo Shuyan for a while, was also in a very depressed mood at the moment. I wanted to advise my best friend that he must choose his spirit animal carefully. I didn't realize I was still a step too late. Falling Water Smoke's hallowed existence of a great talent had contracted an F-grade spirit beast, and was destined to become the joke of the Zhanghai Imperial Beast Academy in the future. Even if Falling Water Smoke had outstanding talent, with a spirit beast that dragged her feet, her cultivation would be implicated. Even if one could become an Imperial Beast Master, they were destined to have no great achievements. The most critical persuasion failed even if it was not possible, but also took his own spirit beast. For this B-rank silver fox that had just been contracted, Lin Xue'er's heart was in love with it. Now that this silver fox had become like this, Lin Xue'er had no more intention of continuing to stay. That's just it. Aqua Smoke, I've told you everything I need to say. Since you have to be so bent out of shape, there's nothing I can do about it. Lin Xue'er could only sigh heavily as she looked at the calm-faced Falling Water Smoke. She really couldn't figure out why Luo Shuyan had changed so much in the past few days. Lin Xue'er's gaze, again, shifted to Jiang Che's body. Her eyes were filled with puzzlement amongst them, and she carefully surveyed the snowflake-like Jiang Che a few more times. Lin Xue'er really couldn't figure out what kind of magic power such a spirit beast that had no strengths other than being cute could have to attract Falling Water Smoke. Water Smoke, it's your freedom to choose what contracted spirit beast you want. Even if I don't understand it, there's no way I can force you to change your will. But don't you forget that in a month's time it will be our Academy's Grand Pen competition. You don't really expect to rely on this little guy to participate in the tournament, do you? Looking at Jiang Che, who was still squinting and sleeping, Lin Xue'er really couldn't figure out what kind of situation it would be like for him to appear in the ring. Is it really possible to rely on your very cute appearance to make your opponent voluntarily give up the match? Speaking of cute, Lin Xue'er had to admit that Jiang Che's appearance was just too adorable. At this moment, Jiang Che was curled up in Falling Water Smoke's arms, just like a small ball of glutinous rice. Lin Xue'er couldn't take her eyes off of her, and subconsciously reached out her hand and began to stroke Jiang Che's forehead. That smooth fluff is really nice to the touch. It's just a shame that F-rank spirit beasts don't have much combat power, let alone this kind of existence that only sells cute. On the other hand, Luo Xue'er, who was on the other side, was also stunned after hearing Lin Xue'er's words. The academy competition in a month? This academy competition was mainly for novice Imperial Beast Masters. Through the competition, the tacit understanding between Spirit Beasts and Imperial Beast Masters could be promoted. The same can also be initially tested. The talent and strength between the Imperial Beast Master and the Spirit Beast. And if one was able to win the top few places amongst the Imperial Beast competition, the clan would award a variety of rewards every session. Lin Xue'er was a bit dazed for a moment when she saw falling water smoke. Then she sighed helplessly. From Lin Xue'er's point of view, falling water smoke mostly realized this only then. If one were to go to the sect competition relying only on an F-rank Spirit Beast, then it could be said that one would definitely lose. It was just that Li Xue'er was unaware that the main reason why falling water smoke froze was not because she was worried about Jiang Che's combat power. It was just a big competition for newcomers. And to bring an existence with a divine beast bloodline onto the field by oneself, wasn't it a bit too bullying? Looking at Jiang Che's dumbfounded appearance, the corners of Lok Xuyan's mouth were also curved up in an arc. Although Jiang Che had a divine beast bloodline, it was currently in the unawakened stage. For the big competition soon, falling water smoke also had some uncertainty in her heart for a while. It doesn't matter. The big thing is that we won't let the little guy play when the time comes. With those people in our academy, even if I don't need the help of a contracted spirit beast, I'll be able to easily defeat them with my personal power. Luo Xuyan's tone was full of confidence. As an empress in her previous life, she knew more than just imperial beasts. In her last life, she had gone through all sorts of trials and tribulations, and nowadays she still had that much confidence in dealing with those novice imperial beast masters. Aqua Smoke, I advise you to think it over. There's still a month until the competition, so while there's still time, if it's not possible, let's change another spirit beast. Before leaving, Lin Xue'er still couldn't help but turn around and advise with some concern. With Luo Xuyan's talent, an F-rank spirit beast was destined to be nothing more than a drag in the future. It's not long before the deed is done and it's perfectly fine to switch it out. Why is this woman so annoying every time we meet? Jiang Che frowned slightly, and that powerful aura on his body released a strand once again. The silver fox that had just come to its senses immediately blew up again, trembling more than nestled in Lin Xue'er's arms, shivering. "Ian, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me?" As the silver fox appeared in a condition, Lin Xue'er spoke anxiously with a hint of crying. "Xue'er, is your spirit fox sick? It's better to bring it in for a look." Luo Xuyan was afraid that Lin Xue'er's spirit beasts would be scared out of their wits by Jiang Che and hurriedly urged her to leave. Angry, "Little one? Don't worry, I can't leave you behind." Jiang Che couldn't help but roll his eyes at the words. "I just think Cheryl Lin is too noisy. You take yourself too seriously, don't you?" End of chapter. Although Jiang Che had a lofty expression on his face, Luo Xuyan was very pleased in her heart. She didn't know what was going on in Jiang Che's mind, and only thought that it was because Lin Xue'er had asked herself to give up her spirit beasts 2 out of 3 times, so Jiang Che had made a scene in his mind, mistakenly believing that Jiang Che was jealous before he struck out. Luo Xuyan picked up Jiang Che and then directly kissed him with a mouthful of kisses. In the evening, Luo Xuyan once again made a table of delicious food as previously agreed. In the face of food, Jiang Che came to the table and ate it all in a whirlwind. Even Luo Xuyan was a bit surprised that Jiang Che looked very small, but was a king of appetite. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Che smoothly paralyzed on the bed, patting his somewhat bulging belly and even burping, living a life of clothes on the table every day. This laying flat is really too comfortable. Jiang Che was lying on the bed, and for a while, his mood was incomparably excited. This kind of scene, which only appeared in the fantasies of his previous life, really excited him, and seeing Jiang Che in this adorable manner, Luo Xuyan couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed for a moment. "How's the little guy? Had enough to eat?" While speaking, Luo Xuyan also picked up a few sheets of paper and very gently wiped Jiang Che's mouth. "Well, average. Barely." Jiang Che comfortably squinted his eyes and whispered, "So do you have a name?" Jiang Che. "Oh, Jiang Che, wait, you actually do have a name?" Luo Xuyan's hand movements lurched as she looked at Jiang Che with surprise in her eyes. Originally, Luo Yan just wanted to follow the established process to promote mutual communication and tacit understanding. According to the usual steps of contracting a spirit beast, the Imperial Beast Master would help the spirit beast to come up with a name. This was actually something that should have been done after signing the contract, only that Luo Xuyan was too excited earlier. To be able to sign a contract with an existence that possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, this was a world that an unknown number of powerful people could only dream of. Luo Xuyan was the same. She was so excited that she even forgot about the matter of Jiang Che taking his name. And it was only at this moment that she remembered. Just now Luo Xuyan also just wanted to, according to the established process, to lead to the next topic. However, She didn't expect that this very cute-looking F-grade spirit beast in front of her actually had its own name. And that name was actually so humanized. Luo Xue'er looked Jiang Che up and down, surprise filling her expression. Worthy of being a legendary divine beast, it was really extraordinary, and actually had its own name. And, Jiang Che, you little guy got a personal name? Little fellow, the name Jiang Che doesn't sound good to me. Why don't I make up a new one for you? Well, you'll be called White. It's a nice and memorable name. Luo Xue'er didn't care about Jiang Che's speechless expression, so she directly finalized Jiang Che's new name. In her previous life, Luo Xue'er also gave the immortal Fire Phoenix and the Xuanwu True Turtle their nicknames, Little Fire and Little Turtle respectively. She thought it was so kind to call it that. However, Jiang Che didn't think so, and he rolled his eyes greatly at Luo Xue'er. Then he hastily shook his head, expressing his dissatisfaction and protest. Little White. This name Jiang Che was simply too familiar. Many pets in his last life would be called by this name. Jiang Che didn't expect the wind and water to turn around and it was his turn to be called by this name. However, in the face of Jiang Che's protests, Luo Xue'er was directly oblivious, looking at Jiang Che with a smile on her face. Bye. Seeing how excited you are, it looks like you like the name too. Since you like it so much too, it's settled. I'll call you Bye from now on. Jiang Che, faced with Luo Xue'er's dictatorial behavior, Jiang Che realized that he didn't seem to have much right to resist. Jiang Che couldn't figure out how this silly girl in front of him had become an empress. How come the word white doesn't sound bossy? Is this really a name that someone, after being reborn, can take out? Jiang Che wanted to protest, only that his current posture could only be described by the word cute for Luo Xue'er. After some resistance, in the end, Jiang Che could only helplessly contact his new name. Little White, I will now pass on a supreme divine skill to you. You must learn it carefully. You should remember that I'm a reborn person, and this technique that I've now imparted to you can help stimulate the divine beast bloodline in your body. The Beast God Skill. A supreme divine skill that Luo Xue'er had obtained in a secret realm in her previous life. This Gong method was divided into the Royal Beast Master chapter and the Spirit Beast chapter. The combination of the two could accelerate the cultivation speed of both the Imperial Beast Master and the Spirit Beast. Of course, besides this, the Beast God skill had many other wonderful uses. By practicing the Beast God skill, the Royal Beast Master and the Spirit Beast leveled up faster, and their physical strength would also increase drastically. In her last life, Luo Xue'er had precisely relied on, by chance, the Beast God skill that she had obtained, to allow her immortal Fire Phoenix and Xuanwu True Turtle to continue to refine her bloodline. Although it couldn't be compared to a divine beast, it was still much more powerful than an ordinary spirit beast. Beast God Technique? Hearing the name of this technique, Jiang Che immediately lost his sleepiness. He hurriedly opened his eyes and sat up, his whole body much more refreshed. Although Jiang Che didn't know the exact grade of this technique, but to be able to name it after a beast god, he thought that it must be very extraordinary. Worthy of being a reborn empress, the son of Qi is really extraordinary. This time it can be considered to be a big prophet. Feeling the mystery and strength of the Beast God skill, Jiang Che felt at the moment that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with being called Little White. But just as this thought came to mind, Jiang Che spat viciously. I'll be damned. I'm going to lay flat in this life. Why do I suddenly have the idea to keep trying again? Cultivation techniques and whatnot have nothing to do with me, and I don't practice any Beast God skill. Jiang Che sighed at the social animal attribute in himself, which didn't seem to have completely disappeared even after being reborn. This Luo Xue'er had only taken out a gongfu, and had actually mobilized his cultivation. This was really too much. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the middle of Jiang Che's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the feat Beast God skill. In order not to delay the host from continuing to lie flat, the hang-up function is now on. Jiang Che was happy, not expecting this system to be so considerate. Actually being able to even hang up on cultivation. This could really make Jiang Che satisfied. Meaning you can cultivate even if you sleep? This system is so user-friendly. Even sleeping was able to continuously increase one's cultivation. Even the cultivation speed of hanging up was not slower than other spirit beasts trying to cultivate. As soon as he thought of this, the corners of Jiang Che's mouth rose uncontrollably. The small eyes were even filled with hot tears. This was the life he had dreamed of. Laying flat was the way to go. Living a new life, struggling to practice and all that is far away from me. Those things that were painful and tiring. It was better to leave them to Luo Xue'er, the Imperial Beast Master herself. End of chapter. Just as Jiang Che was lamenting the thoughtfulness of this system, Luo Xue'er was looking at Jiang Che with an uplifted expression. Little White, you must cultivate the Beast God skill, and when I'm strong, I'll take you to the continent to practice. Having successfully signed Jiang Che, who had the bloodline of a divine beast. At this moment, Luo Xue'er could be said to be full of hesitation. As an empress in her previous life, she never lacked the courage and confidence to start over. Now with the various experiences and learning from his previous life, coupled with this powerful divine beast bloodline spirit beast, the corners of Luo Xue'er's mouth couldn't help but rise. This was simply a Tianhu opening. In this world, the Royal Beastmaster rank was divided into Primary Royal Beastmaster, Intermediate Royal Beastmaster, Senior Royal Beastmaster, Spirit Royal Beastmaster, King Royal Beastmaster, Royal Beastmaster, Venerable Royal Beastmaster, Sacred Royal Beastmaster, and Imperial Royal Beastmaster. And the corresponding spirit beast levels are the first order to the ninth order. Levels 1 to 10 are first order. Levels 11 to 20 are second order. And so on. The higher the level, the more powerful it becomes. In the early stages, there might not be much of a difference in strength between the Imperial Beastmaster and the spirit beasts, but the more one cultivates to the back, each weight is like ascending to heaven. There were many lower-ranked Imperial Beastmasters above the continent, and although their status was a bit higher than ordinary people, it was nothing. Most people were afraid that because of their talent and spirit beast bloodline, they would only be able to be at the low-level Royal Beastmaster stage in their entire lives. For low-ranked Imperial Beastmasters, the main fighting power came from spirit beasts, and if it was the late stage of a Royal Beastmaster's growth, the ability of the Royal Beastmaster itself alone would already be extremely terrifying. In her previous life, Luo Xue'er had ultimately become a generation of female emperors precisely by virtue of her two SSS-ranked spirit beasts. Now that she had relived her life, Luo Xue'er believed that her achievements in this life would be even more powerful than in her last life. Looking at this very cute Jiang Che in front of her, Luo Xue'er felt as if she saw a powerful divine beast waiting to awaken. She seemed to see her once powerful self again, and would descend into the world once more. However, unlike Luo Xue'er's hesitation, Jiang Che scoffed at Luo Xue'er's words. Come on, what's the point of practicing? Why don't you just stay home and lie down? Hearing those words from Luo Xue'er, Jiang Che couldn't help but roll his eyes. In his previous life, Jiang Che worked hard and ultimately got nothing, and was often squeezed by his black-hearted boss. Now that he's living again, all he wants to do is rely on the system to lay back and enjoy the beast's life. Something like going out on an adventure sounds very cool. You just don't know when you're going to put your life on the line. Jiang Che just wanted to stay at home and lie flat. Going out to practice was too dangerous, so it was better to forget about it. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xue'er allowed herself to get rid of her irritation and excitement, and her heart returned to calmness to begin her new cultivation. In this life, having contracted a divine beast bloodline, and having cultivated the beast god's skill in advance, possessing even stronger resources and opportunities than in her previous life, she must go farther than she did in her previous life. In this life one must defeat those strong demon clans. The beast god technique was running in the middle of her body, and with the experience from her previous life, even though Luo Xue'er had just started practicing in this life, the speed at which she was running the technique was extremely fast. Wisps of aura in the air were absorbed into Luo Xue'er's body. These subtle spiritual energies were constantly running amongst the meridians. The beast god's skill was indeed incredibly strong, and the aura Luo Xue'er had condensed at this moment was incomparably more powerful than she had been in her previous life, and the gong method operated at a faster speed than before. These auras continuously nourished Luo Xue'er's bones and meridians, strengthening its flesh and blood royal beast masters. Although the main battle force in the early stages was relying on their own spirit beasts, however, the enchantment brought by cultivation still allowed them to pull away from ordinary people. Jiang Che was unimpressed by this, and directly chose to lie flat. Anyway, with the system in place, since you can just hang up, what's the point of cultivating? As the system's hang-up function was activated, the beast god skill had automatically operated within Jiang Che's body. This powerful technique did not require him to cultivate it at all. The system is really a good thing. No wonder they call this thing the golden finger. Compared to the Imperial Beastmasters of this world, having a system was simply open and shut. The Imperial Beast decree was constantly running in his body, and although it was an automatic system hang-up, the cultivation speed was not slow at all. Jiang Che looked at the experience value on the system panel, which was starting to accumulate over time. It was roughly like adding a little bit of experience value every minute, and this speed was practically flying for other spirit beasts. In his previous life, Jiang Che worked overtime and staying up late was simply the norm. Now that he had been reborn with great difficulty, Jiang Che must make up for all the ju he owed from his previous life. On the other hand, Luo Xue'er was immersed in her gongfu cultivation, all but ignoring the time. After a few hours had passed, Luo Xue'er felt that her body was much more condensed than before. The perception of the aura between heaven and earth had also increased much more than before. Clenching her fists, Luo Shuyan could clearly feel that her strength had increased quite a bit from earlier, and one's own five senses had also improved compared to earlier. Although he had not yet reached that qualitative change, he could clearly feel his refinement. Just as Luo Shuyan was getting excited, she subconsciously lowered her head towards Jiang Che, and immediately became enraged. White, what are you doing? Luo Shuyan didn't expect that while her side was hard at work cultivating, Jiang Che was actually huffing and puffing there, and it was a great sleep, with the little snow-white body lying flat on the bed. The four little paws were stretched out on all fours, and the appearance looked really cute. But right now Luo Shuyan couldn't smile at all. Luo Shuyan's angry rebuke woke up the sleeping Jiang Che. He instantly turned around impatiently and muttered with a disgruntled look on his face, "Don't disturb my sleep." Seeing Jiang Che like this, Luo Shuyan was even more furious. "Xiaobai, you get up. No sleeping, hurry up and cultivate." "I'm just cultivating," Jiang Che said with an innocent face. Luo Shuyan immediately burst into a cold laugh at his words. In her opinion, Jiang Che was clearly lying. However, she only thought that Jiang Che was lazy by nature, so she could only speak kindly. "Good little white. You cultivate well, okay? I'll make you delicious food." Jiang Che just couldn't stand it. Luo Shuyan coaxing herself like a child. After all, he had the soul of an adult male. Okay, but I'm going to practice on you." Luo Shuyan had no choice but to sit on the bed, placing Jiang Che on her thighs and resuming her cultivation. Jiang Che's heart was also a little stirred at the moment. The knee pillow that he had fantasized about countless times in his previous life was not expected to be realized in this life in such a peculiar way. With that, he also put on an appearance of cultivating with all his heart. But when Luo Shuyan was immersed in her cultivation, Jiang Che directly huffed and puffed. Ding! Laying flat on the future Empress. Rewarded with 2,500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Currently level 12. Jiang Che was delighted, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Luo Shuyan's angry eyes. End of chapter. White. Without waiting for Jiang Che to react, an angry rebuke suddenly came. Luo Shuyan glared viciously at Jiang Che, her gums gnashing. Jiang Che subconsciously covered his ears with a helpless face. Even though Luo Shuyan was an empress in her previous life, yelling at people was a bit harsh. Ahem. I'm actually really practicing, Jiang Che said somewhat helplessly. With the system, he didn't need to be like the other Imperial Beast Masters with spirit beasts at all, sitting there in a boring disc and meditating. Jiang Che just needed to wait for the system to automatically add points, so why should he eat hard without suffering? Moreover, Luo Shuyan's legs were really slender and elastic. Jiang Che felt exceptionally soft as soon as he laid down on it, and smelling the fresh fragrance around him, he unconsciously fell into a dreamy state. Big sister's knee pillow. That's the best pillow in the world. Who can resist not sleeping? Little white. I saw it with my own eyes, and you're actually still sophomoric. Looking at Jiang Che's innocent look, Luo Shuyan however only had disappointment. In her opinion, although Jiang Che had a divine beast bloodline, this divine beast bloodline was still in the unawakened stage. If Jiang Che kept on being this lazy, even if he had a hidden divine beast bloodline, in the end, he wouldn't be able to become a great man by then, let alone becoming a top powerhouse. I'm afraid that there was no way to even activate the divine beast bloodline. Luo Shuyan was also a little anxious in her heart for a while. One had to know that at this moment, Jiang Che was only an F-grade spirit beast. The reason why he himself had signed a contract with Jiang Che was for nothing more than the hidden divine beast bloodline. However, if Jiang Che was unable to activate his bloodline and wasn't even willing to focus on cultivation, then even if he was now dual-talented it would be useless. With her current strength, she wouldn't be able to carry an F-rank spirit beast. Luo Shuyan was in a somewhat lost mood for a while. Originally she thought that she would have good luck after being reborn, but she didn't realize that she was the one who thought things were too simple. Are you not trusting me? Seeing Luo Shuyan's somewhat lost expression, Jiang Che expressed his hurt. White, you're really letting me down. Hearing that Jiang Che was still lying, Luo Shuyan was very disappointed. She didn't expect the spirit beast she had her eyes on to be so unbearable. Tonight, you don't want me to make you any more good food. Luo Shuyan took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Seeing that Luo Shuyan didn't believe his words at all, Jiang Che could only helplessly shake his head. It seemed like a slight show of strength was in order for tonight's meal. Jiang Che revolved his spiritual energy and condensed a contractual spirit seal. Seeing the scene, Luo Shuyan was a bit puzzled, not knowing what Jiang Che wanted to do. However, she then also condensed a contractual spirit seal and reached out her hand to paste it onto Jiang Che's spirit seal. The two mysterious runes immediately began to merge in the air. The two were now in a contractual relationship and could sense each other through this fusion of spirit seals. Luo Shuyan, who was having a puzzled look on her face, immediately widened her eyes when she felt the changes in Jiang Che's body. Her mouth was so wide open that she was able to stuff an egg into it, and for a moment she was too shocked to speak. After a good half a moment, Luo Shuyan came back to her senses and slowly opened her mouth. You've already cultivated the beast god skill initiation? How is this possible? Luo Shuyan exclaimed out in shock, her tone filled with shock. The beast god skill could be said to be one of the most top-notch, peerless techniques that Luo Shuyan, in her previous life, had obtained. Even as an empress, she felt that this gong method was incredibly strong. However, accordingly, the cultivation threshold of such a powerful technique was also extremely high. Even if one wanted to get started, it was very difficult. In her previous life, Luo Shuyan had obtained this powerful technique only after she had already stepped into cultivation. But even so, she had spent half a month in order to cultivate this beast god skill. But Luo Shuyan hadn't expected that in just a moment's time. Jiang Che had actually comprehended this technique and cultivated it to the point of initiation. This was simply impossible. Luo Shuyan really couldn't figure out to what extent Jiang Che's talent was terrifying. You actually cultivated your way into the gate so quickly, and you're now a second-rank spirit beast. Wait, a second-order spirit beast? Luo Shuyan was once again shocked by Jiang Che, and her voice was directly raised a few degrees, shocking Jiang Che, who subconsciously covered his ears. Jiang Che really can't figure out why people always like to shout when they are excited. Even female emperors can't avoid it. At this moment, Luo Shuyan was sitting on the bed dumbfounded, her head lowered as she gazed at Jiang Che, her expression all a bit dull. The Luo Shuyan of just now still felt that she had misjudged herself and contracted a spirit beast with a lazy and scattered nature. But she didn't expect that this probe would not be allowed. The other party hadn't just already cultivated the beast god skill to begin with, but had even broken through the realm. It was important to realize that the reason Luo Shuyan was able to cultivate the beast god skill so quickly was entirely due to her experience in her previous life. Possessing the learning of a first-generation empress, she was able to get started so quickly, but she didn't expect that Jiang Che, who had come into contact with the beast god technique for the first time, would also be able to cultivate so quickly. The most crucial, not only had the beast god decision been cultivated into the door, but even the realm had been broken through. It was important to know that inside the academy, the spirit beasts that were supplied to those trainees to contract were all in the range of the second rank or below. Otherwise, with those low cultivation levels of the trainees, if they wanted to successfully contract a spirit beast, it would be too difficult. So only some of the lowest level demonic beasts could be used to ensure the success rate of the trainees' contract. Luo Shuyan couldn't help but gulp and took a few deep breaths before calming down her breathing, which had become rapid due to some excitement. That meant that at the time when the spirit beasts were first contracted, Jiang Che didn't even have a cultivation level of the first rank yet. But it was just such a short while of work. Not only had he cultivated the beast god skill, he had even managed to break through to the second stage range already. Luo Shuyan only felt that she was now a bit skyward and her brain was a bit blank. Happiness came too suddenly, causing Luo Shuyan to be caught off guard for a moment. How did you do that? At this moment, Luo Shuyan was stuttering a bit when she spoke. Even as an empress in her previous life, she found it unbelievable. Do what? Breakthrough, of course. How did you break through? I can't believe that you've already become a second stage spirit beast. Falling water time for a moment are a little excited. Directly then Jiang Che hugged up. Looking at the snow-white spirit beast in front of her, Luo Shuyan's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. She was curious as to how exactly Jiang Che had managed to cultivate so quickly. However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Che merely shrugged. Well, of course it's a breakthrough in your sleep. Is it hard to break through the realm? Rocky Smoke. Can you improve your cultivation even if you sleep? Are the beasts that perverted? End of chapter. Unreasonable. Just too unreasonable. Luo Shuyan had thought that she was a reborn empress and a dual-gifted person. For an imperial beast master, this kind of talent was already an extremely heaven-defying existence. But in front of this mysterious divine beast, it was still not enough. Now that Jiang Che was still only at F-level spirit beast, if he was able to activate the divine beast bloodline one day, Luo Shuyan didn't dare to imagine how powerful it would be. In just a moment's effort, Jiang Che had already broken through to a second stage spirit beast. This kind of speed was really a bit heaven-defying. And the most crucial thing was that Jiang Che had also been sleeping the whole time. Sleeping every day could raise his cultivation. Where could this be justified? Even Luo Shuyan felt a bit unbalanced in her mind at this moment. However, it soon occurred to her that Jiang Che was her own contracted spirit beast, and the two complemented each other. If Jiang Che's cultivation was faster than her own, then she would also have higher gains. Thinking of this, Luo Shuyan was relieved and her heart was joyful. Who would have thought that the F-rank spirit beasts that the world despised would be hidden divine beast bloodlines? Bye. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Then the rest of my sister's life will depend on you. Luo Shuyan's eyes were a bit glowing. Divine beasts were simply too mysterious. And even in her previous life as an emperor-level imperial beast master, she had never come into contact with a divine beast. I didn't expect that after being reborn. I realized that these divine beasts of legends were so terrifying. Luo Shuyan had just been telling Jiang Che that she was going to take him to break into the continent. Now it seemed that it was mostly up to Jiang Che to take the flyer on himself. Seeing Luo Shuyan in such an excited state, Jiang Che also returned to, like just now, a leisurely posture. All well and good. Just feed and serve the little lord well. Hey, okay, I'm going to cook. Luo Shuyan jumped and walked towards the kitchen, looking very lively and cute. Looking at Luo Shuyan's back, Jiang Che slightly raised his eyebrows. This little girl in front of her, who looked no different from the girl next door, really couldn't have imagined that she was an absolute empress in her previous life. However, this put Jiang Che's mind at ease. After all, he was just a miserable laborer in his previous life. If this Luo Shuyan is really a person with a dark heart, mastering the emperor's mind, I'm afraid I can't fight the other side. 2 days passed quickly, and Luo Shuyan held Jiang Che, who was like a glutinous rice ball, and arrived at the Zhanghai Imperial Beast Academy. If you wanted to participate in the Academy's examination, you had to go to the Academy to register the information about the Imperial Beast Master himself, as well as the spirit beasts that were prepared to participate in the battle. When the contract was first signed, Luo Shuyan was still a little worried that it would have an impact on this competition because the two signed the contract too late. However, ever since she had seen Jiang Che's powerful talent, Luo Shuyan didn't have a trace of worry in her heart. Aqua smoke. I'm here. Luo Shuyan sniffed and looked over, only to see Lin Xue'er standing at the entrance of the academy at the moment. The two had previously made an appointment to come to the school and register together. Looking at Luo Shuyan's arms, still holding only Jiang Che, Lin Xue'er couldn't help but slightly knit her eyebrows with a worried expression. Aqua smoke. Do you really want to bring this little guy to the competition? Although he's cute, he really doesn't seem to have any aggressiveness, and he's still only an F-rank spirit beast. As Lin Xue'er spoke, she also left one of her hands free to tease Jiang Che. Just such a little cutie. Bringing him to the tournament, wouldn't that be giving treats to other people's spirit beasts? Touching the smooth fluffy fur on Jiang Che's body, Lin Xue'er shook her head. Jiang Che listened with a black line on his face. You're a dead airfield. Every time we meet, you have to make up a story about me first. Jiang Che's gaze shifted downward, and he happened to see the silver fox in Lin Xue'er's arms, and the corner of his mouth immediately hooked into a bad smile. They say you have to look at the master to beat a dog. I'll look at you, the master, before I beat your dog. You little silver fox. Blame your master for your broken mouth. Jiang Che only slightly released a tiny bit of his body's aura, and the silver fox that was still sleeping soundly in Lin Xue'er's arms instantly woke up. The terrifying pressure of that divine beast on Jiang Che's body scared this silver fox to the point that its limbs went limp and its body trembled. Silver, what's wrong with you again? The silver fox in her arms appeared in a condition which could scare Lin Xue'er enough. She did not expect that this silver fox actually appeared again with this unknown symptom. It's really strange. Every time Ian is at home there's nothing wrong with him. How come he trembles non-stop when he sees this little cutie? Can't it be that the two of them are personality offenders? Lin Xue'er had a puzzled look on her face and was also a bit anxious. Once Silver Fox was in front of Jiang Che. After something went wrong, she brought it in for a checkup. It turned out that people said that the Silver Fox was in very good health, which made Lin Xue'er very puzzled. I didn't expect it to be like this again just today. Luo Shuyan's beautiful eyes flashed a smile. Maybe my family's little white is more inviting, and your Silver Fox is a bit happy to see him. That's why he's a bit agitated. Luo Shuyan, who had long since gained insight into the cause of the matter, couldn't help but curve the corners of her mouth. With that, she reached out her hand and gently patted Jiang Che, signaling him to take it as it comes. Luo Shuyan also didn't expect that this little guy looked very cute and harmless, but he was quite vindictive. Sure enough, when Jiang Che withdrew his pressure, the Silver Fox no longer trembled, but it was only in a slightly depressed state and did not dare to look at Jiang Che's eyes. Just as Lin Xue'er and Luo Shuyan were about to go in, they suddenly heard a lightly provocative shout from behind them. Yo, if it isn't our Luo big schoolgirl. The duo looked back to see a man in a name tag approaching. Behind him, there were also a few juniors who looked like doglegs and were holding a huge tiger-type spirit beast. The tiger was a big and strong tiger, so it looked formidable. I heard that our Luo big schoolgirl, Luo big genius, has actually signed a contract with an F-rank spirit beast? TSK, 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 let me guess. It wouldn't be this little guy in your arms, would it? The young man mocked with a playful face. Luo Shuyan glanced at him coldly, then ignored him and lifted her leg towards the school gate. but the two followers behind the man went straight around in front of them, blocking the way. Chen Zijie, what the hell do you want? Lin Xue'er, who was furious at the side, immediately turned around and shouted angrily. Jiang Che, who was being held in Luo Shuyan's arms, raised his head to look at the young man in front of him when he heard the commotion. This look didn't matter. Jiang Che directly snorted out a laugh. The man in front of me really looked like he was in trouble. In Jiang Che's previous life, that was a proper street skater, and should be taken directly to tea. Jiang Che understood in his heart that according to the plot, these guys in front of me, no surprise as to the classic type of villainous dragon set that specializes in giving these chi fortune daughters, and sending more experience. Usually such people end up worse off. End of chapter. Chen Zijie heard Lin Xue'er's furious rebuke when he let out a cold snort. Lin Xue'er, I advise you to mind your own business. This has nothing to do with you. Stay where you are and get the hell out of here. Chen Zijie was very arrogant, ignoring the gazes of the surrounding onlookers. After all, with his family history, even if the people around him appealed to the academy, it wouldn't be of any use. Luo Shuyan, this young man has been pursuing you for 3 years, and as a result, you actually never said yes. Now this young man will give you one last chance. Be my woman and I will guarantee you honor and wealth. Otherwise, for a waste like you who can only sign a contract with an F-rank spirit beast, you will only live a life worse than death in the future. Speaking at the back, Chen Zijie greedily looked up and down Luo Shuyan's body. The desire in her eyes was not hidden at all. Seeing Luo Shuyan's frowning and contemplative appearance, Chen Zijie thought that Luo Shuyan was afraid, and immediately laughed even more wildly. It was just that he didn't know that Luo Shuyan was merely thinking right now. Chen Zijie, who is it? You've been chasing me for 3 years? Why don't I remember anything? Luo Shuyan flipped through her memories and realized that there was simply no some impression about the other party. Besides, she'd come back from 50 years in the afterlife and had long forgotten who this guy in front of her was. But it didn't matter. After all, she had encountered this kind of existence too often. Luo Shuyan was also too lazy to memorize these unknown characters. It was a complete waste of her brain cells. Looking at the follower in front of her who was blocking the way, Luo Shuyan's complexion was ice cold. Asterisk 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 off. Luo Shuyan's tone was very cold, and surprisingly, it also exuded a morose chill. As an empress, even if she was reborn as a period when she had just contracted a spirit beast, she was still not something that could be compared to an ordinary person. Those two followers were surprisingly frightened by Luo Shuyan and subconsciously took half a step back. Even Chen Zijie, who was behind him, froze slightly, and then returned to mocking. Oh, you're really quite a big mouth. Luo Shuyan, you don't still think you're a former academy genius, do you? A hallowed existence with an A-rank talent has chosen such a useless F-rank thing, wasting your talent and the academy's teachings for nothing. The academy teachers won't protect you anymore in the future. While saying that, Chen Zijie looked at Jiang and Luo Shuyan's arms again, and Che looked even more disdainful, and even all but snorted out a direct laugh. You're just going to bring such a little piece of trash to the competition? Don't worry, Luo Shuyan, I'll fulfill you. I'll let my red flame tiger enjoy this feast. Oh no, this spirit beast of yours isn't even a feast. It's not even enough to stuff my red flame tiger's teeth. As Chen Zijie spoke, he also patted the huge tiger next to himself. This fiery red mottled tiger was none other than Chen Zijie's contracted spirit beast, the grade A red flame tiger. This spirit beast is extremely strong, and is a very powerful existence amongst spirit beasts. Hearing these mocking words from Chen Zijie, Luo Shuyan's eyes became very grim and her face was even more grave. An inexplicable baleful aura converged within her. Inside Luo Shuyan's body was the beast god skill running, and as she was about to make her move, she remembered the agreement between herself and Jiang Che. She had relived her life to storm higher mountains, not to waste time with these groundlings. Forcibly suppressing the anger within, Luo Shuyan then did not strike. It was only that Luo Shuyan could hold back from making a move, but Jiang Che didn't care about that. No one would put their eyes on his little F-rank spirit beast anyway. Since you look down on me, I'll show you what it means not to judge a beast by its cover. Chen Zijie looked towards that red sword tiger, only to see that the other party's eyes were full of arrogance, and there was even a hint of contempt when he looked at himself. I can't even tolerate this. Jiang Che slightly released his own aura, and when that red flame tiger sensed it, it immediately trembled in fear. Roar! Out of panic, this red flame tiger directly roared out. Jiang Che slightly raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this red flame tiger was not of a low grade. At least it was quite a bit higher than that silver fox. Although this red flame tiger was still somewhat frightened by Jiang Che, it wasn't as exaggerated as directly going limp on the ground. Chen Zijie, who was standing beside the red flame tiger, was suddenly startled by the roar of the tiger, and even his body almost fell a stagger. With his stubborn nature, he instantly wanted to turn around and curse angrily. However, when he turned his head back and saw that red flame tiger's massive body, he could only swallow his own saliva. Chen Zijie suppressed his inner displeasure and gently patted the red flame tiger's huge head. Red flame, listen. You can't eat that guy yet. Wait until you're on the field. Chen Zijie didn't react at all to whether his spirit beast was in a state of shock or due to excitement at this moment. When Chen Zijie saw this, he was a cold laugh. Since you can't see it, I'll help you. A purple ghostly light then flashed across Jiang Che's eyes, which was precisely the skill he had previously acquired through the system. Eye of Fear. As the name suggests, the Eye of Fear utilized both pupils to release a great pressure to shock the enemy, which was an extremely powerful divine sense attack. The system giveaway is a must-have. The red flame tiger, which had just somewhat regained its senses, looked towards Jiang Che's side. However, he only saw as if a flood beast originating from the ancient times, in front of him in general. Even the red flame tiger, whose body was 2 meters in size, was like a soft kitten in front of that flood beast. The fear that originated from the soul of the bloodline caused this red flame tiger to no longer be able to support itself, and its body trembled uncontrollably, emitting a whimpering sound. At this instant, even Chen Zijie could see that something was wrong. The red flame tiger, which had just been majestic and ferocious, looked like a scared and enlarged cat at the moment. The surrounding onlookers were getting more and more, and Chen Zijie's face was also a bit unsettled. He couldn't figure out what had happened to his red flame tiger, knowing that it was an A-class spirit beast that their family had prepared specifically for him, and its strength was not trivial. Looking at the red flame tiger that could not stop whimpering, Chen Zijie momentarily also had no clue. Can only walk up? Want to gently pat this red flame tiger, want to give him some comfort. Bear, bear, bear. However, what Chen Zijie could not have imagined was that he had only just gotten close to the red flame tiger when a sudden stream of heat hit his pants leg. Immediately afterward a smell of urine went right up his nose. Chen Zijie immediately yelled out, his figure falling back several steps in a row, and under staggering, he even fell directly to the ground. This could scare those followers around enough, rushed to run over to assist. Jiang Che, who had just finished casting his skill, looked at the paralyzed red flame tiger in front of him, and for a moment, he was also a bit stunned. Come on man, you're such a big guy and you're pissing yourself? End of chapter. Jiang Che also didn't expect that the red flame tiger in front of him would be so unperturbed. He had only made a slight move, but he had actually scared the pants off the other party directly. At this moment the crowd of onlookers could no longer hold back their laughter. Chen Zijie was usually arrogant and domineering in the academy, doing whatever he wanted based on his family's power, not putting those students and teachers in his eyes. At this moment, seeing that this arrogant young master had ended up in such a sorry state, the crowd no longer held back and sneered out. Hearing the jeers coming from his ears, Chen Zijie's entire body was on the verge of red warmth. In the eyes of the crowd, this Chen Zijie's body, all over, was becoming swollen and red at an extremely fast speed. Looking at Chen Zijie's such a wretched appearance, the several followers following him were all scared enough. One by one, their hands were in a mess, helping it up from among the urine stains. Only this red flame tiger was so big and strong that even the urine it peed was a big bubble. Chen Zijie was even closer to the red flame tiger's side earlier, and the lower half of his body was soaked. After falling to the ground, he even made an extreme mess of himself. Originally that full of famous brands, now it looks like a beggar on the side of the road. Not even a beggar. At least beggars don't smell of urine as heavily as he does. Looking at Chen Zijie in this sorry state, Lin Xue'er on the side laughed her head off. I say Chen Zijie, this is the A-grade spirit beast you were talking about. It's really extraordinary. This spirit beast of yours is really as unqualified as you are. To think that it would only urinate and defecate anywhere. But you're a very considerate person to be a master, actually wanting to go and help wipe the red flame tiger's urine. Hearing Lin Xue'er's words, even Luo Shuiyan couldn't help but feel a little bit embarrassed. And at this moment, Chen Zijie's entire body was still in a state of daze. To think that he, the great young man of the Chen family, was bared by his own spirit beast. If this matter were to spread out, he was afraid that it would cause him to be laughed out of Jianhai City, because it is in front of the college itself. There are a lot of people coming and going. And now that this side is out of the hustle and bustle, onlookers are even more numerous. Seeing more and more people see his wretched appearance, Chen Zijie only felt angry. The most crucial thing was that the culprit of this matter was still that red flame tiger that he had somehow suddenly peed on. Chen Zijie just wanted to vent his anger, couldn't find anyone. After all, this spirit beast that was so hard to contract couldn't be killed directly. He had wanted to properly thwart Luo Shuiyan, but he hadn't expected to lose his own face. Luo Shuiyan, I'll give you one last chance. Think about it, don't do it until you're forced to do it. Otherwise, I'll make sure you end up miserable. Seeing that there were more and more onlookers, after throwing down a harsh sentence, Chen Zijie left in a mess with a few followers and spirit beasts. Seeing Chen Zijie walk away, Lin Xue'er also gradually collected the smile on her face. Water smoke, you must be careful. This Chen Zijie guy has always been careful. Today he ate such a big loss. Out of such a big embarrassment. To his vindictive character. I see it is likely that this guy will do something out of the ordinary. Chen Zijie was from a powerful family in Jianghai City, while Luo Shuyan was just an ordinary student. Even Luo Shuyan's parents were dead and she didn't have anyone to rely on. The years have been lived on relief as well as scholarships issued by the college. Chen Zijie's spirit animal was a red flame tiger that the family had specially prepared for him, while Luo Shuyan could only afford the lowest ranked F-grade spirit beast on the market, or a human and harmless spirit beast. This was the difference between the two. According to Chen Zijie's usual style, Lin Xue'er was worried about Luo Shuyan's safety. Water smoke, why don't you come and stay at my home? Even if that Chen Zijie is arrogant and domineering, he wouldn't dare to run directly inside my family to cause trouble. Lin Xue'er was different from Luo Shuyan. Although the two were close friends, Lin Xue'er also came from a famous family. Her family's situation was not comparable to Luo Shuyan's. Don't worry, it's fine. Luo Shuyan smiled and politely refused Lin Xue'er. It was important to know that Jiang Che was in existence that possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, even though other people couldn't discover it. But fear not, 10,000 is afraid of the unexpected. Who knows these families? There is no special test means? It was better to do more than less. Not to mention that she had no intention of staying in this Jianghai city for a long time. For other imperial beast masters, Jianghai city might be enough to break in. However, in Luo Shuyan's opinion, this place was also really too small. Seeing Luo Shuyan's persistent appearance, Lin Xue'er also knew that there was no use for her to try to dissuade her. So she could only call it quits and instructed Luo Shuyan to say a few words about safety. Without Chen Zijie as a hiccup, Luo Shuyan quickly registered her own information. The academy teacher who registered the information saw the filled-out form in Luo Shuyan's hand, and had a face of hateful iron. With such a waste of a thing, you expect to let him win the tournament with you. I'm afraid you're not awake, are you? I'll give you one more chance. Fill out a new form and think about what spirit beast you should bring to the written test. However, upon hearing these words from this academy teacher, Luo Shuyan only shook her head firmly and sent the already filled-out form in her hand over. Looking at Luo Shuyan's stubborn appearance, the academy teacher could only sigh helplessly in the end. After registering and returning home, Luo Shuyan placed Jiang Che on the bed. Little White, I'm really sorry. These people have eyes and don't recognize the true dragon, so I've made you suffer today. Jiang Che, however, was indifferent to this, as long as it didn't bother him to lie flat. Cynicism was something he had experienced so much that it was nothing. Suddenly, Jiang Che thought of Chen Zijie today. He, who had read countless online articles in his previous life, understood that after tying the knot today, Chen Zijie, the villainous dragonet, would definitely continue to pester him. Right, next time you meet that Chen Zijie, just kill him. Ha! Luo Shuyan was all flabbergasted at her words. Why? Jiang Che looked at Luo Shuyan's dumbfounded expression and was instantly very speechless. You're still a born again. Don't you know that the first to strike is the strongest and the last to suffer? Since there is already a fault, it is natural to resolve the hidden dangers in advance. Are you waiting for people to come to you? Catch you off guard? The plots in the novels are all like this. And although the sons of Qi can solve their troubles in the end, they basically have to suffer losses. Either your parents and friends are sacrificing to heaven or the old grandpa inside you is sleeping. Jiang Che didn't want to offer heavenly sacrifices, and although he liked to sleep, he didn't want to stay awake for a while. Then it's just a matter of making the first move. After Luo Shuyan heard this, she immediately felt that it made sense. Just looking at Jiang Che's budding appearance and saying such murderous words, the sense of contrast was just too great. End of chapter. In the days that followed, Luo Shuyan listened to Jiang Che's advice. The number of times he went out was reduced, and more time was put into cultivation. If it was someone else pointing out Luo Shuyan, being an empress in her previous life, it would only make her feel ridiculous. But Jiang Che, as a demonic beast with a hidden bloodline, coupled with the time spent together, Luo Shuyan realized that this spirit beast she had contracted was becoming more and more mysterious. So mysterious that she could not understand it a bit. According to what Jiang Che had said, offending Chen Zijie nowadays would definitely lead to a lot of trouble. But no matter how arrogant and domineering Chen Zijie was, he wouldn't go so far as to directly barge into Luo Shuyan's home and commit murder. So as long as you live deep in your own life, you'll be safe. So Luo Shuyan trained intensely every day, the beast god skill flying through her body. As a female emperor after being reborn, Luo Shuyan cultivated even harder in this life than in her previous life. Having once stood at the top of this continent, she understood the importance of strength even more. And compared to Luo Xue'er, who was frantically cultivating day and night, Zhang Che was much more relaxed. Zhang Che's daily task was to eat and drink, and the rest of the time was to lie on Luo Xue'er's lap and sleep. A day in the life of a beautiful woman, and its cultivation was rising over time. With the lay-flat system in place, Zhang Che didn't even need to cultivate like other demonic beasts, and his own experience would automatically increase. Zhang Che's coziness could really make Luo Xue'er envious enough. Even after living 2 lives, Luo Xue'er had never seen an existence as heaven-defying as Zhang Che. Every day was just eating and drinking and sleeping, and all of them were able to keep breaking through. So where was this to be justified? The sun slowly rose from the sky, and the sunlight poured through the window onto the bodies of Luo Xue'er and Zhang Che. That reddish golden light reflected Luo Xue'er like a fairy. With a flutter of her eyelashes, Luo Xue'er slowly opened her eyes. A flash of golden light flashed amongst that pair of black pupils, as if it was the light emanating from the sunrise. A flash of joy flashed across Luo Xue'er's face. This beast god skill she had finally cultivated into. In her previous life, in order to cultivate the beast god skill, Luo Xue'er had spent half a month. This time, with the memories and accumulation from her previous life, she succeeded in just a few days. Feeling the spiritual energy that was constantly flowing through her body, Luo Xue'er slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After such a long period of hard cultivation, she had finally returned to the ranks of the Imperial Beast Masters. Although it was only a mere beginner, it was still considered a qualified Imperial Beast Master. Successful breakthrough. Looks like I'll have to find some time to visit the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. The Imperial Beastmaster Guild, the most widely distributed force in this world. It also possesses extremely strong strength and a high level of power of speech. As long as one successfully breaks through to become a full-fledged Imperial Beastmaster, even at the lowest level, one could register their identity information well with the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. By virtue of being an Imperial Beastmaster, one could receive some money from the Imperial Beastmaster Guild every month. For many Imperial Beastmasters with lower ranks and mediocre talent and qualifications, the monthly subsidy from the Imperial Beastmaster Union became the source of most of their livelihood. Not only that, but you can also take quests in the Imperial Beastmaster Guild to earn money or earn some cultivation resources. If one were to walk amongst the continent, having the identity of an official Royal Beastmaster Guild member would also be able to facilitate a lot of things. Now that I become a Royal Beastmaster with great difficulty, some of the secret techniques I practiced in my previous life can now begin to be practiced. The corner of Luo Xue'er's mouth curved up. Although she had many memories of her previous life after being reborn, it was because her current body was still too weak. Even if she possessed many powerful martial arts, Luo Xue'er couldn't execute them. Luo Xue'er stretched her waist, and that pretty figure couldn't help but swallow her saliva when she looked at Zhang Che. After moving her muscles, she pushed open the door to her room and headed for the backyard. Although Luo Xue'er's parents died, his parents left her an old mansion before they passed away. The old mansion was a bit run down, but the good thing about it was that it covered a large area and had a decent-sized backyard. This backyard happened to be used by Falling Water Smoke to cultivate her own martial arts. Standing in the center of the backyard, Luo Xue'er adjusted her breathing. The beast god technique was in operation, and the spiritual energy in his body continued to surge, only to see that on Luo Xue'er's hands, a fiery red divine aura began to be released as her spiritual energy operated. Immediately afterward, she formed an extremely arcane hand seal at an extremely fast speed. The cumbersome degree of this handprint, even if a teacher from Jianhai Academy saw it, I'm afraid he would be shocked. The onlooker could not even imagine that this was something a junior Imperial Beast Master could cast. Secret skill, Fire Phoenix Zone. As Luo Xue'er let out a soft cry, a majestic sizzling aura was released from her body. Only a bird with flames converging on it appeared above the sky. As Luo Xue'er reached out and waved her hand, the flaming bird instantly lifted its wings and flew out, directly blasting a large crater in the ground of the backyard, and the surrounding vegetation was burned to the ground. Luo Xue'er's eyes lit up and she nodded in satisfaction. To be able to execute such a strong martial skill at the stage of a junior Imperial Beast Master was truly unique. And this powerful secret skill was exactly what Luo Xue'er had realized in her previous life from the bloodline aptitude of the SSS rank Spirit Beast, the immortal Fire Phoenix. This big-breasted girl is working quite hard. She'll be a great success in the future. Zhang Che couldn't help but marvel as he leaned on the window and looked at Luo Xue'er, who was practicing with her strength in the backyard. But then he remembered that this Luo Xue'er was the Empress in her previous life. If it wasn't hard-working enough, how could this Luo Xue'er, who didn't have any background, cultivate to the peak realm? Returning back to his bed, Zhang Che's mind moved, and on his tiny paw, a large gold brick unexpectedly appeared. Looking at this huge gold brick, Jiang Che's eyes were slightly glowing. This was something he had dreamed of having in his previous life. And the piece he was holding now was no ordinary gold brick. This was his harvest from lying in Luo Shuiyan's arms last night and working hard to lie flat all night. Jiang Che subconsciously took a bite directly from the gold brick, only to almost collapse his teeth. This gold brick is still intact, not even a teeth mark. Qilin seal, powerful and hard. It can be quickly enlarged after instilling spiritual power, and the enemy can temporarily block the operation of spiritual power after being hit. In a trance, Jiang Che seemed to see a huge seal that looked like a mountain, suspended in the sky. That strong pressure made people not dare to fight against it at all. Jiang Che placed this Qilin seal in his hand and waited, only to feel that it was incomparably sturdy. After reading the Qilin seal's introduction, Jiang Che couldn't help but heave a smile. Isn't this the flip seal that comes with the silence skill? It's simply a must-have artifact for killing people and walking the rivers and lakes. End of chapter. Early morning, Jiang Che's two paws gently rested on the soft mountain pile. Ding! Laying flat on the Empress, rewarding a drop of Qilin's true blood. Jiang Che, who was lying on Luo Shuiyan's body and huffing and puffing, directly winced when he heard the sound and quickly woke up. Good fellow, it's actually that Qilin true blood again. Jiang Che's eyes were a bit glazed over. Originally thought that this Qilin true blood, the system had given a drop even. After all, this Qilin was a divine beast, and its essence blood was extremely precious. But I didn't realize that it was still a persistent reward, and I gained another drop just a few days later. This Luo Shuiyan is worthy of being a female emperor reborn. Following her around will increase your chi by a lot. Jiang Che looked up and realized that Luo Shuiyan was still in the middle of a deep sleep. Two small paws gently touched her. With that, Jiang Che gulped and climbed down from Luo Shuiyan's body. Without any delay, Jiang Che directly began to fuse this latest obtained drop of Qilin true blood. He had now learned that this world was not as peaceful as his previous life. Although in this life, Jiang Che only wanted to lie flat. The prerequisite for being able to lie flat in this kind of world was to have a strong enough strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid that just the aftermath of a strong person's encounter would be able to send him to the Western paradise. As Jiang Che's mind moved, the purple drop of Qilin's true blood was once again suspended in midair. All of a sudden the entire room turned purple. But it seemed to be the reason why this Qilin true blood was restricted by the system. Even if the Qilin true blood pressure was extremely strong, Luo Shuiyan, who was asleep on the bed, was not awakened. Jiang Che was also slightly relieved when he saw this. If this Luo Shuiyan woke up and saw herself fusing the Qilin true blood, it would really be a bit difficult to explain. In mid-air, the drop of Qilin's true blood, as before, could still be seen in the blood with a purple Qilin roaring continuously. Even if there was only a single drop of blood, that strong pressure was enough to make all living things in the world kneel and submit. The Qilin true blood rewarded by the system didn't have any rejection, and it directly integrated into Jiang Che's body. Instantly, the originally snow-white fluff of Jiang Che's body was tinted with a layer of purple haze-like light. The same majestic blood qi as before was running through Jiang Che's body. That powerful Qilin bloodline constantly nourished his meridians and flesh. It caused Jiang Che's body, which had already been greatly enhanced in itself, to once again undergo a huge change. The bones became tougher, the blood and flesh became more condensed, and the meridians were directly widened several times. And without Jiang Che's surprise, the intense pain of refining the essence blood remained the same. Jiang Che only felt as if he was going to be torn apart. Fortunately, with the support of the system, this kind of pain passed in an instant, and Jiang Che now sort of understood what was called one thought of heaven and one thought of hell. The purple halo disappeared, the entire room returned to tranquility, and Jiang Che became the same as he was at the very beginning. Although the outside remains unchanged, the inside has long been transformed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Currently level 13. Name Jiang Che. Level 13, 100/10,000. Bloodline, F-Class Unicorn, 10%. Skills, Spectral Sprint. Eye of Fear. Qilin Step. Spiritual Artifact, Qilin Seal. By observing the system panel, Jiang Che realized that behind his bloodline, there was suddenly an additional column for the Qilin. It seems to be due to this Qilin true blood. After refining 2 drops of Qilin true blood, the purity of the Qilin bloodline in my body has reached 10%. Just 2 drops of Qilin true blood had already allowed Jiang Che to feel what it was like to be transformed. This couldn't help but make Jiang Che fantasize about how terrifying his strength would be if he could successfully activate the complete Qilin bloodline. Just then, Luo Shuiyan also woke up. As Jiang Che's indentured servant, Luo Shuiyan vaguely sensed some changes. Little White, your cultivation level wouldn't have risen again, would it? Jiang Che nodded at his words and said without a care in the world. Yeah, I slept comfortably yesterday, so I just made a breakthrough. Rocky Smoke. Envious words. Luo Xue'er no longer wanted to say anymore. It used to be that others envied her talent, but now it was her turn. Right at this moment, a luxury car stopped directly outside Luo Xue'er's courtyard. From the car came down a young man in a brand name, followed by a large reddish-mottled tiger. The people who came were none other than Chen Zijie, who had made a fool of himself earlier, and his contracted spirit beast, the red flame tiger, as well as a few of his followers. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated old mansion in front of him, a flash of viciousness flashed through Chen Zijie's eyes. There wasn't much time left until the academy examination, and when that time came he would have to leave Jianghai, and Luo Xue'er, the school flower of Jianghai Imperial Beast Academy, had long been coveted by him. He must take Luo Xue'er down before he left. The new hatred coupled with the lust burning inside, so Chen Zijie came straight to the door today. Young master, after all, this Luo Xue'er is a highly valued genius amongst the academy. Would it be better for us to come directly to the door today? A follower was still a bit wary of Luo Xue'er's identity. After all, A-class gifted people were rare. However, Chen Zijie burst into a cold laugh. Although Luo Xue'er is an A-rank talent, she contracted an F-rank spirit beast with no combat power to speak of. And now she's long since become the joke of the academy. This kind of brainless woman can only be ravaged by this young master. Inside the house, Jiang Che and Luo Xue'er were still eating their breakfast. Luo Xue'er used a spoon and fed Jiang Che bit by bit, and also thoughtfully wiped his mouth. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Che burped and lazily rubbed his belly. Luo Xue'er also all packed up the table and prepared to start a new day of cultivation. Jiang Che, on the other hand, was directly lying on Luo Xue'er's thighs, ready to continue sleeping. But just then, there was a sudden shout from outside the door. Luo Xue'er, if you're sensible, hurry up and open the door for this young master. Otherwise, this young master will directly tear down this Thai courtyard of yours. Hearing Chen Zijie's voice, Luo Xue'er frowned, and a touch of fury flashed across her brows. Jiang Che, who had just fallen asleep, was directly woken up by this cry from Chen Zijie. His black pupils were filled with rage amongst them, desperate for someone to vent it out on. You see what I'm talking about? I told you so. A scumbag like Chen Zijie who can only make a fool of himself will definitely come back to trouble you again. Jiang Che said this while jumping down from Luo Xue'er's lap, his fluffy body seeming to have become a little hard from anger. Well, want to him? I kill and you burn? Men and women working together. Kill us and run straight away? Jiang Che gritted his teeth and said viciously. End of chapter. Ha? Just kill it? Hearing these words from Jiang Che, Luo Xue'er was all shocked in her heart, not expecting Jiang Che to be so decisive. It wasn't that she was too soft-hearted to do anything about it. She was just a little surprised that these words actually came out of Jiang Che's mouth. After all, Jiang Che, no matter how he looked at it, only looked like an extremely cute ball of glutinous rice. Such a cute and cuddly beast, but it turned out to be a bit of a contrast when it opened its mouth to kill and set fire. Seeing Luo Xue'er's surprise, Jiang Che couldn't help but roll his eyes. Nonsense! If we don't kill this kind of scum, can't we keep him for New Year's? Then didn't Lin Xue'er say that Chen Zijie's family lineage is extraordinary? If we don't slaughter him directly, we still don't know what kind of trouble it will lead to. Jiang Che knew very well that a dandy second-generation person like Chen Zijie didn't have any other skills, but his means of causing trouble was first class. Jiang Che was now reborn with great difficulty, and all he wanted to do in this life was to lie flat. He didn't want to be affected by a scumbag like Chen Zijie. Fine, then I'll listen to you. Just kill him and cut off any future troubles. Luo Xue'er nodded, a cold aura flashing in her eyes. She's no saintly mother *********. In the midst of this cruel world, there was no way for a soft-hearted person to cultivate to an emperor-level imperial beast master just by himself. For a moment a morose cold aura filled the air from Jiang Che and Luo Xue'er's bodies. The temperature of the entire room seemed to have dropped a few degrees, and even though the sun was shining right outside the window, an inexplicable chill still filled the room. Bang! Right at this moment, the door to this old mansion of Luo Xue'er was directly kicked open by Chen Zijie's two followers. With that, Chen Zijie brought his spirit beasts and followers and strutted in, obviously not putting Luo Xue'er in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with the fire of provocation and desire. Looking at the cold as ice Luo Xue'er inside the room, the corner of Chen Zijie's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Luo Xue'er, just now this young master asked you to open the door. Didn't you hear him? I think you're really a toast. Giving your face away. Chen Zijie looked at Luo Xue'er's cold as ice face and just felt angry. He had pursued Luo Xue'er for the past few years, and all he got in return was that cold and arrogant expression, coupled with the fact that earlier at the entrance of the academy, Chen Zijie had directly lost his face in a big way, and he put all of this on Luo Xue'er's head. Looking at Luo Xue'er's indifferent expression, the more Chen Zijie thought about it in his heart, the more angry he became. And before Luo Xue'er could open her mouth, he directly waved his hand. The several followers who had already been waiting on both sides saw Chen Zijie's gesture and immediately pounced towards Luo Xue'er. Each of Chen Zijie's several followers was tall and extremely strong. Although he wasn't an Imperial Beast Master, he was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. A few followers looked at Luo Xue'er with a burst of laughter. In their opinion, this dainty girl fell into their hands and was simply defenseless, especially when they saw that Luo Xue'er was actually standing still, not even hiding. Several people thought that Luo Xue'er had been scared silly. However, in the next second, one could only see Luo Xue'er's expression turn cold as she quickly formed a seal between her hands. With the beast god decision in motion, spiritual energy quickly gathered between Luo Xue'er's hands, and in the next second the temperature in the room quickly rose. Amidst the terrified eyes of several followers, a flying bird with flames converging appeared beside Luo Xue'er. The hot flames made people look at it and only felt incomparably terrified. A few followers hastily braked their feet, and then wanted to turn around and run away. However, Luo Xue'er didn't give them that chance at all. As Luo Xue'er pointed with her beautiful hand, the flying bird that the flames transformed into flew towards the several followers with a quick double arm lift. Boom! A loud boom rang out, only to see that only a few burnt bones remained where a few people had just stood. Chen Zijie was scared silly at the moment. The sudden appearance of the flaming bird of prey was really out of his expectation. Several of his followers died in front of him in an instant, which made Chen Zijie's legs unable to stop shaking. You? How did you get so powerful? The Luo Xue'er in front of her really made Chen Zijie feel unfamiliar. It was as if he was recognizing Luo Xue'er for the first time. He didn't expect that Luo Xue'er, who had just contracted a spirit beast not long ago, would be able to erupt such a powerful attack. But after the brief shock, a maniacal smile appeared on Chen Zijie's face again. Even if you, Luo Xue'er, are strong, so what? Luckily this young master came prepared. I'll see how you die today. As Chen Zijie's sardonic voice fell, he only saw a middle-aged man with a somewhat thin body and wearing a black robe slowly walk out from behind Chen Zijie. As this middle-aged man made a seal, a giant python appeared directly inside the house, with blood-red pupils that made people feel nothing but numbness in their scalp when they looked at it. You're a mid-level Imperial Beast Master? Luo Xue'er's pupils contracted for a moment. One huge difference between intermediate Imperial Beast Masters and low-level Imperial Beast Masters was that ultimate Imperial Beast Masters could open up their own Imperial Beast space and fit their contracted spirit beasts in it. She had just seen very clearly that this middle-aged man had summoned the contracted spirit beast directly from the royal beast space. This meant that the other party's cultivation had already reached the realm of a medium-extreme Imperial Beast Master. Little girl, obediently tie your hands, or don't blame the old man. The middle-aged man was holding his shoulders with a sardonic smile on his face, not putting Luo Xue'er in his eyes in the slightest. And before he could finish his words, he only saw a snow-white shadow that unexpectedly drilled out from the wall next to him. That speed was extremely swift, and even the middle-aged man, who was a mid-level royal beast master, did not react at all. One could only see a huge golden-colored object that directly slapped on the middle-aged man's head. Bang! The next second the middle-aged man's head, like a watermelon, directly exploded open, and he died violently on the spot. And this snow-white figure was none other than Zhang Che, who had just executed the ghostly dash steps. Utilizing the characteristics of this ghost dash step, he directly disappeared into the wall, secretly launching a sneak attack. Chen Zijie, who was on the side, was considered completely stupid this time. He hadn't even reacted yet, and the expert he had hired was just directly killed in seconds. What made it most difficult for Chen Zijie to accept was that the figure that had just flashed by was actually an F-grade spirit beast that he had previously looked down upon. Realizing that the big event is not good, Chen Zijie turned around and wanted to run away, but he suddenly found that a golden light appeared above his head. With a loud bang, Chen Zijie was directly smashed to death by the Qilin seal. Even Luo Xue'er was dumbfounded by this raw scene of Zhang Che's. Looking at the gold brick that quickly shrunk and returned to Zhang Che's paw, Luo Xue'er subconsciously asked, "Little White, what is this?" "Oh, it's a family heirloom." Luo Xue'er couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when she heard this. Worthy of being a divine beast, it actually had a family heirloom. End of chapter. The speed at which Zhang Che had struck was simply too fast, and those two contracted beasts hadn't even reacted until now, and their own master had actually died on the spot. They looked at Zhang Che and then at Luo Xue'er, shock and bewilderment filling their huge pupils. Usually, battles between Imperial Beast Masters were divided into winners and losers by pitting spirit beasts against each other. As a result, Zhang Che was really out of line. Before Chen Zijie and the others could even begin to give orders, he used the gold bricks he pulled out from wherever that was and directly resolved the duo. Even Luo Shuiyan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. This type of fighting style didn't even occur to her. After all, the current Jiang Che looked really somewhat harmless. That budding body, no one could connect him with the existence that had just instantly killed 2 people in seconds. Oh, and 2 little ones. Don't want to be there for your master when he dies. Jiang Che, on the other hand, didn't care about that much and smiled as he looked towards that second-ranked python and Chen Shajia's red flame tiger. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. He didn't know anything about Imperial Beast Masters being guilty and Spirit Beasts being innocent. That higher-ranked second-stage python was obviously a lot more intelligent than the red flame tiger. After hearing Jiang Che's words, the python's body contracted slightly, and it wanted to retreat backward. Jiang Che's swift speed just now made him realize that he could never be an opponent, although his opponent looked harmless. For some reason, this second-stage python always felt as if an extremely powerful force was hidden within Jiang Che's body. Only this python's movements were completely captured by Jiang Che. Jiang Che, who had watched a lot of the animal world in his previous life, could tell with a single glance that this giant python was pretending to attack, but was actually preparing to run away. To play it safe, Jiang Che directly started with Eye of Fear. At the same time, the Qilin steps were executed together, and a powerful aura was released from Jiang Che's body. In the terrified eyes of the red flame tiger and the second-order python, Jiang Che, whose body was originally very small, was actually like an ancient beast descending at this moment, and his terrifying pressure made them unable to move at all. In the fearful eyes of the 2 spirit beasts, Jiang Che directly threw out the Qilin seal. That huge spirit seal, in the middle of the mid-air, rose against the wind, just like a mountain. It directly smashed into the immobile python and the red flame tiger. Bang! After a loud bang, all of a sudden, blood was flying, and those 2 spirit beasts were directly compressed into a ground of flesh and blood. They didn't even have a chance to escape in front of Jiang Che. It's really good. You may not look like you're in shape, but you're very smart in a pinch. Looking at Jiang Che, who had retrieved the Qilin seal with a calm face, Luo Shuiyan couldn't help but feel a burst of admiration in her heart. Get rid of the traces, then pack up and run. Jiang Che turned around and spoke calmly. Killing a few people along with spirit beasts was like a routine for him. Luo Shuiyan, who was about to praise, had a smile that slightly froze on her face for a moment. In this moment she suddenly felt that the identity between herself and the spirit beast had switched over. According to normal circumstances, shouldn't it be the Imperial Beast Master commanding the spirit beasts? How did you turn it around on your side? However, Luo Shuiyan only hesitated slightly before she immediately began to act. Divine beasts. They always have the mindset of a divine beast and cannot be compared to other spirit beasts. What's more, this kind of divine beast that is resolute in killing and knows how to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger is something that no one else can even beg for. But most of all, the blood and corpses on this ground would be a big trouble if it wasn't solved as soon as possible. Luo Shuiyan pinched her hands together, and a scorching hot aura converged on her body. That red flame flying bird, which had just killed a few followers in seconds, once again appeared in mid-air. With Luo Shuiyan's several swings, the surrounding corpses were burned cleanly. Luo Shuiyan knew that she still had to run away. Chen Zijia's status in this Jianghai city is not bad. His family is prominent. If he doesn't run away as soon as possible, even if he burns his body, he will soon be found out. With his current strength as a reborn beginner great Imperial Beast Master, he was simply unable to stand up to those elders of the Chen family who had lived for a long time. Luo Shuiyan believed that as long as she left Jianghai, the Chen family's hands would be limited even if they were longer. If he was still able to enter an academy that ranked in the top few in the country, then with the background of the academy, even the Chen family wouldn't dare to make a move. Even if they knew that they had killed Chen Zijie, there was no way that they would be able to find their way directly to the academy, or else they would be the ones in bad luck. Luo Shuiyan didn't prepare too much luggage, only brought some light necessities, and left the old mansion that had accompanied her for many years. After all, this was a run, not a tour, and Jiang Che was quite satisfied that she was able to see that. A few hours later, the Chen family saw that Chen Zijie was late in returning and had lost contact with him, so they immediately sent people to track him down. Based on their investigation, they eventually locked in on Luo Shuiyan's home. A group of Chen clan powerhouses came directly to Luo Shuiyan's home. Only in this place they did not find any trace of Chen Zijie, only that there seemed to be traces of a fight within the courtyard, and there were many other places that had obviously been burned away. The Chen clan powerhouses were no cuties either. Immediately realized that something big must have happened. Zijie is missing. Everyone spread out. Seal off all entrances and exits to Jianghai. Check. Investigate for me. I must know where this woman called Luo Shuiyan has gone, and if she dares to touch my Chen family's people, I want her to die without a burial place. An old man of the Chen clan roared in anger with his eyes wide open. On the other hand, Luo Xue'er, who had run away early, had already brought Jiang Che to board the train to another city. Looking at the rapidly receding city behind her, Luo Xue'er clenched her fists. Jianhai City Chen family, when I come back next time, it'll be you who should be afraid. Retracting her gaze, Luo Xue'er hurriedly plopped down and began to cultivate. She was not going to waste a single moment of her real life. As for Jiang Che, he was still lying in her arms sleeping. Luo Xue'er had long since become accustomed to it now, and if Jiang Che didn't lie on top of her one day, I'm afraid she would be a bit uncomfortable. Not only that, if Jiang Che was hungry, Luo Xue'er would personally feed him, wipe his mouth, and straighten his fur. There were still many contracted beasts in this carriage, and when they saw this scene, they were all dumbstruck, their gazes filled with envy. It was important to realize that the relationship between spirit beasts and imperial beast masters was actually unequal. Spirit beasts like them were usually tethered to a rope and led directly by the imperial beast master. Some slightly larger spirit beasts, which had to fight as well as act as mounts, were ridden under the feet of the beast master, not to mention lying in the arms of the royal beast master to sleep, by the royal beast master personally feeding. Wiping the mouth is to see have not seen, have not even heard of. Beasts are more angry than beasts. Many spirit beasts in the carriage cannot understand. The same are all contracted spirit beasts. How the gap is so big. End of chapter. Killing and running away had no effect on Jiang Che. On the contrary, this never-before-experienced experience made Jiang Che feel a bit of excitement instead. Deep in the depths of the soul, something seemed to be slowly awakening. Intercity trains are smooth but certainly not as comfortable as being at home. But for Jiang Che, it didn't matter whether he took the train or the carriage. Anyway, he was lying in Luo Xue'er's arms and was sleeping very soundly himself. Ding! The host is still able to lie flat in waves during the escape and is in the arms of the Empress, rewarding the host with a blitz bonus. 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Current level 14. Waking up again from his sleep, Jiang Che slowly stretched his back. He didn't expect that this time. Not only did he get the hangover reward of Beast God's decision, but there was even a blitz effect for laying flat. Laying down flat can actually be a lucky strike. Where can this be justified? Jiang Che was also delighted in his heart. This system was becoming more and more to his liking. It's true that laying flat is the way to go, and being happy in life is the most important thing. Who says cultivation must be miserable and sleepless? Isn't he sleeping quite comfortably? Little White, you've broken through again. Luo Xue'er, who was in the middle of her cultivation, opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Che on her legs and laughed lightly. Being in such close contact, Luo Xue'er also felt that Jiang Che's suddenly enhanced strength fluctuation. Of course, because of the relationship of the contract, Jiang Che's enhanced strength was going to feed back part of it to Luo Xue'er. At this moment, feeling this rapid increase in Jiang Che's speed, Luo Xue'er was very surprised. It wasn't long ago that Jiang Che had just made a breakthrough. I didn't expect that. Now that I've woken up, I've actually made another breakthrough. A divine beast is a divine beast. This talent is really not comparable to an ordinary spirit beast. Hungry. Jiang Che directly opened his mouth without any explanation. Seeing this, Luo Xue'er couldn't help but secretly speculate in her heart. Everything in this world has a law and a law. Xiaobai either eats or sleeps every day. Is it hard to believe that the main reason is that eating and digesting things can constantly improve the strength? Thinking about this, Luo Xue'er felt more and more likely. Without saying a word, she directly ordered a large amount of food for Jiang Che. Everything sold on the intercity train was expensive, but fortunately Chen Zijie and his followers had provided her with a lot of warmth earlier. Luo Xue'er had fought countless battles in her previous life. She was a former peerless empress, not a dainty little girl. It's perfectly normal to kill and touch a corpse. It's all just a passing thing. Soon enough, a portion of food was served, and he watched as Jiang Che ate happily amongst a pile of luxurious feasts. That look of happiness made some of the surrounding spirit beasts all envious. Just smelling the aroma made them drool. The train had other stops halfway down the line, and with this stop, several young men and women stepped into the car. 2 men and 2 women, all imperial beast masters, obviously either from an academy background or the sons of a large family. As the 4 passed by Luo Xue'er, they all noticed Jiang Che in her arms. Those 2 female imperial beast masters instantly couldn't walk away when they saw Jiang Che's adorable appearance. Snow white fluff, petite body, lovely posture. Compared to the other spirit beasts, Jiang Che was undoubtedly too far ahead in terms of appearance. The 2 women both wanted to observe Jiang Che from a close distance, so they simply sat down a few seats directly next to Luo Xue'er. Only the train is not a departure station here, and there aren't many empty seats around. Get out of the way. I'm going to sit here. Get yourself another seat. A young man, relying on his strength and higher status as a beastmaster, arrogantly asked a few ordinary people to change their positions. We were on the bus first. Won't you guys go sit in the other seats? Several of the passengers looked a little disgruntled, but immediately after this man, he released his aura of being a royal beastmaster, and those few ordinary people were immediately scared pale. These few people who were forced to change their seats, although they were annoyed in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything, so they could only quickly get up and walk towards the distance. After all, there was no way for an ordinary person to be comparable to an imperial beastmaster, regardless of strength or status. Hello, we are planning to go to the ancient capital of Xi'an. Are you going there too? The train ended in Xi'an, so one of the men inquired speculatively. Yes, Luo Xue'er frowned and simply responded and then stopped paying attention. In both her past and present lives, she didn't like interacting with strangers, let alone a member of the opposite sex. Moreover, what these people did earlier, Luo Xue'er had seen in her eyes. Because of the status of a royal beastmaster, they were bullying others. Luo Xue'er really didn't have a good feeling towards them. Wow, your spirit beast is so cute. At this time, a woman with a high ponytail and a face full of innocence came beside Luo Xue'er and said with a smile to Luo Xue'er, "What a cute spirit beast. I've never seen one before. Can I pet him?" Though the woman's mouth was inquiring, but with her movements, she simply ignored whether Luo Xue'er agreed or not, and directly reached out towards Jiang Che's head to touch it. Jiang Che's eyes snapped open, and he saw a large hand reaching towards him. With a movement of his tail, he directly slapped away the hand that the woman was reaching for. "Lina, are you okay?" One of the men quickly walked over and inquired with a concerned face while glaring viciously at Jiang Che. However, considering Luo Xue'er herself was also a great beauty, even more so than Lina's beauty. Moreover, the other party was also a royal beastmaster, so the man didn't act a bit too aggressively. "Hey, I'm fine. This little guy doesn't hurt when he hits people." Lina smiled and shook her head. Jiang Che sniffed but scoffed. Although he hadn't used much strength, his body was completely different now. The tail, even if it's just a random sweep, that's bad. What a personalized spirit beast. I haven't even encountered one before. Such a cute spirit beast is really enjoyable. If only it could follow me. Lina endured the pain coming from her hands, and continued to speak. Her eyebrows were joyful, and her whole tone was even more gentle. As for Luo Xue'er on the side, she was directly ignored and only stared at Jiang Che. Luo Xue'er heard this. The heart is very uncomfortable. Eyebrows slightly knit, look a little unhappy. This is clearly when she faced digging feet. As a female herself, she could tell at a glance that the woman in front of her was definitely proper green tea. The other party deliberately used this gentle tone, obviously hitting on Xiaobai. If it was an ordinary spirit beast that wasn't intelligent enough, I'm afraid that there was a real possibility that it could be deceived by this pure and beautiful woman in front of it. At least Luo Xue'er could see that the man who revolved around Lina was clearly not smart enough in the head. Looking at Lina's eyes staring at Jiang Che without blinking, Luo Xue'er burst into a cold laugh. "Think you can get White to take a liking to you with such shoddy tactics?" End of chapter. And just as Luo Xue'er thought, the man who was circling around Lina really wasn't too bright in the head. "Nana, do you like this spirit beast a lot?" The man's eyes lit up. He had been chasing Lina for a long time and had been looking for a chance to express himself. Now that he saw Lina's eyes staring at Jiang Che without blinking, looking at that appearance, it was clear that he liked it very much, making him feel that his chance had come. Aha! For her part, Lina didn't have the slightest intention of rejecting his advances. Lina turned and nodded, revealing those big, innocent, bright eyes. "This spirit beast is so cute. I love him so much. Can you help me, Wang Feng?" Lina's tone was very gentle, and her soft voice immediately caused the heartbeat of the man called Wang Feng to accelerate. Only the conversation between the two was as if they were directly treating Luo Xue'er as heir. It was obvious that Jiang Che was Luo Xue'er's contracted spirit beast, but as they asked and answered questions to themselves, they directly ignored the existence of Luo Xue'er as the master of the Imperial Beastmaster. "Make an offer." In order to be able to show off his abilities in front of his crush's goddess, Wang Feng directly said to Luo Xue'er. That condescending attitude made Luo Xue'er only feel ridiculous, but compared to Luo Xue'er, the one who was even more angry was Jiang Che. "What a pair of dogs! How dare you treat me as goods to be bought and sold here?" It was important to realize that even if Jiang Che in his previous life had been squeezed by his black-hearted boss, it wasn't to the extent of being directly bought and sold. Jiang Che was angry, and the consequences were serious. Anger rising in his heart, Jiang Che turned his head to the side, where a black canine-type spirit beast being held by Wang Feng. With the eye of fear unleashed, the defenseless black canine-type spirit beast was instantly terrified. The spirit beast that was originally still in high spirits now had limp limbs, and even standing was a bit difficult. Even because of its fear of Jiang Che, this black canine-type spirit beast was directly scared to pee. The kicker was that, coincidentally, he peed directly on Lena's foot. All of a sudden a sharp scream rang out, and the ear-piercing sound caused many passengers to cover their ears. "Asshole, you broken dog, how dare you soil my clothes, I'm going to kill you, I'll kill you." Lena's entire body was almost having a seizure. As a pampered young lady, how had she ever been treated like this? Now that he was actually pissed on by a spirit beast on his feet, he was afraid that he would be laughed out of the room when he said it. Smelling the stench coming from her feet, Lena almost dry-heaved. That originally still somewhat innocent and pretty face looked incomparably hideous at the moment. Those bright eyes only had endless malice and madness at this moment. The elegance that Lena had created earlier was gone at this moment. Almost frantic, she couldn't wait to directly make a move to slaughter that spirit beast that Jiang Che had scared the piss out of. Wang Feng, who was still trying to be attentive on the side, was even more eager to directly find a crack in the ground. "I wanted to perform well in front of my goddess, but I didn't expect to make a mistake and lose my face." The bottom line was that the spirit beast that pissed on Lena was his own, which made it even more embarrassing. After all, Wang Feng could not directly slaughter his contracted spirit beast. Looks like it was White who did it again. Luo Shuyan, who was sitting on the side watching the show, couldn't help but have a dark laugh in her heart. After these few times, Luo Shuyan could already see that Jiang Che was by no means as harmless as he appeared on the surface. What's more, that spirit beast of Wang Feng's now was exactly the same as what happened to Chen Zijia's red flame tiger back then. Even a little cutie could have guessed what was going on. "Hello, I would like to complain that someone here is urinating and defecating and yelling, which is seriously affecting our writing experience, and I would like to change my seat," Luo Shuyan ceremoniously called the conductor. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Li Na and Wang Feng were even more furious. But now that this is the case, they have no face to open their mouths again. The strange look in the train conductor's eyes when he came over made Li Na and Wang Feng even more eager to jump straight off the train. Even with the two of them together on the car, the other pair of men and women, also at this moment with them to pull away from the distance, afraid to be recognized as if they know each other. The speed of the train was fast, but the city Luo Shuyan was going to was Xi'an, and there was a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers between it and Zhanhai City. The two cities are arguably the opposite of each other, and it takes 2 days to get there. As the little episode ended, Jiang Che continued to lie on Luo Shuyan's lap again. Although something had changed, Jiang Che was in a very good mood, because just now, according to the system's reminder, on the way to this escape, the harvest reward still appeared to have a blitz effect. Combined with the experience from the original hangout, Jiang Che had already risen to level 15 at this moment. This terrifying cultivation speed was truly smacking one's lips. Luo Shuyan simply closed her eyes tightly and pretended that she couldn't see it. It's true that people are more angry than animals. Ding! Congratulations on successfully reaching level 15. Rewarded with a new special ability, Space. Jiang Che's eyes that were originally a bit slight were all instantly enlarged. This ability was something he had heard of many times in his previous life. Among the novels he read in his previous life, usually the protagonist would have a very impressive storage space. That's practically a proprietary skill for walking the streets and killing people. Although Jiang Che didn't know yet what could be done with this space, but at least for him now, the acquisition of this spatial power would make it all much easier in the future. At the very least, that unicorn seal, now, didn't have to be held in his own claws. Putting the Qilin seal into space and taking it out again and again, Jiang Che kept testing it as if he had acquired a new toy. 2 days passed quickly and the train finally arrived in Xi'an. After safely getting off the bus, Luo Shuyan and Jiang Che were also relieved. Separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, even if the Chen family's hands were longer over here, they would still be limited. The Chen family's strength in Zhanhai City was indeed extraordinary, but not to the point where it was directly in the country. Hand in hand, after getting off the bus, Luo Shuyan found a luxury hotel nearby to stay. Anyway, with the financial support from Chen Zijie and the others, it didn't hurt to spend this money. The hotel that Luo Shuyan chose, on the other hand, was able to isolate the Imperial Beastmaster's aura, which was very important to her. Because of these successive breakthroughs of Jiang Che, the effect of feeding back to Luo Shuyan, the Imperial Beastmaster, was very large. Luo Shuyan felt the level of fullness in her body. It seemed like she was about to break through to a medium extreme Imperial Beastmaster. This cultivation speed made herself feel a little shocked. Little White, I'm going to be in seclusion. I'll prepare the food for you here first. After the instructions, Luo Shuyan went straight to bed and sat down on her knees to enter a state of cultivation. Jiang Che, on the other hand, continued to sleep and lie flat on Luo Shuyan's legs after having a full meal. End of chapter. After a night of hard cultivation, at dawn, Luo Shuyan finally managed to make a breakthrough. Coming from a beginner-grade Imperial Beast Master to the realm of a middle-grade Imperial Beast when it came to the realm, the spiritual energy in her body increased exponentially, allowing Luo Shuyan to be able to perform her skills more quickly. And the elevation of the realm also allowed Luo Shuyan's physical quality to further enhance. And her 5 senses were also a bit more agile than before. And just as Luo Shuyan made her breakthrough, Zhang Che also woke up with some sensation. Congratulations to contracted Empress Luo Shuyan. She has successfully broken through to the middle-ranked Imperial Beast Master, rewarded with the skill, Qilin armor. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Che's eyes let out light. Another skill gained in so many days, and the name was clearly born because of the unicorn bloodline. Zhang Che hadn't examined it carefully yet, but just by hearing the name he knew that it was definitely a very strong defense skill. After obtaining Qilin True Blood, he had obtained the Qilin Talent Avatar Qilin Steps, and now he had obtained a skill Qilin Armor. Zhang Che felt that the Qilin was on the verge of being gripped by himself. Although this skill was very strong, Zhang Che didn't rush to cast it. In case some sharp scales grew on his own body after running the skill, he was afraid that he would scratch Luo Shuyan's thighs. Little White, I've made a breakthrough. Just as Zhang Che was still immersed in the new skill, Luo Shuyan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her tone filled with joy. Luo Shuyan simply didn't dare to imagine that it had only been a short time since she came back from this rebirth. But she had actually directly crossed over to an intermediate royal beast master. One must know that in her previous life, she had suffered a lot and spent a lot of time in order to cultivate to an intermediate level imperial beast master. And this time, but only a few days' time, successfully crossed the class. This speed, look at the whole continent, are absolutely unique. Is this the promotion speed of a divine beast? The feedback effect for the imperial beast master is surprisingly outstanding. The eyes that were looking at Zhang Che by the falling water were beginning to emit a bright light at this point. She knew very well in her heart that with her own talent, she simply couldn't do anything to cultivate to a middle-ranked beast master so quickly. There was only one possibility, and that was the backlash from the contracted spirit beasts. Usually, the spirit beasts that the Imperial Beast Master had just contracted would still need to be carefully nurtured by the Imperial Beast Master before they could do so. If one wanted the spirit beasts to feed back on the Imperial Beast Master, it would take quite a bit of time, but this was simply the easiest thing for Zhang Che. Luo Shuyan knew very well in her heart that if it wasn't for Zhang Che's successive breakthroughs, if she had to rely on herself, she would still have at least half a month before she could break through to intermediate royal beast master. So excited? Then don't give me something good to eat. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuyan swept her gaze and realized that all of the things that she had ordered for Zhang Che before her seclusion had actually been finished building. Fine. I'll order it. Luo Shuyan immediately complied after hearing Zhang Che's words. Right now, Zhang Che was no longer just an ordinary contracted spirit beast to Luo Shuyan. This was the big treasure he had picked up. Soon the hotel waiter pushed in a cart of food. It was just that the other party's eyes that looked at Luo Shuyan were a bit strange for a while. After all, there was only Luo Shuyan in the room. This dainty little girl, and a harmless petite spirit beast. It didn't look like a big appetite in any way. Little White, there are still 5 days to go before the ancient capital Xi'an Imperial Beast Master Guild conducts a collective quiz. If the quiz successfully passes the criteria, you'll be able to join the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Why do you want to join that what's his name guild? Zhang Che said vaguely as he gnawed on the chicken leg in his hand. Compared to Luo Shuyan, who was somewhat excited, Zhang Che had little interest. For him, he could become stronger just by lying down, and joining any guilds or other people's forces was completely meaningless. You don't know, Little White, that for an Imperial Beastmaster, joining the Imperial Beastmaster Guild is a very important thing. Luo Shuyan sat up straight and straightened her expression as she explained. The Imperial Beastmaster Guilds are all over the country, and if you can become an official Imperial Beastmaster, with that status, it's a pass. That would make it very convenient for us no matter what we do, but without an identity certified by the Imperial Beastmaster Association, then no matter what secret realm or cultivation resources are available, they will have nothing to do with the two of us, and a lot of places will be inching up. Luo Shuyan, who had been an empress in her previous life, was well aware of the power of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild and its importance to Beastmasters. This guild is spread all over the country and has chapters everywhere. Joining it will open up more opportunities. Oh, well, since it's good for you, you can go if you want. After Zhang Che heard all of this, he still looked very flat. Right now he was a spirit beast, and whatever guild he joined had little to do with him. What's more, for Zhang Che, even if those guilds were as strong as they were, there was no way the cultivation resources they provided could be compared to his own liege. The Beastmaster Guild has the blood of divine beasts? A divine beast's natural aptitude? It's still a little more reliable to have your own lay-flat system. Seeing Jiang Che's calm demeanor, Luo Shuyan wasn't the least bit surprised. After this period of time, Luo Shuyan knew that Jiang Che was not as clueless and cute as he appeared on the surface, as harmless as a human animal. After all, spirit beasts that were so humanized and had just signed a contract, and then went out to kill without hesitation were extremely rare. With my current strength, my quiz scores will definitely be top-notch, and I happen to be a graduating senior cadet who may possess the opportunity to join Tian K Academy. Tian K Academy, amongst this ancient city of Xi'an, was considered to be the top royal Beastmaster Academy. Its comprehensive strength was not a bit stronger than the Zhanghai Imperial Beastmaster Academy that Luo Shuyan had previously joined. However, Luo Shuyan was still very confident in herself, and with Jiang Che's blessing, if even she didn't have this chance, it would be even more unlikely for others. Taking a deep breath, Luo Shuyan came before Jiang Che, her expression becoming somewhat serious and earnest. But before that, why'd I think we need to give each other the benefit of the doubt? Between a royal beast master and a spirit beast, you have to know your roots in order to fight better and cultivate better. Luo Shuyan always felt that she really couldn't see through Jiang Che. Obviously, Little White was just a very cute and petite spirit beast, but Luo Shuyan always felt that the other party's mind was even deeper than her own. A spirit beast thinking more lucidly than a royal beast master was a rare sight. Jiang Che nodded at his words and subconsciously said, "That's fine. You're right. I, a sentinel master, do need to have information about people as well." This. Luo Shuyan was a little speechless for a moment by Jiang Che's words. This was the first time she had heard of this imperial human master, but they originally signed an equal contract, so it doesn't seem to be a problem to say that. You report first. Jiang Che ate and drank his fill and lay on Luo Shuyan's lap. Finding a comfortable position, he prepared to comfortably listen to Luo Shuyan's presentation. End of chapter. Luo Shuyan looked at Jiang Che and nodded after a little contemplation. Little White, I've already informed you earlier that I'm actually a reincarnated and reborn person, and in my previous life, I cultivated to the level of an imperial beast master. Earlier, I'm afraid you thought that I was lying to you in order to get close to you, but I'm telling you now that all I said before was the truth, and that I was indeed an empress at one time. As she spoke, Luo Shuyan straightened her back, and an aura of being above all beings was released. It was obviously the existence of a long-time superior, only that his current strength was somewhat mismatched with his temperament. Luo Shuyan looked at Jiang Che, wanting to see an expression of surprise on Jiang Che's face, but to Luo Shuyan's some disappointment. After she recounted all this, Jiang Che's face didn't have the slightest expression. It was still flat. The mysterious spirit beast that looked like a ball of snowflakes was still in that languid state at the moment. Not even her slightly narrowed eyes were opened in surprise, which couldn't help but make Luo Shuyan a little disappointed. After this period of time, Luo Shuyan realized that she, the reborn empress, seemed to be no match for her contracted spirit beast. Jiang Che was far ahead in terms of talent, and was even able to give feedback to herself, allowing her to break through to the range of a middle-ranked imperial beastmaster. The battle power was even more exaggerated, as Jiang Che moved to directly kill two imperial beastmasters with their spirit beasts in seconds. As for Luo Shuyan's battle record, she had only killed a few ordinary followers. At this moment, with some comparisons, Luo Shuyan was also somewhat speechless. Jiang Che looked at Luo Shuyan. Seeing that the other party didn't speak with an expectant face looking at himself, he randomly said, "Continue. Don't worry. I believe you. I believe you are the empress. I am now practicing a total of 2 skills, both of which I used to practice in my previous life. It's not particularly powerful, but it's at least SSS ranked." As she spoke, Luo Shuyan's face once again flashed with a touch of arrogance. Although she said it very easily, but above this continent, SSS level, that was the most top-notch martial skill. Not to mention SSS grade, even S-grade martial arts would make many strong people rush for them. And unsurprisingly, after listening to Luo Shuyan's words, Jiang Che remained expressionless as if he didn't care about these skills. Seeing this, Luo Shuyan was also a bit helpless. She always seemed to not have the majesty of the empress in her previous life in front of Jiang Che. These 2 secret techniques are, respectively, the SSS-ranked Fire Phoenix Song, and the SSS-ranked Divine Xian Spirit Armor Cloth. 2 skills, 1 offense and 1 defense. Phoenix Song is in my home. You've already seen me perform it. It's something I comprehended in my previous life from my contracted spirit beast, the SSS-ranked Immortal Fire Phoenix. And the other Xianling Armor Cloth is a defensive martial art that I comprehended from the Xian Wu True Turtle. Saying that, Luo Shuyan directly jumped off the bed to show off for Jiang Che, only to see that under the operation of Luo Shuyan's own spiritual energy, a burst of white light immediately emanated from her body. The glow was very soft, bright but not blinding. Under the illumination of this light, it set Luo Xue'er off even more beautifully, just like a fairy in the heavenly palace. Even Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh. Although this Luo Xue'er was young, she was a complete beauty. If it were another 2 or 3 years, it would definitely be the absolute beauty that would become popular all over the world. As the white light gradually closed in, only a thin layer of white veil appeared on Luo Xue'er's body, adding a holy aura to it. Under this light reflection, Luo Xue'er was like the most beautiful holy maiden in the world. Jiang Che couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Such a beautiful and moving being was something he hadn't seen at all in his previous life. Without any refinement, without no extra makeup embellishment, just the most essential look is enough to amaze the world. Jiang Che believed that if it was under the kind of highly developed modern media in his previous life, Luo Xue'er would definitely become an overwhelming star that would take the world by storm. This is the Qianling armor cloth, which has an extremely strong defensive power, Luo Xue'er said with a confident face, only for her to realize that Jiang Che's eyes were a bit strange. Just this thing is a SSS grade defense secret skill? Such a thin membrane, are you sure it won't break if I touch it? Jiang Che frowned and directly questioned. He had to admit that the white veil was just gorgeous. Wearing it on Luo Xue'er's body was even more complimentary, but how it looked had nothing to do with defense. I'm afraid this silly woman was just trying to be aesthetically pleasing when she created the secret technique in her previous life. Even Jiang Che was a little skeptical that he could possibly breathe through even if he blew on his own breath. Hearing Jiang Che's skeptical remarks, Luo Xue'er immediately became anxious. This was her previous life's masterpiece, but as a result, she didn't expect it to be so bad in Jiang Che's eyes. Little white, this is a SSS grade defense technique that can be maintained on my body all the time and can move with my body. It's not an ordinary defense martial art. The Xuanwu True Turtle was a SSS class spirit beast with extremely strong defense, and this Qianling armor cloth was precisely the natural aptitude that was taken off from the Xuanwu True Turtle. That strong defense. In his previous life, he didn't know how many times he had saved Luo Xue'er from fire. As a result, I didn't expect that after I was reborn, I was questioned by a spirit beast that only had a second-order cultivation, even though the spirit beast had a divine beast bloodline. Seeing that Jiang Che still had a skeptical look on his face, Luo Xue'er directly straightened her chest. Don't believe it, do you? If you don't believe me, come and poke it and see if you can break it. Jiang Che didn't even make any ambiguities when he heard this, and immediately nodded his head. Just try it. Saying that, Jiang Che then tied Luo Xue'er away, walking to the edge of the bed, originally wanting to stretch out his claws to touch Luo Xue'er. Jiang Che, however, found that he had the intention to do so, and with his current body, that little paw was no different from vacating in place. Looking at Jiang Che in this adorable manner, Luo Xue'er was also amused and giggled. This infuriated Jiang Che. Come here. You squat down. Luo Xue'er nodded with a light smile, then slowly squatted her body. Only Luo Xue'er had forgotten that what she was wearing was still just an ordinary low-cut dress, especially after casting the Qianling armor cloth. The layer of white veil was wrapping her figure, giving it a concave and convex shape. Luo Xue'er's already enchanting body was set off even more seductively at this moment. Looking at the large expanse of snow white as well as the deep gullies in front of him, Jiang Che only felt a stirring of qi and blood in his body. Jiang Che had to sigh. It's a pity that he is a spirit beast now. Otherwise, taking a deep breath, Jiang Che stretched out a finger and pointed it towards Luo Xue'er. He was worried about hurting Luo Xue'er, so Jiang Che only used 10% of his power. The soft touch after touching that layer of gauze made Jiang Che a bit apathetic for a while. You don't say. It's really. With that, Jiang Che even pressed down directly, and that Qianling armor cloth was directly dented by his pressure. At this moment, Jiang Che's claws, and Luo Xue'er's rounded fullness, were only separated by a thin layer of membrane. Luo Xue'er was blissfully unaware that Jiang Che's body had long been churning with qi and blood by now, and was still explaining to herself. This is the characteristic of the Qianling armor cloth. When encountering a strong force, it is able to change its form to unload the force, so it is very difficult to be broken. I know some other SSS ranked secret techniques, but I need more strength to do so. These two are considered not too demanding on the realm, but of course with my current power, I can't utilize the full effect. Then Luo Xue'er looked at Jiang Che with a face full of anticipation. Alright little white, it's your turn. Jiang Che reluctantly nodded, and then under Luo Xue'er's gaze, his figure directly became illusory. Ghost Sprint, which allows me to transform into a ghost, penetrate physical obstacles, and ignore physical attacks. You've seen this one before. As for what level it is, I don't know myself. Such a strong auxiliary technique is enough to be classified above SS rank, Luo Xue'er commented. Of course, she also thought that she had been a bit conservative in her assessment. After all, just ignoring physical attacks alone could be considered a miracle. The reason why it was evaluated as SS level was mainly because Xiao Bai's realm was too low for Luo Shuiyan to fully and objectively assess it. And, what else? There is another one, the Eye of Fear, which simply means that it can make people afraid. So it is. Luo Shuiyan came to a sudden realization. She was speculating earlier that Lin Xue'er's Silver Fox and Chen Zijia's Red Flame Tiger were trembling in fear at the sight of Little White. Even the Red Flame Tiger and that Wang Feng's Black Dog Spirit Beast were scared to death. End of chapter. And, Luo Shuiyan continued to inquire. This was because all of these skills of Jiang Che's were of the auxiliary type and did not have any substantial killing power. Although auxiliary type spirit beasts, they were also extremely important existences in the Imperial Beast realm. But Luo Shuiyan didn't want the first spirit beast she contracted to be an auxiliary spirit beast. After all, she still had to take the next written exam to prepare to enter Tian-Ke Academy. Similarly, Luo Shuiyan was also a little excited. Although the two types of skills Jiang Che had previously displayed were both auxiliary skills, their characteristics were definitely of a heaven-defying level. If he could also have attack skills in his possession, then Jiang Che would definitely be a proper absolute divine beast. Ahem. Watch this. Jiang Che came to the other side of the bed, and then he started walking towards Luo Shuiyan with small broken steps. Although the body is very small, one could even say cute and adorable, it looks harmless. At this moment, even if Jiang Che executed the Qilin seal, he didn't have the slightest bit of the Qilin's majesty, and only wanted to be ravaged by people with their hands outstretched. The field of pressure gradually formed, except that the current Jiang Che's posture looked truly somewhat amusing. This is a skill? Luo Shuiyan froze in place, not knowing what to say for a moment. Any way she looked at it, she felt that Jiang Che was taking a catwalk. Could it be that he really wanted to cute his opponent to death? But immediately afterward, Luo Shuiyan's expression instantly became grave. She felt an invisible pressure that was coming towards her, and it was still growing, making Luo Shuiyan's breathing a little difficult. Even Luo Shuiyan felt as if a huge stone was pressed on her heart. At this moment, from Luo Shuiyan's body, the pressure released was already so strong that it could restrict her strength from being utilized. If this kind of pressure was exerted in the middle of a battle, and the enemy was caught off guard, there was a high probability that they would be able to tell the winner from the loser. Not bad. Little White, worthy of being a divine beast. Is there more? Any more? Luo Shuiyan was getting more and more excited, and her gaze toward Jiang Che was filled with anticipation amongst them. Under Luo Shuiyan's anticipation, Jiang Che cast his newly acquired skill, Qilin Armor. Immediately, Falling Water Abyss was surprised to find that the soft fluff on Jiang Che's body had disappeared. In its place was a layer of extremely hard scaly armor. The scale armor shimmered with channels of golden light, and a purple halo could even be seen on it. So hard. Luo Shuiyan reached out and touched the scales on Jiang Che's body. The scale armor was unexpectedly hard. Even the well-informed Luo Shuiyan couldn't help but marvel out. Only Jiang Che, who heard these words, couldn't help but have a black line on his face, and was somewhat speechless for a while. Any other skills? Luo Shuiyan continued to pursue the question. It's been 3 displays and I'm tired. Jiang Che, on the other hand, put away his scale armor with an impatient face, and then leisurely lay down flat on the bed. It wasn't that he was really tired, but mainly Jiang Che only had 3 skills right now. What other skills would be cultivated next would depend on the system. These are all supportive. Defensive skills. Where are your killing skills? Unlike Jiang Che, who had a calm face, Luo Shuiyan was frowning slightly. This situation was a little different than she had expected. Do you have any other skills? Show me again. Where are those attacks of yours? You're a divine beast. Cast them out for me to see. Luo Shuiyan was still unrelenting in her persuasion. This Gujinshi has these assisting and defending skills. That's already enough. As for fighting, that's not with you? Jiang Che shook his leg and said with a deserving face. That said, you were an absolute empress in your previous life. How can those ordinary imperial beast masters possibly compare to you in terms of attacking means? I'll leave the fighting and stuff to you, so you don't disgrace me as a sentinel. Jiang Che had been reborn with great difficulty this time, and his main focus was a laying down. It was absolutely impossible to make him fight. This new student was hard to come by. Jiang Che didn't want to wave himself away. It was still most important to be secure. Besides, there was the Empress as a fighter, so there was even less reason to do anything yourself. Looking at Jiang Che, who was lying flat, Luo Shuiyan was somewhat speechless for a moment. Originally, she had expected that Jiang Che would have some heaven-shattering and powerful attacking martial skill, but it didn't occur to me that the ones that were cast were all auxiliary skills, although all of these skills were also very strong. They were still somewhat inconsistent with Luo Shuiyan's expectations of a divine beast, but Jiang Che didn't care about that. The main one, his own comfort, was the most important. Well, after eating and drinking and showing you my skills, I'm tired and I'm going to bed. While saying that, Jiang Che even hooked his hand towards Luo Shuiyan. That cute little appearance made Luo Shuiyan cry and laugh a little. After this period of time together, Luo Shuiyan had long since understood. So he returned to the bed and meditated, placing Jiang Che between his legs. Luo Shuiyan revolved the beast god skill, her spiritual energy constantly traveling within her body. Now that there were still 3 days left before the guild's quiz, Luo Shuiyan had to utilize this time to improve her strength as much as possible. White has no means of attack on his side, so the main output in a matchup is still up to him. Zhanghai City, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the ancient city of Xi'an, was dotted with the Chen family's manpower. At this moment, many people on Zhanghai City have heard that Chen Zijie, the young master of the Chen family, has inexplicably disappeared. Along with them, those who disappeared were their contracted spirit beasts as well as a middle-ranked imperial beast master. This news also caused a furor in Zhanghai City. After all, with the Chen family's stature and status, the crowd didn't dare to imagine what kind of existence would dare to offend the Chen family. And the Chen family up and down this period of time, but also went crazy, using the whole family's power to search for the whereabouts of Luo Shuiyan. But even if they had turned Zhanghai City upside down, Chaotian still hadn't detected any traces. Even the Chen family had dispersed their manpower in the nearby neighboring cities to conduct covert searches, but still found nothing. In the Chen family's main residence, an old man in red robes was currently wearing an incredibly blue face, and in front of him were all the miscellaneous pieces of furniture. Waste. All of them are wastes. No news at all for such a long time? But it's just a yellow-haired girl. Even the shadow you can't find. What did I raise you for? Angry roars resounded within the compound like a maddened lion. The surrounding people of the Chen clan all had their heads lowered and were trembling at the moment. Even some of the imperial beast masters did not dare to say much at this moment. Fine. Go find it again for me. Don't come back until you find a clue. With a roar, more Chen family members dispersed. However, how could they not have thought that while they were searching for Luo Shuiyan, Jiang Che had already taken the train and arrived at the ancient city of Xi'an, tens of thousands of kilometers away. In the Chen family's view, Luo Shuiyan was nothing more than a little girl who hadn't passed the academy's examination yet. They hadn't even thought that there was a female emperor's soul inside Luo Shuiyan's body. Regarding the Chen family's reaction, Luo Shuiyan and Jiang Che had already anticipated it, so they left Zhanghai City long before the Chen family blockade. Although the Chen family has a certain position in Zhanghai, but after all, Xi'an is too far away from Zhanghai, and they cannot reach the Lin family. A wonderful young girl is now leaning against the window and fuming, embroidered eyebrows, tightly clustered eyebrows full of sadness. This woman was none other than Luo Shuiyan's best friend, Lin Xue'er. When she learned that Chen Zijie had disappeared, Lin Xue'er's first reaction was to think of Luo Shuiyan. She then hurriedly ran to Luo Shuiyan's home, and sure enough, she found that the building had long since been emptied. There were even traces of a fight in the courtyard, which made Lin Xue'er's hanging heart sink to the bottom. Lin Xue'er was likewise inquiring about Luo Shuiyan's whereabouts. As Luo Shuiyan's bosom friend, having this kind of thing happen was something he hadn't expected at all. Lin Xue'er was worried about Luo Shuiyan's safety. Aqua Smoke. Where the hell are you guys? I hope you're safe. Lin Xue'er clasped her hands together and prayed in her heart. Luo Shuiyan's parents died early. She was an orphan, and the only person who really cared about her in this world was Lin Xue'er. Everyone in the Zhanghai Imperial Beast Academy was busy with the next quiz. Luo Shuiyan's disappearance didn't make any waves. Many people, even, were mocking Luo Shuiyan's ridiculousness. Even those academy teachers who usually valued Luo Shuiyan, nowadays they didn't care about this. After all, the current Luo Shuiyan, to them, was just a wasted person who had contracted an F-rank spirit beast. End of chapter. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host, laying flat beside the future Empress, rewarded with 2,500 experience. Congratulations to the host. Last night he hung around and practiced the beast god decision, accumulating 1314 experience. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade, now at level 16. After 3 days of accumulating experience, it was no surprise that Jiang Che had directly upgraded to level 16. Jiang Che slowly stretched out a lazy waist, looking very languid. Luo Shuiyan also happened to get up at this moment, and at the moment Jiang Che upgraded, she sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from amongst Jiang Che's body. Luo Shuiyan's eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. Ha! You've broken through again. Little White. Luo Shuiyan's face was full of surprise. not expecting Jiang Che to be really powerful, breaking through once in a few days. This cultivation speed was truly smacking one's lips. Although at the moment, Jiang Che didn't have any powerful attacking skills, the terror of this rapid breakthrough had brought Luo Xue'er to feed back, causing her strength to rapidly increase as well. You little guy with such a small body. I really didn't expect it to contain such a large amount of energy. This breakthrough speed is too fast. I haven't really been feeding for the past few days. Luo Xue'er looked a little agitated at the moment, because the Imperial Beast Master and the Spirit Beasts are influenced by each other. This breakthrough of Jiang Che's fed spiritual energy back to Luo Xue'er, coupled with the fact that Luo Xue'er had been practicing hard day and night for the past 3 days. She had finally managed to enter the 2-star medium extreme Imperial Beast Master in time for this last day. If you break through a little more before this competition, then you will have an extra chance of winning. Isn't it just a breakthrough? What's all the fuss about? Compared to Luo Xue'er's surprise and joy, Jiang Che was very calm, without any emotional fluctuations. For Jiang Che, this breakthrough was already considered slow compared to even before. Stretching his back, Jiang Che then checked the attribute panel. Name Jiang Che level 16, 20/16,000. Bloodline, F-class unicorn, 10%. Skills, spectral sprint. Eye of Fear, Qilin Steps, Qilin Armor, Instant Transmission, Spiritual Artifact, Qilin Seal, Space, Click to expand. Although he had already broken through to level 16, Jiang Che's brows were now deeply gathered together. The experience needed for this upgrade. It's really getting more and more It was just that Jiang Che, who was fretting, didn't know that with a cultivation speed like his, that was already in existence that would make countless people envious. This terrifying cultivation speed would have shocked even Luo Xue'er, who was an empress in her previous life. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Che had been lying flat and sleeping the entire time, completely relying on hang-ups to break through. Instead, there was an additional instant transmission skill on the attribute panel, which was exactly what he had gained in yesterday's lay-flat reward. Yesterday in his sleep, Jiang Che hadn't cared about it, and only now did this look up to the main role of the skill. Instantaneous transfer, within the range of 10,000 miles. You can instantly arrive at any place. The cooling time is 1 week. As the strength improves, the cooling time will be gradually reduced. This secret skill is also. After seeing this skill trait, Jiang Che's entire body froze in place, followed by his expression becoming incomparably excited. Did I see it with my eyes? Miles in an instant? Are you kidding me? Jiang Che was a bit skeptical of his own eyes for a while. He was wondering if this system had made a mistake. Directly instantly moving 10,000 miles out. This is too terrifying. That cooldown time is completely insignificant compared to this instantaneous distance. It's simply a life-preserving divine skill. The saying that the system produces the best is still growing in gold. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth couldn't help but grin. This skill was just too suitable for him. He, the Imperial Human Master himself, was a restless master to bring with him. After all, how could a peaceful person break through to an emperor-level existence? In case one day, he was being pursued and was really desperate, Jiang Che would be able to rely on instantaneous movement to save his life. That's right, the description at the back of this skill, and the ability to take other people along with you in an instantaneous movement, is simply a heaven-defying divine skill. Jiang Che felt more and more that the system was weighing in. After all, if you can't take people with you and have to run away by yourself, then halfway through the battle, he suddenly lost himself, which is more or less still a bit too much in his heart. I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes, and after breakfast later, we'll set off for the Imperial Beastmasters Guild in Xi'an. Luo Xue'er sniffed her body and found that after the breakthrough just now, its body had discharged some more impurities, and the smell was really a bit unpleasant. Luo Xue'er hurriedly ran to the bathroom to freshen up, and this was also the first time Luo Xue'er, after coming to Xi'an, took a bath inside this hotel's bathroom. As with other hotels, this hotel bathroom glass, again, uses glass cubicles. The key thing is that you can see out from the inside, whereas the outside looks over a frosted surface and you can only see blurry figures. Wow! Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Jiang Che subconsciously turned his head to look. Only through the bathroom glass, Jiang Che was able to see the rough outline of Luo Xue'er's body. Even with the frosted barrier, it was possible to see that Luo Xue'er's figure was exceptionally enchanting. In the middle of a hotel, a lone man and woman sharing a room, or such a stunning figure. In this situation, the qi and blood in Jiang Che's body surged, rushing straight to the sky. Hiss, I can't believe you're tempting me like this. You really don't think of me as a human being. Soon Luo Xue'er finished freshening up. After feeding Jiang Che, she left the hotel with Jiang Che in her arms and walked towards the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Today was the annual examination of the Imperial Beastmaster Union, a rare and big day for the Xi'an masses. Therefore, the streets are bustling with people and traffic. As the ancient capital of Xi'an, it was very prosperous, with the city covering a wider area and more power. And the city construction, but also not Luo Shuiyin previously stayed in the city of Zhanghai can be compared. Anyone else coming here for the first time might be surprised, but for Luo Shuiyin, who had been an empress in her previous life, she had long since seen even more prosperous places. Luo Shuiyin not only had outstanding looks, but as her strength increased, that empress temperament gradually radiated out. Even though Luo Shuiyin had the intention to keep a low profile, the moment her outstanding appearance appeared on the street, she attracted the attention of many people. After all, a peerless beauty with a cute as hell magical little beast in her arms, it would be hard not to attract attention. Even quite a few of the men, looking at the Jiang Che who was being held in their arms, had envious gazes in their eyes. Soon the duo arrived at the center of the city, where the Imperial Beast Construction Association was located, only to see that there is a large ancient fort in front of them. This ancient fort style is simple and heavily guarded, and you can even faintly see the flickering formations on it. And before the ancient castle, there was a huge square, which was now already filled with people and clamor. Come on, let's go over there. Luo Shuyan led Jiang Che to squeeze through the crowded crowd and headed towards a special area that belonged to the test area for intermediate level Imperial Beast Masters. End of chapter. Most of the people within the area of this intermediate level test were some older Imperial Beast Masters now. These were all Imperial Beast Masters who had long been cultivating for many years, and had come here to be graded. However, among these people, there were likewise mixed in some young men and women of a similar age to Luo Shuiyan, who likewise had strengths that reached the level of an intermediate royal beast master. In this regard, Luo Shuiyan did not feel surprised. This world was a big place, and it was normal to have young people who had cultivated to the level of intermediate imperial beast master. In her previous life, Luo Shuiyan had never been strong from the start, but had gone through the rest of her life, honing between life and death again and again. Obtaining one chance after another was what allowed her to finally become a supreme female emperor. As for these people in front of them, they were basically disciples of the world's families, who had cultivated their techniques since they were young and had a large amount of resources to cultivate them. Even the contracted spirit beasts were already chosen by the family a long time ago, and they were not at all comparable to ordinary people. Even that Chen Zijia in Jianghai City would be cultivated by his family with a large amount of resources. Not to mention these Xian families, with their heritage and strength, their support for their family's children would only get stronger. The fact that these young people were able to reach intermediate imperial beast master was not surprising in the least. Instead of being the slightest bit frustrated, Luo Shuiyan became more and more confident. He himself had only been reborn and returned for a few days, and he had already caught up with the footsteps of these Xian ancient capital family members. This cultivation speed was already very satisfying, and in the future, he himself would be throwing these so-called worldly geniuses farther and farther away. Look guys, she's so young, how come I haven't heard of this character in Qilin? Cultivated to a medium extreme imperial beast master as well? It seems that the talent is also outstanding. Haven't seen her in Xi'an. Could she have come all the way from another city? With Luo Shuyan's outstanding appearance, she couldn't even think of not attracting attention. She had just arrived within the area of this ultimate beast royalist, and quite a few men sent their gazes over. Looking at Luo Shuyan, all of their eyes were filled with admiration. To be able to come here, that proved that none of them were of generalized strength. With the addition of Luo Shuiyan's demeanor, the crowd was discussing which big family's young lady had come out to practice. Only when the crowd saw the contracted spirit beast in Luo Shuiyan's arms, for a moment the more but they felt incomparably surprised. After all, this Jiang Che didn't seem to match up with combat prowess no matter how you looked at him. Most spirit beasts were the more formidable their body size, the stronger their body's strength. Although this was not an absolute, it showed the importance of the body to spirit beasts. Even if they couldn't judge a beast by its appearance, Jiang Che's appearance really didn't allow them to connect with a strong spirit beast. Not to mention that Jiang Che was still huffing and puffing right now, and that adorable look was really something to behold. This kind of person couldn't help but marvel at how this magical little beast could actually sleep so soundly in this noisy environment. Dang! With a bell ringing, the square, which was still very noisy, instantly became silent. Luo Shuiyan looked up, only to see an old man walk over within the confines of this ultimate test area. This person was wearing the uniform of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, with 4 moons and 6 stars tattooed on his badge, which meant that the other party was a 6-star spirit-level Imperial Beastmaster. In Zhanghai City, the strongest group of old men were only at the level of a spirit-grade Imperial Beastmaster. However, in this ancient capital Xi'an, just the one who came out to be in charge of the quiz was already a strong person of this level. Luo Shuyan turned her head to look at the host over at the advanced quiz area. Judging by the insignia on his body, he had already cultivated to the peak of the spirit level. Even if he was just one step away from being a king-grade Imperial Beast Master, he was still just one step away. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Zhang Ping, am precisely in charge of this quiz host. Without further ado, the quiz now begins. Zhang Ping didn't say much nonsense, only making a simple opening statement, and then pointing to an instrument behind him. That instrument was precisely used to measure the rank of the Imperial Beastmaster, and the Imperial Beastmaster Guild used this method of verification in order to prevent people from fishing in troubled waters. The first young man walked up and placed his spirit animal in the designated area. Then he declared his name and age, and after the staff registered, the young man entered and stood in the middle of the apparatus, only to see a burst of light emanating from the large instrument, enveloping the young man, and soon the results of the scan were presented. Scan result, 1-star Intermediate Imperial Beast Master. Looking at the results, the young man had a smug look on his face, as if he was telling the crowd that he didn't come here to fish in troubled waters this time. Among this middle extreme quiz area, there was no doubt that it was a gathering place for many geniuses. This was because at this age of 18, most people had only just stepped into the cultivation path, and many of them were only primary Imperial Beast Masters. Those who were able to break through to intermediate Royal Beast Masters were already at the genius level, and if they wanted to reach senior Royal Beast Masters, it was simply unprecedented. After all, at this time, most people had only contracted a spirit beast not long ago, and it was simply impossible to cultivate that fast. Most of the young men who have gone up for the quiz since then have been 1-star grades, and only 3 2-stars have appeared. Without exception, their talents, for the most part, were either S-ranked or A-ranked. From this, it could be seen that even amongst the ancient capital Xi'an, those who had cultivated to the level of a 2-star Imperial Beast Master at this age were at the level of top geniuses. Soon, the progress came to Luo Shuyan's side. Many people were looking towards Luo Shuyan. After all, it was hard not to attract attention with that outstanding appearance and temperament. Many of the young sons and daughters also wanted to see what kind of cultivation this unfamiliar face was now. White, stay here for a while, I'll be quick. Luo Shuyan rubbed Jiang Che's head and woke him up, then placed him on the ground. Seeing this scene, quite a few people couldn't help but laugh a little. It was rare to see people sleeping so peacefully at such a time. Immediately, Luo Shuyan reported her name and age, and after the staff inquired, they quickly found out that Luo Shuyan was from Jianghai City, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away. Luo Shuyan stood on the instrument, and with a flash of light, the results belonging to her were soon presented. Name, Luo Shuyan. Age, 18. Talent, A level. Realm, 2-star Intermediate Imperial Beast Master. Luo Shuyan quizzed out her 2-star strength, stunning the crowd for a moment. After all, in a small place like Jianghai City, it was not expected that there could be a royal beast master who cultivated so quickly, and had even reached the ranks of Xi'an's top geniuses. Together with Luo Shuyan's outstanding appearance and temperament, standing there, she was simply the brightest pearl. Some of the great clans of the ancient capital of Xi'an were already thinking about how to recruit this genius in front of them at this moment. Grade A talent. To be able to cultivate so quickly, this woman is somewhat extraordinary. End of chapter. Luo Shuyan's strength really caused a commotion. Many people were interested in this mysterious genius from Jianghai City. Next, the contracted beast quiz. The Beast Master test of strength is divided into 2 parts. One is to test the Beast Master himself, and the other is the Spirit Beast. After all, Beast Masters mainly relied on their Spirit Beasts to fight, and if they didn't have a powerful Spirit Beast, even if the Beast Master was well talented, then they would be greatly affected when fighting. On the contrary, if the Royal Beast Master's own strength wasn't considered outstanding, but if by chance, he contracted a Spirit Beast with great battle power, then it would also be enough to turn the tide of battle. White, come over here. After Luo Shuyan finished the quiz, she waved in Jiang Che's direction, yet there was no response. Only when he looked up did he realize that Jiang Che was already lying on the ground huffing and puffing at the moment, and hadn't heard Luo Shuyan's words at all. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw this. At this critical moment of the quiz, the Spirit Beast actually fell asleep. This Spirit Beast is a bit interesting. So many people watching him can fall asleep. His heart isn't normally big. The master is an A-class Imperial Beast Master, and now that he has cultivated to the 2nd stage of the middle order, I guess the Spirit Beasts are non-trivial, otherwise he wouldn't sleep so peacefully. Hearing the crowd's talk, Luo Shuyan couldn't help but sweat for a while and hurriedly ran to Jiang Che's side. White, get your head out of your ass. Luo Shuyan directly picked Jiang Che up and shook him vigorously. This is a critical time for the quiz, and you should never drop the ball. Ah, what's going on? An earthquake? As expected, the violent shaking worked. Jiang Che quickly came to his senses and realized that he was being held in Luo Shuyan's arms. Is the quiz over already? It's time to go back to bed, right? Jiang Che rubbed the corners of his sleepy eyes and muttered in a small voice. Falling Water Yan also sniffed. Not yet. Wake up first. Next you have to go to the quiz as well. Ha! Jiang Che was slightly stunned. He originally thought that this test was only related to Luo Shuyan, but he didn't realize that there was still a part for himself. Before Jiang Che could react, Luo Shuyan directly jogged back to the test site with Jiang Che in her arms and put Jiang Che into the middle of the apparatus. Jiang Che had just stabilized his stance, only to see a silver-white light enveloping it. Obviously this instrument was running. Unknown White Spirit Beast. Bloodline, Class F. Level, 16. The room fell silent as the report sounded. Originally, when they saw Luo Shuyan's outstanding talent, as well as the extremely good-hearted Jiang Che, the crowd thought that Jiang Che's bloodline would more than likely not be bad either. But I didn't expect the final test results to be a shock. Did my ears mishear? What was that just said? F-rated? There are actually people who contract F-rank spirit beasts these days. They're not kidding, right? Is there any mistake that an A-ranked gifted Imperial Beast Master has actually contracted an F-ranked bloodline gifted spirit beast? Isn't this a waste of talent? It's simply a waste. After being slightly stunned, the square was reminded of the voices of the crowd murmuring. No one had thought that it would actually turn out this way. But there were others who pondered for a moment before frowning and murmuring. That girl is from Jianhai City. Is it possible that she can't afford a high-grade spirit beast because she comes from a poor background? I think it's very likely. Otherwise, how could an A-ranked gifted person contract an F-ranked spirit beast? I wouldn't want this lowest-ranked spirit beast even if it was given to me for nothing. Many of those present felt that this was more likely. After all, no one was willing to take the initiative to contract an F-rank spirit beast unless they were forced to do so. TSK, 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 if that's true, this is a good seedling sent by God. I must recruit this woman and have her contract a stronger spirit beast. Such a strong talent can't be delayed. Originally, many people had the idea of recruiting Luo Shuyan. At this moment, seeing Luo Shuyan's spirit beast, which was actually just an unknown spirit beast of rank F, this reinforced the thoughts of some of the great families. Jiang Che's bloodline and rank were just too eye-catching. Although it was said that Jiang Che had now broken through to a second-stage spirit beast, and was stronger than the spirit beasts of quite a few people present. However, in the opinion of the people present, a spirit beast with an F-class bloodline, this second stage was already at the end of its rope, and it could be said that it did not have any prospects for development in the future. When we did the strength test back then, the spirit beasts were all still only of the first rank. I didn't expect Luo Shuyan's spirit beast to be of the second rank. It's worthy of having a talent like Beast Heart Psychic. Yes, this A-grade talent must not be buried, or else the heavens will be angry. I'm afraid, the only role Jiang Che's very outstanding rank showed at this moment was just to elevate Luo Shuyan. Don't listen to their nonsense. Hearing the surrounding people sarcastically criticizing Jiang Che, Lok Shuyan frowned and hugged Jiang Che, softly comforting him. They are flesh-eyed mortals who have no idea how powerful you are. It doesn't matter. They can say whatever they want. Luo Shuyan's worries were overthought. Jiang Che just stretched out and changed into a cozy position, not caring about these trivial remarks. In Jiang Che's opinion, strength was the most important thing. Just moving his mouth was useless. What's more, as an imperial master himself, he himself kept a lower profile. Letting the others take the limelight was just right, and he could both save his life and lie down. Luo Shuyan, on the other hand, waited in the same place and did not leave. After the Bloodline Realm test, there was also an actual combat test, which could only be combined to determine the final overall score. The actual combat test is mainly to test the tacit understanding and cooperation between the Imperial Beast Master and the Spirit Beast. After all, the Royal Beast Master and the Spirit Beast complemented each other, and the two together were the strongest combat power of a Royal Beast Master. There had been some Imperial Beast Masters contracted Spirit Beasts before this, which were powerful but stubborn. After the battle, the two disregard each other and end up being defeated by the weaker opponent instead. This is a common occurrence in the Imperial Beast world, so the final score or not will have to be tested in the real world. And the actual battle was where Luo Shuyan was most confident. As a reincarnated and reborn Empress, coupled with a spirit beast that possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, for Luo Shuyan, the next moment was when she would truly perform. It was only after another hour that this bloodline level quiz finally ended. And during this period, a 3-star intermediate Imperial Beast Master teenager actually appeared. He was the highest ranked person in this test, and he was really in the limelight, collecting all the admiring gazes from the whole audience. Luo Shuyan also slightly side-eyed, not expecting that there was really someone who had cultivated to the 3-star intermediate level. I heard the people beside me mention that this person is the son of a big family in Xi'an. End of chapter. Feeling the shaking and rocking coming from his side, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes. Is it to the hotel? When Jiang Che opened his eyes, he realized that he was still in Luo Shuyan's arms. The reason why he felt trembling and shaking in his sleep was because he was being held in Luo Shuyan's arms, and from time to time, he was squeezed by that towering softness. Looking at the softness that was constantly shaking in front of him, Jiang Che couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This brain pad wave was indeed a bit dizzy after a long time. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host. The host was able to honorably carry out a lie down in the midst of countless taunts and despicable voices, and in the arms of a female empress, gaining a blitz increase of 16,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Current level 17. We haven't gotten to the hotel yet. Wei, Luo Shuyan was just about to reply when she heard Jiang Che's words, but as a result, halfway through her words, she suddenly felt the force of the rebound that Jiang Che had brought after his breakthrough. Luo Shuyan, who was walking, was a bit frozen throughout this moment. You're really a monster, this is just a nap, and you actually made another breakthrough. Luo Shuyan felt the strength and spiritual energy in her body and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Contracting this spirit beast was really a bit demonic to the extreme. This reborn empress of her own was really nothing compared to Jiang Che. Forget it, let's hug my thigh honestly. Maybe this is God's compensation for me after being reborn. Luo Shuyan shook her head and couldn't help but laugh bitterly for a while there was a trace of joy in her eyes. Because of Jiang Che's breakthrough, Luo Shuyan felt like she had only just broken through to the 2-star realm, and as a result, she was now showing signs of breaking through to the 3-star realm. This feeling of flying up is just too good. Haven't gone back yet? I'll sleep some more then. With that said, Jiang Che leaned his head back on the softness again. I have to say, the shimmy is downright hypnotizing. Don't sleep. Wait a minute. Seeing that Jiang Che was about to go to sleep again, Luo Shuyan quickly spoke out to stop him. In a while we'll have to go inside the guild for the quiz on the next practical battle, so don't fall asleep. Luo Shuyan's speech was fast, yet Jiang Che slept even faster. Without even giving Luo Shuyan a chance to stop him, Jiang Che directly closed his eyes and laid down flat to sleep. Why not sleep when you can get rewards just by lying down? And you have the experience of the Imperial Beast Divine Secrets when you hang up? Not to mention the head from the Empress. Jiang Che fell asleep straight away. Rocky smoke. After a while, Luo Shuyan's group entered the ancient castle they saw when they came. This was precisely the interior of the Xi'an Imperial Beastmaster Guild. After walking through a long passageway, Luo Shuyan and the others arrived in a room that covered an extremely vast area. Gentlemen, the next practical test will require you to cooperate with spirit beasts to deal with magical beasts of the same level. Zhang Ping came forward and pointed to the front of the crowd. As his voice fell, he only saw the mirrored wall in front of him suddenly become transparent. Immediately afterward, in the middle of the crowd's gaze, a dozen separate testing grounds appeared. Those whose names are read out will do their best to take their spirit animal inside the quiz and find their corresponding quizzing field. When you reach the quizzing grounds, a magical beast will enter to engage you. With regards to these details, Luo Shuyan had already known about them, and she raised her head to look towards the front, only to see that inside the quiz grounds, most of them were 11th level magical beasts, which was similar to the crowd's level. Magical beasts and spirit beasts were two completely different existences. Compared to spirit beasts that can understand human nature, are more intelligent and can sign contracts with humans, magic beasts are usually extremely fierce and brutal. Even if someone had contracted a magical beast, after the contract these beasts would still happen to hurt people indiscriminately. So gradually no one chose to contract a magical beast, but instead used this magical beast as a whetstone to improve their strength and combat experience. Luo Shuyan had seen quite a few magical beasts in her previous life, and their strengths were all extraordinary. The quizmasters had been walking into the field, but after all, many of those present were newcomers, and paired with spirit beasts they could only mount a tough defense. Although most of the people, in the end, were able to defeat the magical beasts very reluctantly, there were also nearly 20% or so who failed. It wasn't long before it was finally Luo Shuyan's turn. Carrying Jiang Che to the quiz field that belonged to her, Luo Shuyan had just stepped into the field when the magical beasts were let in, only to see that on the opposite side was a wolf-type magical beast with a rank of 12, which corresponded to Luo Shuyan, a 2-star intermediate-level Imperial Beast Master. The black and purple body of the demon wolf was very tall, and there was not the slightest bit of sanity among the blood-red pupils, only endless violence and killing. This 12th-level demonic wolf was not even comparable in size to Chen Zijia's red flame tiger, and was even larger. Wait, don't sleep, it's time to fight. Luo Shuyan hurriedly shook Jiang Che in her arms. Ha ha, What an oddity. How can you fall asleep here? This scene made the people watching the battle outside the transparent wall laugh and not live. No one expected that the great battle had begun and Luo Shuiyan's spirit beast was actually still sleeping. Although this spirit beast has a low bloodline level, but his heart is big, he can actually sleep in this situation. He's really not afraid that the demonic wolf will tear him apart. Who knows? My spirit beasts aren't as high leveled, but they're still very obedient and will at least fight alongside me. I really don't know what to say about this spirit beast, going into battle and still sleeping. This is simply taking the life of the Imperial Beast Master as a joke. TSK, 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 without the help of a spirit beast, a royal beast master against a magical beast. Just that weak body, but it's very dangerous. Magical beasts don't know anything about compassion. Many people outside the arena were watching the battle, especially because of Jiang Che. Luo Shuyan's side could be said to have attracted a lot of attention. And just as the crowd was evaluating, the demonic wolf had already pounced directly towards Luo Shuyan. The large body brought a great sense of oppression, and the foreclaws landed extremely fast, as if it was a purple shadow, rapidly approaching towards Luo Shuyan. Under such a close distance, Luo Shuyan was simply too late to perform her secret skill at this time because she was still awakening Jiang Che just now. However, her rich combat experience allowed her body to instinctively roll sideways to the left, narrowly avoiding this surprise attack by the demonic wolf. Holy, what the hell? Where did this stupid wolf come from? Jiang Che, who had been shaken awake, was a bit confused, and when he looked up, he happened to see that purple giant wolf looking at him with its teeth bared, and there was even saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. You're the only one who can't stop howling and delaying me from getting laid, aren't you? Under the release of the Eye of Fear, the demonic wolf directly froze in place, his pupils filled with shock. Jiang Che casually flung his hand, and the Qilin seal directly flew out. The crowd only saw a flash of golden light, and the 12th level demon wolf fell directly into place. Its hard skull dented a few points. What's going on here? What just happened? One move? A move that directly kills a 12th level demonic wolf in seconds? Wasn't it said that it was just a waste spirit beast with an F-rank bloodline? End of chapter. The entire audience was immersed in shock. No one had expected that the F-rank spirit beast that they had treated as a joke had directly killed the 12th rank demon wolf in seconds. This sudden scene caused many people to freeze directly in place. Even if many of the people present had already seen a lot of things, at this moment, they were still shocked and unable to speak. Time to pass the test. 5 seconds. With this amazing scene, even Zhang Ping, who was presiding over the Imperial Beast Master quiz, froze for a moment before reacting to announce the results of the examination. It took only 5 seconds to defeat the same level of magical beasts to win the test. This kind of terrifying battle performance, we have not seen it in the Xian Imperial Beastmaster Guild. That has not appeared for several years. This is really surprising, knowing that it's not normally difficult for a newbie beast swordsman to try to kill a magical beast of the same level, compared to those previous Imperial Beast Masters who barely managed to defeat the magical beasts. The combination of Luo Shuyan and Jiang Che was simply too dazzling. Even Luo Shuiwei too. The real fight with that magic beast was only for a second. After a golden light flashed, it returned to Jiang Che's body and disappeared. That powerful demonic wolf that was originally still full of killing aura and very violent died directly on the spot. The crowd couldn't figure out how Jiang Che had erupted such a strong power amongst his tiny body. He stood in front of that demonic wolf and was completely capable of being swallowed by that demonic wolf in one gulp, not expecting the outcome of the battle to be so unexpected. Some sharp-eyed Imperial Beastmasters could see that the golden light that had just flashed by was not some kind of energy fluctuation, but some kind of solid substance. It was only that the crowd couldn't figure out what it was that possessed such a powerful killing power. Everyone, can you see what the golden light in that spirit beast's hand is that killed the demonic wolf in seconds? The speed is too fast to see it at all, but it shouldn't be some kind of gifted aptitude. It's more like some kind of weapon that is carried around. Isn't this guy an F-rank spirit beast? When did F-rank spirit beasts have such strong battle power? It's truly heaven-defying. Originally, the people present all looked down on Jiang Che, believing that he was nothing more than an F-class spirit beast. All of them felt that Jiang Che's talent was limited, and that cultivating to the second stage was already tops. But they didn't expect Jiang Che to shock the entire room with a single strike, with a score of 5 seconds. I'm afraid this girl child is going to be the first person in this examination. Even that kid Wang Jie couldn't possibly defeat a magical beast of the same rank so quickly. An old man with the 3 stars of April tattooed on his clothing badge looked at the Luo Shuiyan duo in the field and said in a deep voice, this person was none other than a strong member of the Xian Wang clan, and after seeing Luo Shuiyan's heaven-defying battle performance, it reinforced his idea of recruiting Luo Shuiyan. Outstanding talent, excellent combat strength, such geniuses would be simply blind if they were not recruited. Just after seeing Luo Shuyan's quiz results, many clans had already begun to inquire about Luo Shuyan's information. Under the network of power of these great families, they soon inquired about Luo Shuyan's origins. Knowing that Luo Shuyan was actually a parentless orphan without any backing behind her made the crowd even more moved. A genius without backing. That was the easiest to recruit. It wasn't just the Xian Wang clan, but the older powerhouses of other clans were now moving to recruit them as well. But there is a lot of skepticism about this. In my opinion, this battle can't be completely all on Luo Shuyan's head. The battle was so fast that only the girl just did a dodge, and the victory of the battle had nothing to do with her personally. It's not exactly like a contracted spirit beast to rely on? Of course, when someone questioned it, someone opposed it, and immediately a number of onlookers grunted out coldly. You guys are afraid that you're not awake. What does an Imperial Beast Master use if he doesn't use spirit beasts to fight? If one doesn't fight with an Imperial Beast Master, then what kind of Imperial Beast Master is it? Using spirit beasts is in itself its own range of strength. That's right, not to mention that's only an F-rank spirit beast. If you guys have the ability, you can also use an F-rank spirit beast to defeat a demonic wolf of the same level. There were also people who thought that although Jiang Che's bloodline was very low, after all, he was already a 16th level spirit beast and held a certain advantage in terms of rank. But then there were those who countered that even if an F-rank bloodline spirit beast was 3 or 4 ranks higher, it shouldn't be able to kill a 12th ranked demonic wolf in seconds. There was a lot of talk in the arena for a while, and within the quiz arena, Luo Shuyan looked at Jiang Che and then at the demonic wolf whose skull had been smashed and dented on the side, and for a while, she didn't know what to say. You're too fast for this, aren't you? Although Luo Shuyan had seen Jiang Che strike earlier, she thought that it was in the context of a secret sneak attack. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Che would still be so tough today when facing this 12th level demonic wolf. If you don't make a move, it's a straight up spike, nothing fancy at all. It's over this time, isn't it? Over, then go back. Luo Shuyan picked up Jiang Che, while Jiang Che continued to sleep in the arms of the beauty. Luo Shuyan passed by the corpse of the demon wolf and left the closed field without any change in her expression. This Imperial Beastmaster Guild was so rich and powerful that it wouldn't bother with her for killing a demonic wolf. Knowing that so many people were testing today, the Imperial Beastmaster Guild had to take out magical beasts that were equal to the number of testers. The magical beasts tested by each person are not duplicated, and there will not be a situation where the same magical beasts are on the field over and over again to avoid causing unfairness. Congratulations, little girl. You have successfully passed this round of tests and have become a qualified 2-star intermediate Imperial Beastmaster. Looking at Luo Shuyan in front of them, the Imperial Beastmaster Guild was filled with smiles. After all, no one would go against geniuses, and anyone would want to go and make friends with those who possessed outstanding talent. This is your Imperial Beastmaster badge, and when it's 3 days later, on the stone monument in the plaza, the test result rankings will be announced, as well as a notice of which university you've been accepted to. And, as soon as Luo Shuyan took the things handed over by the old man, she didn't stay long to collect the things and turned around to leave the place. During this period of time, Luo Shuyan didn't climb into conversation with any of the powerhouses. Where is this? Aren't we going back to the hotel? After walking for some distance, Jiang Che realized that Luo Shuyan had arrived under an apartment building, not the hotel they had previously stayed in. No need to go back to the hotel to stay. Every intermediate or above Imperial Beastmaster is able to have an assigned house, 3 rooms and 1 hall, fully furnished. And there's also a certain amount of subsidy every month. So a lot of people are all fired up and want to join the Imperial Beastmaster to move up the ladder step by step. After clearing Luo Shuyan's words, Jiang Che's eyes both lit up. It's really good. I didn't realize that in this world, there is really something like sharing a room and money at the same time. This is a real slam dunk for yourself. Straight out of a suite. Thinking of this, Jiang Che couldn't help but recall his past life. That can be called cattle and horses in the past life. Hard work results in the final exchange, but all are countless big cake just. End of chapter. Nah, our new home is up here, Luo Shuyan said with a smile on her face. As she spoke, she placed the badge, which represented the strength of the Imperial Beastmaster, on her left chest. Well, not bad, huh? Luo Shuyan straightened her chest, her golden badge swaying with a soft burst, making Jiang Che a little dizzy from the sight. Luo Shuyan was full of smiles at the moment. After being reborn, she had finally become an official royal beast master once again. If it wasn't for Jiang Che, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate to a 2-star intermediate imperial beast master in such a short period of time. It was even more unlikely that he had passed this imperial beast master examination in just 5 seconds. Even in his previous life Luo Shuyan had not had such a demonic to the extreme result. The results of this quiz could be said to be very crucial for the next admission to the Imperial Beastmaster Academy. After all, the more powerful the Imperial Beastmaster Academy, in the aspect of recruiting disciples, have very strict requirements. The higher the talent, then the greater the hope of entering. Nice and soft. Jiang Che, who was being held in Luo Shuyan's arms, nodded. Only he wasn't looking at the golden badge. It wasn't Jiang Che's fault. It was mainly because those two towers were just too eye-catching, and it was impossible for Jiang Che to not pay attention to them even if he wanted to. This badge is made of metal. Where is it soft? Luo Shuyan, who didn't understand Jiang Che's meaning, was a little uncertain for a moment. As she said that, she walked into the apartment building in front of her and pressed the elevator directly to the 20th floor. In the middle of the elevator, Jiang Che could feel that this apartment building was even more luxurious than the hotel he had previously stayed in. There was no other reason. The hotel was open to everyone, while this apartment building was a house distributed to the Imperial Beastmasters. The strength and status of a Beastmaster was above that of an ordinary person, and naturally, he would be treated in a higher manner. Soon the two arrived in front of their new home. Luo Shuyan took out the key and opened the door, and Jiang Che looked at the layout in front of him with great satisfaction. This new home is huge and many times more luxurious than a hotel. Jiang Che was very satisfied with this. Lying flat in this kind of place, the grade of life was raised, and the mood would change quite a bit. Little White, I'm now in the status of intermediate Imperial Beastmaster, so after that we can take on some dangerous missions and gain resources quickly. Luo Shuyan hugged Jiang Che and casually took a chair and sat down. Her expression all revitalized amongst her. After joining the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, then she would have more ways to obtain cultivation resources. With the experience of her previous life, Luo Shuyan believed that soon, she would be able to rise again. After entering the room, Luo Shuyan began to talk about some of her next plans. However, Jiang Che had no interest in these at all. Why struggle when you can just lie down? As long as one lays flat, the system will give rewards. What's the point of taking a mission? Besides, the system produces a fine product, and the rewards given have never been discounted. What kind of mission is this? Not only is it tiring, not to mention, it's also likely to be dangerous and may even kill you. Luo Shuyan looked down and saw Jiang Che's helpless expression and couldn't help but skim her lips as well. Forget it, it's useless to talk to you about this. You're just a pervert who can break through even when sleeping. Seeing Jiang Che's unconcerned expression, Luo Shuyan could only shake her head. After all, the difference between man and beast was simply too great, and there was absolutely no comparison between her and Jiang Che. Saying so, Luo Shuyan then directly began to cultivate once again. In order to be able to recover her strength as soon as possible, Luo Shuyan could be said to not spend the slightest amount of time. Knock knock. It wasn't long, however, before there was a knock at the door. Luo Shuyan frowned, with some displeasure and doubt in her expression. She came to XA City alone, but she didn't have any friends traveling with her, and she even had no relatives in XA City, nor did she have any acquaintances to contact. Jiang Che was also a little surprised to hear this voice. He subconsciously remembered the Chen Zijie who was killed by himself. It couldn't be that Jiang Hai was the Chen family looking for it. This was too counterintuitive. After tens of thousands of kilometers, if they were all able to find each other, then Jiang Che had to admire the perseverance of the Chen family. And Luo Shuyan has come to the door at this moment, through the cat's eye to look out to find. Is their own quiz time? Saw a few people of the big families? Luo Shuyan was also slightly relieved to see this. She had just thought of the same thing as Jiang Che. She had also directly thought of the Chen family in Zhanhai City. Now that she was sure that the person who came was not related to the Chen family, Luo Shuyan was relieved to open the door to her room. Miss Luo, I'm Wang Rui of the Wang family, and I've come here this time by order of my family to give Miss Luo some small gifts. Ha 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 ha. Miss Luo, please forgive us for taking the liberty of interrupting. I am a member of the Tu family, and likewise I have come to give Miss Luo some humble gifts by order of the family head. Ms. Luo, I'm from the Zhao family in XA City. These are some gifts we brought. Outside the door, these old men, all of them, were there scrambling to introduce themselves. It was obvious that they were all top forces in top XA City, specifically sent out to bring Luo Shuyan closer. During the test, Luo Shuyan's performance and talent was too outstanding, attracting the attention of all the great clans, who naturally came here to recruit her. If Luo Shuyan was willing to accept the gift, then it meant that she would join their clan. I'm sorry, I appreciate the feelings of all the housemasters. It's just that it's better to take this gift back. Luo Shuyan waved her hand, rejecting the good intentions of the crowd. As an empress in her previous life, she had long since gotten used to being free. These families had many factions, and Luo Shuyan didn't want to be bound to one particular family. leaving aside the fact that one will be bound by many rules after joining the family. On both himself and Jiang Che, there were very many secrets, and each of these secrets could not be exposed. Joining these clans is likely to be unnecessarily risky. These powerful people also know the reasoning of fishing for big fish with a long line. There was no rush. Although they were rejected, they weren't annoyed. They just smiled and left with their farewells. Why don't you want a gift from someone else at your door? Those people left, and Jiang Che casually opened his mouth as he lay on the bed. Bye. Joining the clan to become their offering is not as simple as you think. These families aren't doing charity. They take resources to train you and likewise make you pay the corresponding obligations. Silly, don't you know that if you accept the gift first, you can say later whether you will do something or not? Besides, if you turn them down like that, what if someone holds a grudge against you? Jiang Che analyzed. After all, in his previous life, he had seen a lot of movies and TV dramas, where there were people who couldn't recruit geniuses, so they had to kill them in anger. Don't worry, if someone does do that, I have the means to save my life. Luo Shuyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a mold of confidence in her tone. Even if a king-level powerhouse makes a move, I'll be fine. What? With such an awesome means of saving your life, you're actually hiding it? End of chapter. Jiang Che hadn't thought that Luo Shuyan actually had such a strong life preservation skill. But come to think of it, in her previous life, Luo Shuyan had cultivated to the point of being an absolute empress. So how could she not have some hidden skills? Even Jiang Che himself, he still had an instantaneous move that he hadn't told Luo Shuyan about. In the middle of the Zian Wang family's compound, Wang Rui returned to the hall with hurried steps. Family master, that Luo Shuyan refused our solicitation. Wang Rui lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Oh, refused? Then which family did she choose in the end?" The middle-aged man sitting at the top of the hall said with a slight surprise when he heard Wang Rui's words. Family master, her family didn't even choose. When these words came out, the middle-aged man was incomparably surprised, and his body sat up straight. Not even a single clan to choose from. Doesn't she realize that she's doing the equivalent of this, offending all the clans of Xian? Family master, I don't know where that Luo Shuyan got her strength from, but she was decisive when she rejected us. The middle-aged man's eyes were slightly microscopic as he laughed softly. A foreign genius wants to settle down in Xian, yet he doesn't choose us, the local forces, to join him. Where does this fellow get his confidence? Or is it just the firstborn? The middle-aged man felt a little surprised that Luo Shuyan had rejected the Wang family, but it was still reasonable. But what he didn't expect was that Luo Shuyan actually turned down all the clans and forces that money went to solicit. All of them rejected it, which was completely very unwise behavior. Because normally, these geniuses of civilian origin wouldn't dare to do so. After all, the power of the lineage has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. As the saying goes, if the wood is good, the wind will destroy it. Without a powerful backer to back them up, even the most demonic genius was likely to die young. This person is interesting. Let's take a look at it first. I'm afraid there will be a lineage that can't sit still first if this person acts like this. At the same time, the same thing was happening amongst several other great families in XA City. Those who wanted to recruit Luo Shuyan didn't expect that the poor genius they encountered this time actually rejected all of them. In the middle of the apartment's room, Jiang Che didn't think too much about Luo Shuyan's matter. After all, Luo Shuyan was a female emperor in her previous life, and to be able to cultivate to that level, talent alone was not enough. If you don't have some brains and tactics, I'm afraid you'd be dead in the middle of the road. Anyway, he was not Luo Shuyan's nanny. He didn't have to think so much about everything. It was still best for him to lie flat. And for the next 3 days, Luo Shuyan, besides getting food for Jiang Che, spent the rest of her time cultivating day and night. She didn't even bother to sleep or rest. Jiang Che had to admit that Luo Shuyan's perseverance and persistence were indeed beyond the reach of a very human being. After all, at the mere age of 18, it was rare to be so hardworking at an intermediate-level Imperial Beast Master. But like falling water smoke, Jiang Che was unrivaled in a way. After all, no one would lie flat all the time like Jiang Che. And the most crucial thing was that the strength of lying flat all the time was still rising. And during these 3 days, there were no other forces that continued to come over to disturb Luo Shuyan. After 3 days had passed, Luo Shuyan's strength, too, had finally broken through to a 3-star intermediate Imperial Beast Master. This time instead, it was Jiang Che's side that didn't continue to break through. It was also mainly because Jiang Che's own rank was already ahead of Luo Shuyan. If the current Jiang Che wanted to go from level 17 to level 18, the experience value needed was 20,000. While Jiang Che had been lying flat plus hanging out for the past few days, the total cultivation gain added up to only 13,140. and it was estimated that it would take 2 more days before he could continue to make a breakthrough. Luo Xue'er stretched her back, looking somewhat excited. After all, breakthroughs are always pleasurable. Xiao Bai, today is the day of the release of the list. Go out with me in a while, Luo Xue'er said as she walked towards the bathroom, walking in the middle of the road. He also took off his clothes one after another, which could make Zhang Che's eyes straight. Even before entering the bathroom, Luo Xue'er even took off the underwear on the upper half of her body. Only her back was turned to Zhang Che, which caused Zhang Che to cry out in pity. One could only look at Luo Xue'er, that skin like greaseback, and the contours that were revealed after taking off the restraints. But even so, it caused the qi and blood in Zhang Che's body to tumble. After freshening up, Luo Xue'er carried Zhang Che in her arms and arrived at the square in front of the huge ancient castle of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. At this moment, a tall stone monument was standing in the square, and there were already quite a few people gathered in front of the monument, and falling water drowning hurriedly came over when he saw this. You guys look! You guys look! Luo Xue'er is here. Luo Xue'er had just gone over and was recognized by the bystanders. After all, Luo Xue'er's figure and appearance were both excellent, and also holding the very cute Zhang Che. The pairing of the two could be said to be hard not to attract attention. For a while, many people gathered around and curiously sized up Luo Xue'er. She's the number 1 on this time's list, and has already been accepted by the Heavenly K Academy. I've heard of her 2 days ago, and she's really a great beauty. The surrounding crowd was very excited. After all, Luo Xue'er was all top-notch regardless of her strength and appearance, and it was still number 1 on this list, so it naturally drew the attention of many people. There were likewise others who placed their gaze on Zhang Che's body. Originally, everyone didn't care about Zhang Che, and even had to be somewhat contemptuous. After all, the strength of an F-rank spirit beast was there for all to see. However, he hadn't expected that in the middle of the actual combat test, Zhang Che had directly shocked everyone by making a move. No one had ever thought that an F-class spirit beast would have such a strong side, coupled with Zhang Che's adorable to the core appearance. He had gained a lot of favor. You guys look! That's the mysterious F-rank spirit beast in her arms. So cute. It's so white and cute. I want to touch it. My spirit animal says it wants to mate with her spirit animal. Zhang Che? The enthusiasm of the people around him made Zhang Che somewhat speechless for a moment. Luo Xue'er, I've also been accepted into Tian K Academy. From now on, we'll be classmates. Can I touch it? At this time, 2 very pure and sweet-looking sisters walked over and softly inquired about Luo Xue'er. Seeing that the other party was not hostile, Luo Xue'er nodded. Zhang Che looked up and saw that the 2 women's capitals were both still good, and both had white skin and long legs, so he lowered his head and didn't resist. Hello class, can I touch it too? But right at this moment, a middle heavy voice suddenly rang out, followed by a pair of large, rough hands reaching over towards Zhang Che. Get out! Zhang Che roared angrily and directly slapped the opponent away with his claws. I don't care if a girl comes to touch me, but you want to reach out even though you're a guy? End of chapter. The people around us didn't expect it. The snow-white beast that had just been very docile and seemed harmless to humans and animals had unexpectedly become so furious at this moment. Moreover, amongst that roar, there was even a trace of astonishing pressure, which startled quite a few people. Especially that young man that Zhang Che had clapped his hands on, was now even hastily taking a few steps backwards, only to see that his face was incomparably pale, with bean-sized cold sweat dripping down above his forehead, because he had seen with his own eyes back then. Zhang Che had directly killed that powerful 12th level demonic wolf in seconds by merely flinging a golden light from his body. That strong stance had left a deep impression in his mind. Now that he heard Zhang Che's roar, he was afraid that the other party would harm him. He couldn't block such a strong attack, but after merely roaring, Zhang Che returned to Luo Xue'er's shoulder. Immediately afterward, he slid into the gully at the top of the mountain and settled down to sleep in the soft terrain. Seeing Zhang Che being so cute and well-behaved, the crowd then forgot about the fear they had just felt. Look at how unattractive you are, getting beat up by people. That's right, such a cute spirit beast hates you. You can't be a good person. Luo Xue'er also smiled when she saw this. She didn't know why Xiaobai seemed to have an aversion to men, never letting males get close, but instead being very accommodating to all the girls. Even though Lin Xue'er had caused Little White to have some dissatisfaction earlier, she was still relatively obedient. Holding Zhang Che in her arms, Luo Xue'er took a few steps forward and approached, and only then did she finally get a good look at the list on the stone tablet. Only the list showed that she was indeed the first place among this quiz. The grade, too, was sorted mainly on the basis of the time spent on the practical test. It could be said that the reason Luo Xue'er was able to rank first this time was mainly because of Zhang Che. In the actual combat test, Jiang Che had directly killed a level 12 magical beast in seconds, spending a total of only 5 seconds, which was a very high record. It was this heaven-defying battle record set by Jiang Che that allowed Luo Shuyan to directly throw off the others. Luo Shuyan continued to look down the list and found that the second place was a man named Wang Jia. This person was also precisely the highest existence among the bloodline rank examination earlier, a 3-star intermediate imperial beast master. However, regarding this name, Luo Shuyan didn't care very much about it. Instead, she had a hint of interest in that 10th ranked person. Among Luo Shuyan's previous lives, she did not know how many so-called heavenly prides like Wang Jia she had encountered. When she grew to the emperor level, many of these people hadn't even cultivated to the emperor level. The world is never short of genius. Any genius who doesn't go through trials and tribulations will end up accomplishing nothing more than a little more than the average person. The various experiences experienced in the later stages of cultivation are what ultimately determines the truly strong. It was nothing to rely on family resources as well as the cultivation of major powers in the early stages to gain a certain lead. And that 10th ranked person, named Gu Changfeng, this person's name Luo Shuyan had heard of in her previous life. In his previous life, Gu Changfeng was extremely well hidden and hadn't been too outstanding until he was 40 years old. It was only at the age of 40 that he finally made his mark completely, crisscrossing the world in a powerful manner and shaking the ancient city of Xi'an. Luo Shuyan nodded. In her opinion, this person had similarly hidden his strength for this quiz. It was probably to avoid the limelight. After all, although geniuses were dazzling, they would always attract the attention of others. And this time, the top 10 people on the ranking list were all accepted by the Heavenly K Academy. This was the privilege of the Tian K Academy. And with strong strength, one had the right to speak. None of the top 10 is a supreme genius. As long as these people are cultivated, their future achievements will be extraordinary. The others outside of the top 10 were a bit less talented, and these were the ones who would allow the other major academies to even things out a bit in order to maintain the balance. Looking at these people on the list, Luo Shuyan's heart was calm. As an empress in her previous life, she had already seen a lot of things. These ones that were now at the top of the rankings weren't worth drawing Luo Shuyan's attention yet. What Luo Shuyan really missed were those she had encountered in her previous life. Existences that could truly be called heaven's pride demons. Those people are the real beast masters who stand at the top of this continent. Nowadays, at this period of time, it is estimated that all of them have already cultivated to senior imperial beast masters. Luo Shuyan let out a soft sigh and then left the place. Carrying Jiang Che in his arms, he headed to the square, to the enrollment office set up by the Heavenly K Academy. Luo Shuyan realized that this Tian K Academy row was really big enough. The registration offices of the other Imperial Beast Master Academies were all some distance away from Tian K Academy, giving Tian K Academy alone in the very center, leaving a large empty space. Little ones, when everyone is gathered, I will take you to the Academy. A Heavenly K Academy tutor, while registering the names, said to the few people with a smile. At this time, the beautiful woman who had touched Jiang Che earlier also walked over at this moment. Sister Shui Yan, my name is Bai Shan. Please take care of me in the academy from now on. Luo Shuyan was a man of few words by nature, and at this moment, she only nodded slightly. By the time it was 10 minutes past noon, the registration point here was already filled with hundreds of people. Among them, there were some junior royal beast masters who were also recruited into the Heavenly K Academy because their strength and talent were still outstanding. In the middle of this world, the rules for admission to the academy are very simple. That is to fill in the volunteers and then filter the places on the basis of their own strengths and achievements. Usually, though, to minimize intercity chaos. That's why outsiders can be relatively demanding in terms of recruitment. Those in local cities, on the other hand, have relatively more relaxed conditions and a lower threshold. This kind of local protection policy is something that is inevitable. On the one hand, it is to protect the resources of local colleges, and on the other hand, it is also to avoid causing too much confusion, in order to facilitate control. When all the candidates had arrived this time, the Heavenly K Academy tutor in charge of this batch of trainees then stood up. Gentlemen, since everyone has arrived, we are ready to go. As this tutor's words fell, only a few flying spirit beasts of huge size could be seen landing on top of the square at this moment. The astral wind of the vibrating wings had caused many disciples to cry out in shock. After all, these newcomers who had only just stepped into the ranks of Imperial Beastmasters had not yet seen such a big battle. Under the leadership of the Heavenly K Academy's tutors, the flying spirit beasts quickly flew towards the distance. Tian K Academy is located on the southeast side of the ancient city of Xi'an and covers an extremely vast area. As Xi'an City's #1 Royal Beastmaster Academy, Tian K Academy's footprint was almost comparable to half of Jianghai City. Water smoke. Just as Luo Shuyan was observing her surroundings, A familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. End of chapter. Luo Xue'er turned her head at the sound of the voice, only to see that on the flying spirit beast not far behind herself, there was indeed an old acquaintance standing. That voice just now was from Luo Xue'er's best friend in Jianghai City, Lin Xue'er. At this moment, Lin Xue'er was standing on another flying spirit beast. Upon seeing Luo Xue'er, Lin Xue'er was obviously very excited as well, standing on the flying spirit beast and waving her hands continuously towards Luo Xue'er. The reason why Luo Xue'er had come to the ancient city of Xian this time was actually partly because she knew that Lin Xue'er would enroll in the Heavenly K Academy right after the examination. It was because of this that Luo Xue'er had previously chosen to run away and come to Xian. In her previous life, Luo Xue'er and Lin Xue'er, the two of them, were precisely the ones who enrolled in this Imperial Beast Master Academy together. Although it was said that on this continent, there were other places that were even better than Tian K Academy, but Luo Xue'er didn't choose to replace it, but continued to choose to walk this path from her previous life, because here, Luo Xue'er knew some chances that belonged only to her. In her previous life, Luo Xue'er was able to cultivate all the way to the Empress realm with her own hard work. In this life, she also believed that she had the memories of living a new life, plus the divine beasts that were added to this opening. This life's achievements would definitely be above that of her previous life. Water smoke. Water smoke. I didn't think you'd be here too. Lin Xue'er called out in surprise towards Luo Xue'er. The ancient city of Xian was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the city of Jianghai, and it was very far apart. Lin Xue'er was far from home and had some discomfort in her heart, but she didn't expect that she had only just arrived at Tian K Academy, but she had met her good girlfriend, and it was also Luo Xue'er who had already disappeared. However, contrary to the surprised Lin Xue'er, the silver fox in Lin Xue'er's arms, after seeing Jiang Che at this moment, was simply like seeing a ghost. The silver fox's expression, which was still cheerful, immediately changed to fear, and its panicked appearance was itching to jump directly from the flying spirit beast's body. There was no way around it. The fear that Jiang Che had brought to him twice earlier was just too great, and had already formed a shadow in the heart of this silver fox. Luo Xue'er just smiled faintly and said lightly, "It's nothing, I'm just lucky to be recruited by the academy." Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the few people beside Luo Xue'er immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, and all of them were speechless. If the ancient city of Xian, the first person on the list of grades of senior graduates can only be considered lucky, what are they, then? Are they all losers? Ha 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 ha, that's great. The two of us can be together again. Before I came here I was worried that I didn't know anyone in this Xian city. With you here I don't have to worry. The speed of the flying spirit beasts was very fast, and it wasn't long before Luo Xue'er saw that they had arrived above an extremely vast complex, and this place was exactly where the Tian K Academy was located. The flying spirit beast stalled in mid-air and then landed on a square. The crowd jumped down from the spirit beasts one after another, and Lin Xue'er immediately ran to Luo Xue'er's side. Lin Xue'er pulled Luo Xue'er's hand and carefully looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her side, Lin Xue'er then lowered her voice and whispered, "Aqua smoke. If I'm not mistaken, the disappearance of that guy Chen Zijie before was supposed to be your doing, right?" Lin Xue'er wasn't obtuse. Luo Xue'er and Chen Zijie disappeared at the same time. Even a little cutie could also guess that something must have happened between the two. Luo Xue'er didn't have the intention of hiding anything. She just nodded gently. "That's right. I did it. Chen Zijie broke into my house and tried to plot against me. I killed him and destroyed his body. I was worried about suffering retaliation from the Chen family, so I just packed my bags and fled out of Jianghai City." Wow. Water smoke really cannot see you actually. Luo Xue'er shrugged her shoulders at the words and said with a very calm expression, "I can't believe the means are so cruel, right? No. I didn't realize you were so handsome." Lin Xue'er hurriedly shook her head, that head shaking like a rattle. For Chen Zijie, Lin Xue'er had long looked at him with displeasure, especially now that she knew that Chen Zijie actually wanted to misbehave with Luo Xue'er. She hated Lin Xue'er's teeth. This bastard Chen Zijie should have been killed a long time ago. Water smoke, you did such a beautiful job. I adore you so much. Right now, the Chen family is on the verge of turning the neighborhood of Jianghai City upside down, but even if they were as angry as they are, they wouldn't have imagined that you'd actually come to Xian. Lin Xue'er couldn't stop smiling at the thought, her eyes turning into curved crescent moons. At this time, Lin Xue'er's gaze noticed that Luo Xue'er was still holding the sleeping Jiang Che in her arms, and her eyes immediately lit up. He, Aqua smoke. I haven't seen Bai in a long time. Let me hug him. For Lin Xue'er, Luo Xue'er naturally did not have any defenses or concerns, and immediately nodded with a smile. Lin Xue'er rubbed her hands together, and then she gently carried Jiang Che. out of Luo Shuyan's arms. Jiang Che, who was in the middle of his sleep, vaguely felt as if he had been swept into the arms of a pair of soft little hands. Why doesn't this feel right? Why has it gotten so much smaller? Jiang Che woke up slowly, his little paw still subconsciously rubbing against it, only to find that this time the feel was different from usual. Jiang Che slowly raised his head, only to see the face that was unexpectedly Lin Xue'er's. What is this? Seeing that the person hugging him had turned out to be Lin Xue'er, Jiang Che was a little confused for a moment. Isn't this flat-chested woman in Zhanhai? Why did she come to Xi'an? Is it hard to believe that I'm still dreaming now? Damn! Why am I dreaming of a flat-chested woman? What's wrong with me? If I wanted to think about a flat-chested woman, it would be someone like Luo Shuyan. Wow! White is still so cute. Lin Xue'er didn't care in the slightest that Jiang Che was mooching off her body. Her eyes were filled with little stars amongst them. When Luo Shuyan saw Jiang Che waking up, she hurriedly explained what had just happened at the side. Jiang Che was speechless for a moment, not thinking that after running out so far, he could actually run into Lin Xue'er. By the way, Aqua Smoke, I heard that we're going to start separating into classes after we enroll in the academy this time, Lin Xue'er said with some concern as she stroked Jiang Che's fluffy fur while her eyebrows furrowed slightly. I don't know if the two of us will be able to share. I hope God gives me Lin Xue'er some face and puts us in the same class. Although Lin Xue'er was smiling on her face, she was still a little worried in her heart. She was worried that Luo Shuyan would be contracted to an F-rank spirit beast and thus be assigned to an extremely poor class by the academy. After all, no matter what, contracting an F-rank bloodline spirit beast, this was just too outrageous. Li Xue'er turned her head to look at Luo Shuyan. By the way, Aqua Smoke, I haven't asked yet, how did you grade this time? End of chapter. It's okay, lucky to pass in 5 seconds during the practical test. First on the list. Luo Shuyan's tone was very calm, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Lin Xue'er's entire body froze in place. How many? 5 seconds? Number 1 on the list? Aqua Smoke, you can't be joking with me, can you? Or did I hear you wrong? I can understand this about your first place in the overall score, but the actual combat record is only 5 seconds. What is this? How on earth did you do that? Lin Xue'er was shocked at the moment. Her mouth was so wide open that she could almost stuff an egg into it. Luo Shuyan shrugged, then pointed at Lin Xue'er holding Jiang Che in her arms. It's White. He's the one who made the 5-second battle. How could I be that great? Ha? Really? Kahaku, that 5-second battle, did you really pull that off? Hearing these words, and then looking at Lin Xue'er's curious gaze, Jiang Che increasingly felt that something was wrong. How can you only have 5 seconds yourself? Slander. It's absolutely slanderous. A bell at the very least. Actually, White, he's only really fighting for a second. Before Jiang Che's side could reply, Luo Shuyan's side said again. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Lin Xue'er's expression was slightly lost. If that's the case, Aqua Smoke, then the two of us might not get into the same class. With such excellent talent and such outstanding results in actual combat, you'll definitely be assigned to a key class, whereas someone like me will have to go to an ordinary class to mingle. Seeing this lost look of Lin Xue'er, Luo Shuyan smiled. That's okay, if we can't be grouped together then I'll just apply to come to regular classes then. Luo Shuyan was an empress in her previous life. In her opinion, how many of the tutors in this Tianke Academy were able to teach themselves? And the cultivation resources that could be obtained were the same regardless of whether it was an ordinary class or a key class. So in Luo Shuyan's opinion, if she and Lin Xue'er didn't split up, then it wouldn't be a big deal for her to take the initiative to find the academy to discuss it. No way hookah. Lin Xue'er didn't expect Luo Shuyan to say that, so she immediately tried to stop it. Shuyan, you're so talented. How can you be inside a class with me? Isn't that holding you back? It's okay, I've made up my mind. Luo Shuyan waved her hand, not caring about this at all. Ooh, Aqua Smoke, you're such a good sister to me. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Lin Xue'er's heart was incomparably moved. Under the excitement, Lin Xue'er didn't care about anything else and directly hugged Luo Shuyan. Two beautiful women hugging each other. That's certainly a beautiful sight. Only Jiang Che, right now, was a bit out of breath. He had originally been held by Lin Xue'er in his own arms, but now it was good. He was directly attacked from both sides. 4 peaks were on Jiang Che's head, making him a little breathless. Soon there was a teacher from the college, organizing the new students in a parade. These freshmen who had just arrived at the Heavenly K Academy were all gathered in the square on the side of the academy. And what followed were some routine formulaic speeches. Young people, I'm glad you were able to join the Heavenly K Academy. I hope you will be able to keep your feet on the ground, thrive, and become a powerful Imperial Beastmaster. The Dean of the Tian K Academy, all personally appeared today and stood in the square to deliver the speaker's speech, speaking impassionedly, encouraging these freshmen and instilling chicken soup. Jiang Che only felt a pang of boredom at these words that he had heard so many times even in his previous life. He didn't bother to listen to them. Jiang Che directly jumped out of Lin Xue'er's arms and returned to Luo Shuyan's arms. Well, that's the right touch. There's a big difference between a flatbed and a Simmons. And the next thing that awaits these new students is indeed class placement. Normally speaking, at this age of just graduating from senior high school, if one was able to cultivate to a 2-star intermediate level Imperial Beastmaster, one would be classified into a focus class. After all, this kind of person could already be called a genius amongst the Imperial Beastmasters. These people belong to the kind of existences that would be sought after in all major cities, and their talents were all outstanding. With a little bit of cultivation, how can one's future achievements not be too low? But this time there was an exception. That was this term, the Xian Imperial Beastmaster Guild's newcomer examination. Luo Shuyan, who had won the first place, was actually assigned to an ordinary class by name from above. Upon hearing this news, many people around them looked sideways towards this side. Some of the eyes of the people around them were puzzled. Some were curious, and some were gloating, and the reason given by the academy is simple. Luo Shuyan's spirit beast bloodline is only at rank F, whereas most of the students who joined the key classes have contracted spirit beasts at rank A or even rank S. The teacher in charge of class placement, with a smile on his face, faintly explained, "We at the academy feel that what is taught by an excellent classroom teacher is not necessarily the right thing for you. Out of a concern to tailor the class to the student, perhaps by practicing amongst the ordinary classes, you who have contracted an F-rank spirit beast will have the potential to achieve higher accomplishments." Although this placement teacher spoke in a grandiose manner, Luo Shuyan just smiled coldly. "How could this happen? Water Smoke, you're obviously number one. How come you're assigned to an ordinary class? This is too unreasonable." Lin Xue'er had a surprised look on her face and was puzzled after hearing this news. After all, just because of the contracted spirit beasts, to divide an existence that was number one in the examination ranking directly into the ordinary class to go, this reason was a bit too far-fetched. It's probably those Xian family people who are secretly operating behind the scenes, Luo Shuyan faintly said. Regarding being assigned to an ordinary class, Luo Shuyan actually didn't care. After all, for Luo Shuyan, no matter which class she was assigned to go to, ultimately cultivation relied on her own previous life's learning. What's more, Luo Shuyan was originally ready to apply to the general class on her own initiative. I didn't realize that those families had secretly made a move to save themselves a lot of time and saliva. Sure enough, in the end Luo Shuyan and Lin Xue'er, as expected, were assigned to the same class, and the tutor was still a mature and elegant-looking woman. "Hello guys, I'm the tutor of your first-year Ordinary 3 class. My name is Xuebingning." Xuebingning brought the 40 or so people, including Luo Shuyan, to the middle of a classroom, and then spoke softly. Xuebingning's voice was soft and elegant, full of knowledge yet not overpowering. "In the future, I will be the one to teach you all how to communicate with your contracted sufferers, as well as how to command contracted beasts in battle. I'm sure you all know that spirit beasts have a crucial role for Imperial Beast Masters. I hope that in the near future, all of you will be able to contract spirit beasts with S-class bloodlines." End of chapter. Xuebingning's words were very cruel to the spirit beasts of most of the people in the classroom. After all, most of the people who joined the ordinary class were of average talent, and their spirit beast bloodline levels were all relatively low. For the trainees of this ordinary class, as their own strength grew, then the spirit beasts that they contracted during their novice days would most likely not be able to keep up with them. And these truths are understood by the indentured beasts. They also knew that their bloodline rank was low, and when they couldn't keep up with their masters in the future, they could be discarded at any time. But for so many years, this had been the case between spirit beasts and Imperial Beast Masters. Spirit beasts were also used to this kind of thing where they were abandoned by their masters because of their own strength. This was already genetically engraved in the bloodline of the spirit beasts, and there was no way for them to resist or resign themselves to their fate. The Imperial Beast Masters took this for granted. After all, to them, spirit beasts were just a tool to enhance their strength. Replacing spirit beasts when their bloodline was insufficient was very proper behavior, and the Imperial Beast Masters didn't feel that it was cruel. There are even a number of Imperial Beast Masters who will also attribute all their failures to the spirit beasts. After a while, I will let you enter the secret realm for actual combat. When that time comes, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it alone, and you'll all need to team up and train together. If you want to grind into a familiar squad, then communicating with each other is very important. Today is everyone's first day at Tianke Academy. Introduce each other, Xuebingning said with a smile. Then she looked at Luo Shuyan. Ms. Luo Shuyan, let's let you be the example. It's gold that shines wherever it is. Luo Xue'er, the number one existence on the examination list, naturally received Xuebingning's attention as well. Xuebingning couldn't figure out why Tianke Academy would assign such an outstanding talent to her ordinary class. But no matter what, since he had already come to his class, he was his student, and was considered to be related to him. If in the future, if Xue'er could really have some achievements, then as a mentor, he would also be able to get some light. Luo Xue'er nodded and stood up, her expression calm and without the slightest bit of restraint. Hello everyone, my name is Luo Xue'er, a 2-star intermediate imperial beast master with a Class A bloodline. Luo Xue'er's introduction was very brief, and all she said was information that was already publicized on the list. She has always been like that, very short on words with outsiders, and hates all the hypocritical socializing. I didn't expect you to be a 2-star intermediate imperial beast master. I really don't know how in the world you guys cultivate. Lin Xue'er, who was on the side, looked at Luo Xue'er with a face full of envy and whispered. In the ordinary class they were currently in, many of them were still just primary imperial beastmasters, and hadn't even stepped into intermediate imperial beastmasters yet, including Lin Xue'er herself, who had only cultivated to a 9-star primary imperial beastmaster by now. Hello everyone, my name is Gu Changfeng, 2-star intermediate imperial beastmaster, talent level A. Hearing this voice, Luo Xue'er turned her head to look. It turned out that Xian Imperial Beastmaster examination, that Gu Changfeng who ranked 10th this time, was also assigned to the same class as her. Apparently this Gu Changfeng, too, had suffered a similar situation as Luo Xue'er. Most likely, he also refused the solicitation of those Xian families, so he was put in small shoes. Of course, these big families can only make small moves in these matters. If they really wanted to threaten the lives of the trainees, those big shots inside the academy would never allow it. After all, every trainee, especially those with outstanding talent, that could be a treasure for the people of the academy. More than 40 trainees, one after another, introduced themselves, and soon they were all introduced. Alright, for the next few moments everyone is free to communicate and get to know each other, in an effort to be able to find the right team member for them early. After saying that, Xuebingning walked down from the podium and walked straight to Luo Xue'er's side. Suddenly, Xuebingning noticed that Zhang Che in Luo Xue'er's arms was actually still sound asleep. The speech she had just given, she had hoped that both the Imperial Beastmasters and the Spirit Beasts had listened carefully. Although the words of Spirit Beasts were basically unintelligible to humans, the words of humans were mostly understandable to Spirit Beasts. Seeing that Zhang Che had actually been sleeping the entire time, it was obvious that he hadn't listened to what he had just said. This made Xuebingning unable to help but feel a bit dissatisfied. The mentors all had the information of their ments in their hands, and Xuebingning naturally knew that Luo Xue'er's contracted beast was a spirit beast with a bloodline of only F grade. This kind of spirit beast was already lagging far behind the others in terms of bloodline, and if it didn't cultivate hard, it would only be eliminated very quickly. Water smoke. The most crucial thing for a qualified beast royal master is to make his spirit beasts obedient. This spirit beast of yours is quite lazy. This won't do. Xuebingning looked at Luo Xue'er and said in a serious tone with her eyebrows slightly knitted. With regards to Luo Xue'er, the genius at the top of the rankings, Xuebingning was still very concerned. She still hoped that Luo Xue'er would have better achievements and not waste her talent for nothing. Teacher, you're right. Don't worry. I'll definitely go back and teach him well. While Luo Xue'er was talking to Xuebingning, she reached out her jade hand and gently patted Zhang Che in her arms. What? What conditioning? Against all odds, how dare you temper this imperial human master? Zhang Che had previously been hypnotized directly by the various trivialities of the academy, and had entered dreamland early. He had just vaguely heard Luo Xue'er's last words, which caused him to open his eyes in a daze. Bye, this is my new tutor. Mr. Xue said for you to stop being so lazy. Hearing Luo Xue'er's words, Zhang Che was immediately displeased and quickly looked up. However, he had just looked up when he suddenly saw a ripple before him. The size of the beautiful tutor Xuebingning in front of her could be quite a bit larger than Luo Xue'er and Lin Xue'er combined. Xuebingning figure is very hot. The body of the white shirt buttons, the eyes are about to be taut. Zhang Che was able to imagine how much pressure the clasp had endured, and Xuebingning had just slightly bent over because she was looking at Zhang Che. Zhang Che's gaze happened to see that deep gully. Nice guy. Was able to bury himself in it? This beautiful tutor. What a big, yuck, what a big temper. Zhang Che hastily changed his words and almost said what was in his heart. How dare you mind the little master's sleep? Seeing Zhang Che in Luo Xue'er's arms, he opened his eyes in a sleepy and adorable manner. The seriousness on Xuebingning's face also quietly dissipated. Water smoke. If you have any problems in the future, you can always come to me. End of chapter. Aha, okay teacher. Luo Xue'er nodded and responded softly. However, this was just a perfunctory attempt to Schwebingning, and she didn't have this kind of idea in her heart at all. Even if the dean of the Heavenly K Academy came, I'm afraid he wouldn't be qualified to instruct a female emperor in cultivation. For Luo Xue'er, in this world right now, among the human race, there were those who could have the ability to tutor him and preach to her. It can't be said that there is absolutely nothing, but it is definitely a rare species, and one is afraid that it will be very difficult to meet that kind of high-level person. Guys, anyone who wants to team up with me can come over and sign up now. With the departure of Schwebingning, the mentor, some of the naturally flamboyant personalities within the classroom finally let go of their nature at this moment. Those who were able to join the Heavenly K Academy were all extraordinary. Even the trainees of the ordinary class were stronger than the Imperial Beast Masters of other academies. Only these students, who were yelling in 2s and 3s, were forming teams. For Imperial Beast Masters, the early stages of trying to cope with dangerous situations on their own were generally very difficult. After all, novice Imperial Beastmasters were physically fragile, their spiritual energy wasn't thick enough, and their contracted spirit beasts hadn't grown up. This, coupled with a severe lack of combat experience as a newcomer, made it difficult for novice Imperial Beastmasters to stand alone. Therefore, you need to team up with each other to make up for the lack of battle power. Similarly, spirit beasts with different attributes can assist each other in order to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Typically, a proper combat squad needs to have a main attacker, one for melee and one for long range, so as not to shortchange the attacks. Avoid encounters with targeted spirit beasts because of the main attacker, thus rendering the squad unable to fight. There will likewise have to be Imperial Beastmasters in charge of defense, as well as auxiliary Imperial Beastmasters. Defensive type Imperial Beastmasters, as the name suggests, were usually contracted with defensive spirit beasts. Being able to perform some defensive skills, you can block directly in front of your teammates and help them share the damage. There are many types of auxiliary Imperial Beastmasters, some of which can heal their teammates, while others can increase the attack and movement speeds of the Imperial Beastmasters and the spirit beasts, and so on. In a nutshell, it's all about helping your teammates improve their combat power through aids. This is the only way to configure a squad that is more versatile and able to handle most situations. The exact grouping, however, will have to be tailored to the situation. Hello, Luo Xue'er. My name is Zhang Maniac. Can I team up with you? Right at this moment, a male rough voice sounded beside Luo Xue'er. Hearing this name, Luo Xue'er turned around with a frown. This person she still had some impression of. Sorry, not interested. Luo Xue'er didn't hesitate to directly reject the other party. Among this academy, Luo Xue'er had teammates she knew from before. Moreover, she herself didn't really like teaming up with boys, so this man called Zhang Maniac was by no means within her consideration. Not bad for being ranked number 1. It has character, and I like it, but I hope you won't regret it later. Being directly rejected by Luo Xue'er, Zhang Maniac couldn't help but feel annoyed in his heart. Just his face still put on a spunky face and smiled as if he didn't care. Unbeknownst to Luo Xue'er, who was an empress in her previous life, she had long since taken this little thought of his in her eyes. It was just that falling water source was too lazy to talk to him. Aqua Smoke, you know that guy just now? Zhang Che couldn't help but ask out loud. Seeing as you two are talking so coldly, are you feuding? If there's a grudge, according to me that's going to have to be sooner rather than later. We'll just go ahead and do it. Luo Xue'er was an empress in her previous life, and most of the time she was able to honor and dishonor herself. Since this period of contact, Zhang Che realized that Luo Xue'er, no matter who she faced, always had a calm demeanor. He could rarely see Luo Xue'er, who actually frowned when she heard a person's name. This was undoubtedly not a warning sign for Zhang Che. Zhang Che only wanted to lie down properly in his life. He didn't want to be disturbed by other people, and he was all ready to find a way to assassinate Zhang Maniac at this point. After all, we must nip all crises in the bud so that we can sleep soundly. It's nothing. In my previous life I sort of had some conflict with him over treasures, but not enough to have to kill him. After hearing Zhang Che's words, Luo Xue'er shook her head and explained. But then Luo Xue'er frowned slightly inside. But I have some suspicions that inside that guy's body, there's a good chance that he has something extraordinary. Thinking back to her previous life, a touch of scorn and gravity flashed through Luo Xue'er's eyes. What do you mean by that? Hearing Luo Xue'er's words, Zhang Che became interested for a moment. Originally, he thought that this Zhang Maniac was just a passerby's character, but he didn't expect to hear these words from Luo Xue'er now. This seemingly mediocre Zhang Maniac seems to have some uniqueness. I remember in my previous life, when he was competing with me for a foreign treasure, Originally this Zhang Ji's strength was inferior to mine, but for some reason, he has suddenly erupted with a power that is several times more than his own. That kind of power. There's absolutely no way that Zhang Maniac got it from practicing on his own on a regular basis. Thinking back to that scene in her previous life, Luo Xue'er felt a bit surprised and amazed even now. The reason why Zhang Maniac was able to leave an impression on Luo Xue'er was because he had suddenly increased his strength by several times in the middle of the competition for the exotic treasure. This short time change made Luo Xue'er very curious. Therefore, Luo Xue'er was very skeptical that within Zhang Maniac's body was most likely there was some sort of extremely powerful existence. It took over Zhang Maniac's body in that instant, or lent Zhang Maniac its own spiritual energy. Otherwise, with Zhang Maniac's own little strength, it wouldn't count for anything at all. And Luo Xue'er, who had cultivated to the emperor level in her previous life, was considered to have seen a lot, and it wasn't impossible for this kind of thing to happen. After listening to Luo Xue'er's narration, Zhang Che's entire body froze. What? There's an old grandpa inside the body? The words Luo Xue'er had just said were really more than familiar to Zhang Che. In his previous life, while working hard, Zhang Che had read a lot of online articles to pass the time. Someone like Zhang Maniac, that's a proper protagonist template. There was a powerful being in the body that had slept for many years, or had been reincarnated and reborn. After waking up, he began to teach the protagonist a variety of powerful techniques, and led him to the top with his rich knowledge, and also be able to help the protagonist burst at critical moments, directly bursting out several times beyond the body of a powerful force to shock and kill the enemy. Thinking of this, Zhang Che coughed lightly and said in a hurry, I think this kind of person, since you have a problem with him, it's better to get him killed early. Otherwise, when he develops, that's not going to be easy to deal with. End of chapter. Bye. I have to say, you're quite a worrywart. Luo Xue'er let out a light laugh and said, she didn't expect that she had just talked about the grudge entanglement between her and Zhang Maniac, and that Xiao Bai would want to kill someone. This idea of wanting to nip the crisis in the bud at any time was very much to Luo Xue'er's liking. Don't worry, little white. Don't worry too much. Even if that guy has a hidden soul following him, he was once nothing more than a Zun-ranked Imperial Beast Master. Luo Xue'er's tone was filled with confidence, and she simply didn't put Zhang Maniac's hangers-on in her eyes. And rightly so. Zhang Che nodded. This one beside himself was a female emperor reborn back. So what if Zhang Maniac has an old grandpa? Don't we have grandmothers on our side? Well, that doesn't seem quite right. This Luo Xue'er looked, still very young and beautiful, sort of an old fairy. Aqua Smoke, do you think we need to find other people to team up with? Lin Xue'er walked over at this time and inquired. Her tone was very natural. Obviously in Lin Xue'er's subconscious mind, she already thought that her good girlfriend, Luo Xue'er, would definitely be on her team, and that was exactly what happened. Luo Xue'er had originally wanted to team up with Lin Xue'er as well. After all, she had come to Tianke Academy because Lin Xue'er would come here. It's better to team up with someone familiar than to find some stranger. Let's find 2 more people, just to put together a 4-person squad, so it's a bit more stable. Luo Xue'er nodded with a smile and said, you still want a teammate? Hearing Luo Xue'er's words, Zhang Che was instantly a bit unhappy. For Zhang Che, he didn't like crowds because once he had to form a team, he had to stay together a lot. For myself, I'm afraid that if I need to stay with other people for a long time, I'll be in trouble. Zhang Che had too many secrets on him that he didn't want outsiders to know. It would be bad if they were captured by those top powerhouses and taken to be studied. Pre-teammates are still very important. After all, we're still a bit shapeless on our own, with the right teammates looking out for each other. In the midst of those perilous situations, our chances of surviving will be greater, and the more chances we'll have of obtaining the treasures. Luo Xue'er nodded her head with great certainty. Being the reincarnation of an empress, she understood the basic steps of these imperial beastmasters very well. No way. This Gohenshi now orders you to find no other teammates. Zhang Che crossed his arms and said in a serious manner. It's just that this adorable look of his really made Luo Xue'er somewhat unable to hold back. Don't worry, White. I'll only get girls, not guys as teammates. Luo Xue'er stroked Zhang Che's head and said in a very doting manner. It was only this sentence after her that caused Zhang Che to freeze a bit. No? What do you mean by that? What do you mean you won't find a guy? Is it hard for me to accept that it's a woman? What do you take me for? Although it is said that a gentleman, the color of food, but is it hard for me, Zhang Che, to be some kind of womanizer? Before Zhang Che could reply on his side, Luo Xue'er walked towards the corner of the classroom. At this moment, in the corner of the classroom, there was a young girl sitting in the corner of the classroom. This young girl's capital was about the same as Luo Xue'er, both of which were many times stronger than Lin Xue'er. The appearance of this young girl was equally very beautiful and attractive, But her temperament is different from Luo Xue'er. Luo Xue'er carries a kind of holiness, like a noble iceberg beauty, rejecting people outside of 1,000 miles. That unattainable look made people even a little afraid to touch it. Instead, the woman in front of her looked very sexy and full of temptation, as if she could stir up an endless desire to explore. Jiang Che had originally wanted to persuade Luo Xue'er. He really didn't want anyone else to join in, but as soon as he raised his head, he saw the woman's charming and enchanting eyes, as well as her towering and proud capital. He immediately swallowed back the words that had reached his mouth. Although I said I don't really want to team up with other people, but Luo Xue'er, if she finds this woman in front of her to team up, it's not impossible. Jiang Che's small eyes looked up and down at the stunningly beautiful young girl in front of him. If he could team up with this woman in front of him, perhaps this fox-charmed woman's towering peaks, with its deep canyon gullies, could also become his own leisurely resting place in the future. When you think about it, it does seem to be good. And as Luo Xue'er walked towards the side, the few males who were originally around subconsciously avoided them. After all, Luo Xue'er's cold as ice appearance, coupled with the capital of being number one on the rankings, without enough strength, it was hard for people to want to get close. At least these ordinary trainees, unlike Zhang Maniac, still had open old grandpas, so they still had some self-awareness about themselves. Hello Izzy Dream, I'm Luo Xue'er, can I join you on my team? Seeing a few people walking away, Luo Xue'er looked at the mysterious young girl in front of her and opened the door. Give me a reason? Yi Ziming raised her head, her voice a little flirtatious. Perhaps she was born with such a seductive physique, and in the middle of its sleeve, there was a small seven-colored snake climbing to the snow-white wrist. It was raising its head, gulping its snake letters towards Luo Xue'er, its eyes filled with vigilance. Yi Ziming's contracted spirit beast was a seven-colored sky-swallowing python with an S-class bloodline, and its strength was extraordinary. This seven-colored heaven-swallowing python possessed two forms, and right now, although it looked very small and cute, however, if once it performed another form, its body shape could become huge. With extremely strong battle power, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, as its name suggests, this spirit beast seemed to possess the power to swallow the sky. Hiss, hiss. This seven-colored heaven-swallowing python also seemed to be a bit dissatisfied with Luo Xue'er's opening the door. At the moment, it was gulping its letter, manifesting the powerful pressure of its S-class bloodline spirit beast. Not only that, the scales on its body also exuded glitter at this moment, and the seven-colored streams of light flowing on its body looked gorgeous. Among its two erect yellow snake pupils, it was radiating a gloomy gaze, staring at Luo Xue'er with a deadpan expression. This seven-colored sky-swallowing python seemed to want to test, on behalf of its own master, how qualified Luo Xue'er was to team up with him. As for the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python provoking it, Yi Ziming didn't say anything either, apparently acquiescing to this behavior. Seeing the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python in such an arrogant manner, how could Jiang Che still endure it? Little mudskipper, flaunting your honor in front of me? Looking at that seven-colored heaven-swallowing mang's provocation, Jiang Che directly stood up and jumped onto Luo Xue'er's shoulder. Jiang Che's tiny body emitted an extremely huge pressure, directly enveloping the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. The seven-colored sky-swallowing python that was still gulping its letters suddenly shuddered. End of chapter. The body of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was a bit stiff at the moment. The body trembled slightly, which still had the same majestic appearance as before. Noticing the difference in her spirit beast, Yi Ziming was also very surprised. Color scale. What's wrong with you? Yi Ziming inquired with concern in her eyes. Although the time she had signed the contract with this S-class seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was not particularly long, there was already a relatively deep friendship between them. It was the first time that Yi Ziming had seen the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python turn into its current appearance. Only no matter how much Yi Ziming called out, that seven-colored heaven-swallowing python didn't have any reply now. It just stiffened its body and looked at Jiang Che with an extremely reverent gaze. Luo Xue'er stood at the side and looked very clear. She knew that this seven-colored heaven-swallowing python in front of her was definitely suppressed by Xiaobai's divine beast bloodline again. Even if Little White's divine beast bloodline hadn't been activated by now, it was still much more powerful than these S-class spirit beasts. Color scale, are you afraid of him? Yi Ziming wasn't stupid either. She followed the little snake's gaze and happened to see the rambunctious Jiang Che, and naturally guessed something. It's not fear, it's respect. Hearing Izzy Dream's constant calls, Qilin also finally replied to her. This kind of powerful bloodline is no longer a matter of being afraid or not afraid. The other party deserves my respect from my soul. What did you say? The colorful scale's voice was very grave, obviously not lying. After hearing this, Yi Ziming's face was all stiff, and her eyes were filled with surprise. She could have heard long ago that Luo Shuiyan's contracted beast was nothing more than an unknown spirit beast with an F-rank bloodline. It was precisely for this reason that Luo Shuiyan was clearly number 1 on the rankings before she was assigned to their ordinary class. In Yi Ziming's cognition, F-class spirit beasts that was the lowest level, but any imperial beast master who had a choice would not contract this kind of spirit beast. So just now, Yi Ziming, too, didn't put Luo Shuiyan in her eyes. After all, in her opinion, having contracted such a weak spirit beast, even if Luo Shuiyan herself was strong, she would still be dragging the squad down in the middle of the grouping process. But she didn't expect her 7-colored heaven-swallowing python to react so strongly. Although his own 7-colored heaven-swallowing python had not yet metamorphosed and evolved, it had also displayed a C-rank bloodline. In the future, if you can advance to the legendary 9-colored heaven-swallowing python, your bloodline talent will be able to directly reach the SSS level. As a result, today the 7-colored sky-swallowing python was actually suppressed by an F-class spirit beast. It seems that this Luo Shuiyan's contracted spirit beast is not as weak as it is rumored to be. Looking at the Luo Shuiyan duo, Yi Ziming murmured in her heart, Yi Ziming, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the Yin family of the imperial capital, right? If the rest of the Yin family knew you were here, I'm afraid it would be very bad, right? What? How do you know about me? Hearing Luo Shuiyan actually reveal her own birth, Yi Ziming was completely flustered at the moment. She was originally the daughter of the former head of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, the Yin family. But a few months ago, her father died suddenly and violently, and her own brother was brutally murdered. The person behind the manipulation of all this was the current head of the Yin family, and Yi Ziming's own uncle. The fights between the big families are so cruel. Another play to kill blood relatives and fight for power. Yi Ziming, on the other hand, had managed to escape from the imperial capital under the cover of her own father's men with this blood feud. This secret had always been buried deep in Yi Ziming's heart and had never been told to anyone. She even changed her surname to Yi for fear of being found by the imperial Yin family. However, he had never expected that this had only come to the ancient city of Xi'an and had just joined the Heavenly K Academy, and Luo Shuiyan had actually directly revealed her origins. Yi Ziming's pupils contracted for a moment, realizing that if the imperial capital Yin family knew about her location, what awaits her then? I'm afraid, is the mad pursuit of her own dear uncle. You don't have to come and ask me how I know. I just want to say that I won't betray you, as long as you become my teammate. In the future, when we grow up, we'll be able to help you return to the imperial capital for revenge. Looking at Luo Shuiyan's composed eyes in front of her, Yi Ziming gritted her teeth. Okay, I promise, I'll team up with you. Although she didn't know where Luo Shuiyan knew her secret. At this point in time Yi Ziming had no choice. The only thing she could do now was to believe that Luo Shuiyan would keep her word. At least for now. It seems that Luo Shuiyan still has a few credibility points. Good. Let's grow stronger together then. The two then high-fived, their eyes meeting in the middle of mid-air. Great. That 7-colored heaven-swallowing python was also very excited at this moment, and the yellow snake pupil, which was still gloomy, became very bright and full of joy at this moment. She climbed straight out of Yi Ziming's sleeve and slowly approached towards Jiang Che. It was just that this small, 7-colored snake stopped when it crawled near Jiang Che, maintaining a more suitable distance. Can I give you children later? Jiang Che, who was still staring at Yi Ziming's towering gaze, suddenly heard this timid voice coming from his ears and immediately froze. What? Jiang Che man was dumbfounded. He didn't expect a snake to run over and say that it wanted to give birth to its own child. Isn't this a joke? He, Jiang Che, was not Su Xian, and he didn't want to be a reckless hero. Go. Jiang Che impatiently moved towards the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, waved his claws, and his body dodged back again. This 7-colored heaven-swallowing python was really too direct. This had only just met one side, but he actually wanted to give birth to his own child. Jiang Che's entire body was a little numb. He hurriedly jumped into Luo Shuiyan's arms again, feeling the warmth coming from Luo Shuiyan's body, which made him feel much more comfortable. The communication between spirit beasts was naturally understood in the mind of the contracted imperial beast master. When Yi Ziming knew what Qilin had just thought and saw the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python again, and was rejected by Jiang Che, her face was a little less natural, and the corners of her mouth were twitching. Shame on you. It's just so humiliating. One's own contracted spirit beast. Just now a very provocative look, but now the result is to run to kneel. It's just a quick meeting and you're going to run off and ask to give birth to someone else's child? What about the promised 7-colored sky-swallowing python? That noble character? The key thing is that it was also rejected by the other party with great dislike. Yiziming couldn't help but want to cover her face now. It really was too embarrassing. Aqua Smoke. I didn't expect you to find a new teammate so quickly. Hello, classmate. My name is Lin Xue'er, also in the same squad as Water Smoke. Lin Xue'er ran over from the side with a smile and greeted Yizimeng. End of chapter. Hello, I'm Izzy Dream. When Yizimeng saw Lin Xue'er approaching, she also just made a simple self-introduction. Although Yizimeng appearance seems to be very seductive sexy look, but she was actually a deep person inside, and for the most part Yizimeng was similar to Luo Shueyin, both being relatively low-talking personalities. In the future, if you also have such a big beauty beside you, I'm afraid the guys will come around every day. Wow, classmate Yizimeng, this spirit beast of yours is also pretty. What a cute little snake. What's the name of this little snake of yours? My spirit beast is called Ain, a silver fox. But although both women were relatively short on words, Lin Xue'er was indeed cheerful and very lively. Even if the other two didn't talk much, Lin Xue'er was always able to find topics to keep each other from getting cold. Even her muttering to herself did not bring silence between the people. Hearing Lin Xue'er still chattering there, Jiang Che only felt a wave of speechlessness. No, this flat-chested woman, isn't she embarrassed? Jiang Che looked at Lin Xue'er, who seemed to have endless passion there, and was still gabbling about something, and immediately blanked her powerlessly. He had to admit that this Lin Xue'er's mind was really good. You guys talk, I have to go find my last place teammate again. Luo Shuyan turned around and left with Jiang Che in her arms. The four-member squad was now down to the last person. Luo Shuyan, who was holding Jiang Che, ended up in the classroom next to a little loli who looked like she was only 11 or 12 years old in appearance. At the first sight of this little loli, Jiang Che smacked his lips a little. If he didn't know the rules of the academy, I'm afraid he would have thought that this Tian K Academy actually recruited child laborers, those who were able to come to this Heavenly K Academy to cultivate. Then they were all definitely of the right age in terms of age, because if you want to contract a spirit beast, it's basically impossible for you to succeed if your own age doesn't meet the standard. Hello auxiliary, how are you? HM? How did you know my real name? This little loli in front of her was filled with surprise after hearing Luo Shuiyan's voice. Her real name was indeed Oxia Xiao Xiao. But because of her family background, even this Tian K Academy didn't have much information about her. In the midst of the academy, she had been going by this name of Hu Xiao Xiao. No way? This last person is Lori? Good lord. Is this going to be a four-member girl group with a loli? An Otome? A janky girl and an iceberg empress straight out of the gate? Jiang Che had no opinion on the second target teammate that Luo Shuyan had just found. I know exactly who you are, so I don't need to spell it out. Luo Shuyan used the same old technique to threaten Oxia Xiaoyi again with a secret like her identity. Taking a few people by virtue of their past life experience sounds a little bad, but it's very practical. What can you do even if you say it? Is it hard to believe that I would be afraid of this? Otani clutched her shoulders in defiance and said with a cold snort. In his opinion, Luo Shuyan must be threatening herself. And just as Otani was talking, a shrunken version of a miniature tiger cub burrowed out from under the table. That adorable look. Anyone who looks at it can't help but want to go up and jerk it off twice. It was just that this little tiger was now staring at Luo Shuyan with fierce eyes. If the water smoke has just threatened a small meaning, as a lake small spirit beast, this small tiger can also feel. Although it had shrunk many times, the body of this spirit beast still exuded a kingly aura that took the world by storm. It looked ferociously at Luo Shuyan. Only when its eyes saw Jiang Che, it felt a powerful bloodline suppression. That originally also ferocious little tiger. Look at this moment scared to tremble. Pupils flashed a flash of horror. Just like no just that strong majesty. Do you want to fight me, little tiger? The corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked into a smile as he communicated with that little tiger in beast language, releasing the pressure of his might. It was almost as if he was driving an armored tank at the moment, aiming the barrel of the main gun at an ordinary soldier with a pistol. And then there's the hole. Let's be fair, do we want one of us to take a shot each kind of thing? This little tiger spirit beast of auxiliary little. At this moment, its limbs were a bit limp with fear. No, you're mistaken. How could I dare to go against you? The pressure on Jiang Che's body was simply too strong, and this little tiger directly and subconsciously conceded. The bloodline pressure originating from the Qilin divine beast caused this little tiger to not dare to contradict Jiang Che at all, and even his eyes flickered a bit for a while. In the future, I'll recognize you as my big brother, okay? After this little tiger experienced the initial fear, now the golden pupils were filled with worship. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Che with a yearning face, actually wanting to recognize Jiang Che as his boss. Jiang Che was also happy to hear this. No one cared about him when he was a human in his previous life. I didn't realize that I'd become a beast in a new life, but I had quite a few followers. Go on, step aside. I don't have much time for my little brother. In response to the little tiger's proposal, Jiang Che directly waved his paw to reject it. He just wanted to lie flat. He didn't have the heart for this mess. Don't worry, boss. Just take me in. I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Seeing Jiang Che's refusal, this little tiger still pleaded without dying. Tiger, what are you doing? The fact that this little tiger was behaving so perversely caused Lori to be on fire, so to speak. His side hadn't even surrendered Luo Shuiyan yet, but he didn't expect his spirit beast to actually kneel to the other side first. Even if he surrendered before the battle, he actually rushed up to be a little brother to others, and they were still not happy about it. This is also too humiliating. Looking at the little tiger that still had a face of reverence, Oxia Xiao was simply furious that her nose was going to be crooked. With her adorable lowly look, she now looked really pitiful. I really didn't intend to take a little brother. And look, your master is pissed off and already giving orders. It doesn't matter. I'll just not listen to her. The little tiger's attitude was very firm, and this was said very decisively, without a hint of hesitation, directly blurting out. Even Jiang Che was shocked, and his words drove Lori crazy straight away. How could Oxia Xiao not expect that her contracted spirit beast would actually betray her? The most crucial thing was that the reason for its betrayal was in order to serve as a little brother to someone else's spirit beast. What was that about? Oxia Xiao couldn't figure it out, knowing that her spirit beast possessed an S-class bloodline. Moreover, it is still the offspring of a SSS-class spirit beast, and in the future, there is also a high possibility that it can evolve and awaken to become a SSS-class spirit beast. It was too humiliating for such a spirit beast that possessed potential for development to actually recognize a spirit beast with an F-rank waste bloodline as its boss. End of chapter. Hearing Oxia Xiao's voice that broke the defense, Jiang Che gently raised an eyebrow, and then the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. Tell you what, to test your resolve, you'll stand behind me first. Jiang Che stood on Luo Shuyan's shoulder and raised his paw to point towards behind him. It was actually too lazy to take in minions. After all, his current self is still mainly relying on the system. How can he find any energy to take care of minions? What's more, what Jiang Che obtained was a laying down system, not some overlord system that dominated the world. What's the use of recruiting minions when you can increase your strength by laying down yourself? But since Luo Shuyan now wanted to find Oxia Xiao as a teammate, Jiang Che wouldn't recommend doing her a favor. Looking at that little loli's appearance, it was obvious that she was a master who could easily break the defense. Jiang Che also wanted to see just how far this little tiger could go. Okay, boss, I'm on my way. Hearing Jiang Che's words, this little tiger immediately had a joyful and cheerful look on his face. Without saying a word, it directly jumped down from the table, not even looking at Oxia Xiao, and directly stood behind Luo Shuyan. Even Jiang Che was a bit surprised, not expecting this little tiger to be so decisive in his actions. Good lord, this is not even caring about his own imperial beast master. It operated this series of operations in one fell swoop, as if it didn't even have the existence of Tiny, the imperial beast master. Looking at their spirit beasts not only kneeling and licking Jiang Che not to mention, now people actually ran directly behind them with a single word, not even looking at themselves. Lori was so angry she was practically frantic. She really didn't expect the spirit beast that she had high hopes for to be so bad now. Oxia Xiao gasped heavily, only feeling that it was a little difficult to breathe. Looking at the little tiger that looked like a dog's leg, where was there a bit of dignity as a powerful tiger species? Auxiliary little are a little annoyed. Face have some red. Face is like a ripe red apple general. It looks so cute that you can't help but want to give it a squeeze. Although Oxia Xiao wasn't as moving and charming as Yizimeng, she looked a bit young in appearance, but she has a childlike innocence and cuteness. Tiger, get your ass back here. Have you forgotten who exactly is your master? I'm your imperial beast master. Do you want to see what you're doing now? Oxia Xiao's voice trembled a little with anger. Now that these things happened, it was something she had not expected at all. I'm not going back. I'm going to follow my boss. This little tiger's attitude was still the same as before, and after seeing that strong Qilin pressure on Jiang Che, he unswervingly chose to hug his thigh. It's not okay to be a little brother to someone else, but to be a little brother to the Qilin divine beast, is that still being a little brother? It was important to know that although SSS-class spirit beasts were rare in this world, there were still quite a few of them, but the sighting of a divine beast, that was truly a godly sight, and no one had ever encountered it at all. Now that it was so hard to feel the unicorn's breath, it would be a brain fart if he didn't hurry up and hug his thighs tightly. This isn't being a minion to someone, this is hitching a ride on the elevator of ascension. Fine, you're fine, and since you're running over there now, don't you ever come back. Oxia Xiao was simply going to explode with anger. not realizing that his own contracted spirit beast had actually been abducted by others just like that. It would be just as well to be tempted by some other generous and irresistible offer. The key person merely gave a look, and his own spirit beast knelt, and still chose to unilaterally kneel without hesitation. At the moment she could only stomp her feet in place in anger. Not that I'm saying, why don't you just go back? You mustn't starve to death if you don't have your master to feed you. Jiang Che looked at the little tiger and said in a deep voice. He was realistic. He was now relying on Luo Shuiyan to provide food and drink. How could he afford to raise a little brother? Not to mention the fact that this little tiger, by the look of its tiger head and brain, knew that it was a very good eater. Such a big tiger. It's okay to jerk its fur when it's fine, but if they really want to keep it at home, just solving the food and drink is a big problem for both of them. Don't worry, boss. I'll follow you with or without food. The little tiger didn't think about it that much, and his attitude was still very determined. Scram! Go back to your master. What will you honor your boss with if you have no one to feed you? Ha! Boss, you're taking me in? Ha 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 ha. I'm rolling right back. Hearing Jiang Che's words, the little tiger immediately smiled with joy and immediately ran back to Oxio's side. You little traitor, what are you doing back here? Amber's tiny cheeks puffed out in anger as she looked at the tiger cub that was back at her feet again. Che, I wouldn't have come back if my boss hadn't told me to. Hearing Oxia Xiao Xiao's words, the little tiger also did not lower his head and directly disliked back. With the divine beast Qilin as the boss, what kind of a royal beast master is he accustomed to? Hearing this, Oxia Xiao Xiao was so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Oxia Xiao Xiao student, how are you considering it? Are you willing to team up with me? Reluctant. No. Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, Oxia Xiaoi directly balked. Are you kidding? Your own spirit beasts have been abducted and you still want to find her to team up with? If you don't want to, then I can reveal the news that you're here, and I believe that your father and your grandfather, they'll soon send someone to take you back. It's also true that this world of imperial beasts is very dangerous. What should we do if something happens if we leave you to wander around alone? It's better for you to return to your elders as soon as possible. It's safer, and it'll make them feel a bit more at ease. Hearing Oxia Xiao Xiao's refusal, Luo Shuyan also nodded and said in a serious tone, but then again, it wouldn't be impossible to be your teammate. Before Luo Shuyan could finish her words, Oxia Xiao Xiao interrupted her with a direct turn of the painting. Joining your squad would be fine, but don't even think about ordering me around. Don't worry, I definitely won't make any excessive demands. Luo Shuyan smiled and nodded. I will say in advance, though, that as captain of the squad, I have the responsibility and authority to direct the battle. If you go into battle, you must all follow my commands and orders. Thus, the four-member squad formed by Luo Shuiyan was now finally considered to have come together. Luo Shuiyan was also slightly relieved, now that she had relived her life. With the memories and experience of her previous life, it could be said that she was advancing the process. It was a bit more of a guarantee if you entered the secret realm with this current configuration. Let's go. Come home with me. Since as teammates, it's only natural for us to spend time together in order to become more compatible. After the team was assembled, Luo Shuyan gathered Lin Xue'er and the other four to leave the academy together. End of chapter.